Hi, I'm George Maestri, and welcome to Maya 2015 Essential Training. In this course, we're going to start off by looking at the Maya interface and get you used to moving objects around. Next, we're going to move on to modeling. We're going to start off with polygonal modeling and show you how to take simple objects and turn them into complex organic shapes. After that, we're going to take a look at NURBS and create additional models. Then we're going to learn how to create basic materials and apply texture maps to your objects. We're going to learn how to create lights and cameras in Maya, as well as render special effects such as depth of field and motion blur. We're also going to show you how to match your cameras to existing photographs. And finally, we're going to learn a little bit about how to move objects across the screen along a path, as well as how to create things such as animation cycles, as well as adding sound. Now, let's get started with Maya 2015 Essential Training. Maya is a very robust package, and it requires a pretty healthy system to run properly. Now, if you're just starting with Maya, make sure that you have a good graphics card as well as plenty of memory in your system. This will really help you to use Maya. Now, if you're using a Macintosh, be sure to get a 3-button mouse before starting with Maya, because that is very critical to using the interface. If you're a lynda.com premium subscriber, you'll have access to the exercise files that accompany this course. If you download the exercise files, go ahead and place them on your desktop. Now, within this folder, you'll see we have a number of subfolders, one for each chapter in the course. Now, if I go into one of these chapters, you'll see that there's also additional subfolders. Now, this is what's called a Maya project, and Maya has a specific directory structure that it uses to organize its data. So the scene files that we'll be using are in the Scenes subfolder. We'll also have other folders, such as a Source Images folder for the images that we're using in the course. So go ahead and download those exercise files if you want to use them. Let's go ahead and get started by launching Maya and taking a look at the basics of the Maya interface. Now, I have Maya as a shortcut on my desktop. You may launch it from the menu or some other place, but I'm just going to go ahead and double-click on Maya, and it will bring up two windows. One is called the Output window, and that gives you some debugging information. And then we have the main Maya window here. Now, when you first start Maya, you're going to get these little help menus. The first one will highlight the new features in Maya. So it'll put these green brackets around them, and you can see one of them is right here. Now, if you want to highlight what's new, you can just leave that on. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off, and you can see how that toggles that on or off. And then, do you want to show this at startup? Well, I just want to get into Maya pretty quickly, so I'm going to check all of these off and hit OK. And then the second one basically just gives you access to Autodesk's own startup movies. So you can click on these and get some quick help movies if you want. And again, I'm going to turn this off because I want to start Maya fairly quickly. And then I'm just going to go ahead and close this. Now we have the main Maya window. We've got a lot of stuff here. So let's just go through some of the basics so you kind of know where everything's at. And as we work through Maya, you'll start to see how all of this connects together. Now, like any application, we have a menu bar here. Now, this menu bar in Maya is a little bit different than most applications. Maya has so much functionality that they've had to kind of condense the menus. So we have our standard file, edit, file, open as file, edit, which is cut, copy, and paste, that sort of thing, modify, create, some display functions here. As you get further to the right, these will start to change. And we have a pull-down menu here, which will actually allow you to change between menu sets. So right now, we're on polygons, but if I switch over to animation, notice how the menus change. So if I switch to, say, rendering, again, it changes. So the menus that you need to access might not all be visible here. So just make sure that you check this pull-down menu here. I'm going to go ahead and set it back to polygons. Now, along the top here, we have something called the status line. And this has a few shortcuts here. This has your open and save a scene, but it also has options here for snapping, snap to grid, snap to point, that sort of thing. And then we also have some shortcuts here to render the current frame. Now, along the top right here, we also have some custom menu bars that come up along the side here. So if I click on this one, I can toggle on and off a thing called the channel box, which we'll get to. I can also toggle on or off what are called tool settings, and those show up here. So those are for when you are moving or rotating objects. It allows you to do things such as soft selection. And then we have another one called the attribute editor, and this gives you more detailed information about your objects. And then we also have a modeling toolkit. And we can actually use that when we're actually modeling and sculpting objects. And again, all of these can be turned on or off. And when they're turned on, you'll see that we get a series of tabs here. So I can actually switch between them here as well. Now, along the left-hand side of the screen, we have all of our standard move tools. So we have a select tool here. We have a lasso tool. We also have what's called a paint select, which I'll get into. And then we have move, rotate, and scale. Now we also have a number of standard layouts. By default, Maya gives you one viewport, and this is what's called a viewport. This is where we actually do our work, and this is kind of where we see or view our scenes. Now this default viewport is a 3D viewport, but if we want, we can also get what are called orthographic viewports, which kind of look more like drafting or flat viewports. And if we want, we can go to a number of different presets here. So for example, I can go from my standard viewport here to a 4 view, which will give me a top, front, and side view in addition to my other view. Now, there are other ones here as well. I'm on a reduced format screen, so I'm not seeing all of these, but you'll probably see a few more on your screen as well. Now, along the bottom, we have a time slider, and this allows us to slide through animation. If we're animating, it basically goes a frame at a time. So down here, we can set a start frame and an end frame, but we also have 2 more values here, and that basically gives you a window into your timeline. So many times you'll have an animation that has a lot of frames, but you'll just want to work on, say, the middle section of this. And this allows you to do this. Now you can interactively set this range here by just using this little slider here. And this basically gives you a start and end frame for what you're seeing on the timeline. Now again, this isn't the full amount of animation we have. This is just what we're seeing. Now if I want, I can grab these little bars here, left click and drag, and that way I can scale my animation timeline up or down, and then click in the middle, I can drag it left or right. Now over to the right here, we have our playback controls. We can play forward or backwards. We can step forward a frame at a time, jump to the end, and so on. Now we also have here at the bottom a command line where we can actually type in commands. And then at the very bottom is a help bar. And basically what this will do is give you just little brief hints as to how to use tools. So if you don't know how to use a tool, just look at the bottom. It'll give you quick instructions on how to do that. It can be very, very handy. Now over to the side here, we have some additional things. We have preferences, and we have what's called a script editor, which we're probably not going to get to in this course. But if you click on this, you can actually see all the commands that you've typed, and you can actually go a little bit deeper into scripting here and actually create your own scripts. Now, if you don't know how to use anything, Maya always has a pretty good help system here, so you can always just go into Maya Help and get some good documentation. Now, the documentation Maya is pretty good, so if you have a question about an esoteric function, you usually can find your answer in Maya Help. So those are some of the basics of the Maya interface. Now, I know this is a lot of stuff on the screen, and hopefully it doesn't intimidate you. We'll just take it a step at a time and learn how to use Maya. As you start using Maya, you may want to move your data from place to place. Because of that, I highly recommend that you start using what are called projects. Now, in Maya, a project is basically just a folder that has a known series of subfolders, and that way Maya knows exactly where everything is at. It knows where your textures are, where your scene files are, and so on. If you don't use folders, it's very easy for scenes to get broken. You can lose a link to a texture file or a bitmap or something like that, and your scene won't render properly. So when you start up with Maya, it's best to just create a blank project for you to work in. And we can do that by using the project window. We go File, Project Window, and this comes up. Now this gives us the name of the project, its location, and then these here are all the subfolders where it will store everything. So for example, your scene files will be in scenes, your sound will be in sound, source images are where your textures live, and so on. So all we have to do is click New, give it a new name, let's just call it Project, and then give it a location. So I'm just going to go ahead and click here. And I'm going to navigate to my desktop. Now I have a blank folder set up on my desktop, or you can use any folder you want, and all you have to do is select the location and hit Accept. So now we've created a blank project. Let me show you what that looks like on the hard disk. If I go into this folder, which is the one we used, you'll see we have a folder here called Project, which is what we named it when we created it. And if I double click on this, you'll see that I have all of those folders in that dialog box. So I have a scenes file, I have a source images file, and so on. Now, when you want to move your data around, all you have to do is move this project folder around, and that way Maya knows where everything is at. Now, for this course, we already have projects set up for you, and these are in the exercise files. So if I double click on this, you'll see I have one folder per chapter or one project per chapter. So if I click on chapter 1, you'll see that I have a project here, and in here are all of my scenes. If you look in source images, you'll see that these are some images that we're using for the scenes, and so on. So before we get started, let's go ahead and set the project for the chapter. I'm going to go ahead and go into Maya, go File, Set Project, go back up to my desktop, and go into Exercise Files, and we're in Chapter 1. So let's go ahead and select that and hit Set. Now, once I do that, it automatically looks there in that Chapter 1 folder for everything I need. So let's go ahead and do a File, Open Scene, and you'll notice that I'm already in the Chapter 1 folder. So here is 0102, and let's go ahead and open that, and you can see that it brings in the scene with all of the textures. So, as you start using Maya, get into the habit of using projects. It's a great way to organize and store your data. When you use Maya, most of the time you'll be working in what are called the viewports. Now that's this big window here where we can see our scene and all of the objects. Now the viewports themselves have a lot of capabilities. So let's take a quick look at how to change the viewport to view your scene in different ways. Now first off, the viewports actually have two menus. We have a text-based menu here, which has all of these different objects here. We have View, which deals with cameras and how cameras see. Shading, which changes the shading of the scene. Lighting, which allows you to show or hide lights and shadows. We can also show or hide different objects by type. So if you wanted to say hide all the lights and cameras, you could do that right here. We also have several different renderers. In other words, several different ways to render the scene. Now, by default, it uses what's called Viewport 2.0, which is by far the highest quality renderer. Now, this requires a fast graphics card, so if you have a good graphics card, this is the way to go. But sometimes things may not render properly, or you may want to use a faster type of rendering. So we can always go to what's called the legacy default viewport, which basically just shows a default scene, which isn't as photorealistic. And we can also do a legacy high-quality viewport, which again isn't showing you exactly as much as Viewport 2.0. Now, I'm going to pretty much stick to Viewport 2.0, but just know that these other renderers are there in case you might need them. And we also can change what type of panels we have. So, for example, by default, this is the perspective window. And you can see that here in green, that's called perspective. But if we want, we can go into an orthographic view, so we could see the front or the side view or whatever we want. Now I'm going to go here and go back to perspective. Now, one of the most important things of the viewport is how you shade objects. And we can do that using two methods. We have a number of hotkeys on the keyboard, which can quickly change your shading. And then if we want, we can go into a much more detailed control over how things are shaded. So let's go over the hotkeys first. The hotkeys are 4, 5, 6, and 7. So if you hit the number key 4, it will bring it into wireframe mode. And notice how that little help window comes up. 5 shows it in shaded mode. But notice how the textures on this object are not visible. This is because the hotkey 6 enables those. So 4, wireframe, 5, shaded without textures, 6 adds textures in, and 7 goes one step further and adds in the lighting that's in the scene. Now, if you don't have lights in the scene, it will just show the default lights. Now, we can get to these through the shading menu as well. So if I want, I can go to wireframe here, and notice how this menu also shows you the hotkey. So I can see that that's number 4. So if I go to wireframe, it goes the same. Or I can go to smooth shade. Another thing I can do is called flat shade. It kind of gives you more of a faceted type of shading. And if I zoom in here on his face, you can kind of see how that gives it different from smooth shade, smooths it out. And flat shade gives me a little bit more of a faceted look to it. Go back to smooth shade here. And we can also show what's called a bounding box. And what that does is it just puts boxes around all of your objects, which is really the simplest way to show them. Now, if you have a scene that has a lot of objects in it, this may be the way to go. But typically, you can use the other modes. In addition to these main ones here, we can also go down here, and these are ones that we can toggle on or off to our existing shading. So, for example, if I'm shaded, I could have wireframe on shaded, and that will show me the wireframes over my shaded objects. I can also turn on what's called X-ray, which allows you to kind of see through things. And these are toggles. I can turn them on or off in any combination. So if I wanted to, I could turn off wireframe on shaded and just see X-ray, or turn them all off. Now we have some additional ones here. One is for X-ray joints, which is great for character animation. And we also have a few others. Now another one that's really important is the hardware texturing. Now this is the same as hitting the hotkey number 6. So if I turn this off, it basically turns off the texturing. So turn that on or off. And that's basically the same as toggling between 5 and 6. Now the lighting panel has a number of other ones here. We have use all lights, which again is hotkey 7. And again, you can see how that turns on the lighting. We can also turn on or off shadows. So if you want to see the shadows, great. Now, in addition to all of these text-based menus, we have these graphic icons that live along the top of the viewport. Now, these allow you to very quickly change between modes. Now, if you ever want to know what an object is, all you have to do is hover over it and it will let you know. You can see that this one is select camera. But I'm going to go over here and actually just go through these last ones. So this one here gives you wireframe mode. This one here gives you smooth shade. This next one here is kind of neat. It basically just turns off all the shading and just uses the default material. This is great for modeling if you just want to see how the surface of something looks without the textures. And we can toggle that off. And if we go over here, we can turn on wireframe on shaded. This will turn on or off textures. This will turn on or off the lights and the shadows. So these are basically duplicating what we see in the menus. Now, in addition to this, we have this one here, which is kind of neat. It's called Screen Space Ambient Occlusion. Now, what ambient occlusion is all the soft shadows in the scene. So if I click on this, you can see that some nice soft secondary shadows show up or disappear, depending on whether that's enabled. Now, in addition to this, we can do things such as motion blur. So you can actually view motion blur in a viewport. We can also do things such as depth of field and anti-aliasing. So there's some really great capabilities with viewports in Maya. So as you start to work with Maya, realize that you can change the way each individual viewport looks to help you to work with your scene better. Let's take a quick look at how to customize the Maya interface. Now, by default, Maya has a lot of toolbars and a lot of stuff surrounding the viewports. Now, if you want to buy yourself more real estate or want less clutter, you can actually turn things on or off. We can get to this by using the display menu. So if I click on this, you'll see I have a number of different options for how to display things. Now, one of the things in Maya is that we can actually tear off menus. So if you go into the very top here, you'll see this dotted line. Now, with any menu, you can just click on that and it will tear off, which is nice because then we can just look at this menu. Now, we can display the grid. We can turn it on or off. You can see here. Or the next option here is for what's called a heads-up display. Now, this is just a lot of different types of things that you can put into your viewport so you can see things. So for example, if I do object details, it will give me all of the details of any object I select. So you can see how these change a little bit just depending upon the type of object. And we can always toggle these on or off. Now, more importantly are the UI elements. So if I want, I can turn off different types of UI elements to make the interface less cluttered. So for example, this Mel script line here, I'm not going to really be typing in commands in the near future, so I can actually turn that off. So I can actually go to the command line here and turn that off. And notice how that buys me a little bit more real estate. If you're not going to animate, you might want to turn off the time slider and the range slider, or you could just leave the time slider on. It really just depends on how you want to work. And again, you can always turn these on or off very quickly. So for example, if you don't want to see the shelves, you can do that. And again, the interface opens up more and you have more viewport space. Now I'm working on a very tight screen, so I need a little bit more space. So sometimes I may turn things on or off just to get a little bit more screen real estate. So don't be confused by that. Now, in addition to all of this, we have things in the display menu that allows us to hide and show objects. We can also make things visible only to certain cameras. There's really a lot of power in this. Now, I'm not going to get into all of this. Now, in addition to this, we also have what are called our preferences. So we can go into Window, Settings, Preferences, and we have a number of different menu options here. Probably the most important one is the Preferences window. So if I click on that, you can see this is my Preferences window. So we can go through and we can set preferences for just about anything in Maya. And there's no way I can go through all of this, but let's go ahead and take a look at some of them. So for example, we can turn on or off our interaction mode. Basically, we're going to keep it to Maya. We also have UI elements. And this, again, is just exactly what we have in the display menu here. We can actually turn on or off our range slider or our command line. And then we can also hide or show things such as our attribute editor and so on. We can also turn on what's called the view queue. Another one is help. How much help do you want Maya to show? Now, one of the things that I'm noticing here is that when I'm in this window here and I'm hitting 5 and 4, this menu keeps coming up. Now, I really don't like that interrupting my flow, so I like to turn that off. So if I go to Interface Help, I can turn off in-view messages. So if I turn that off, and then I go back over to my viewport just by left-clicking on it, you can see now I don't get that menu. If I turn it on, again, click over there, I can turn it on or off. So this is really nice. And then you can also have your pop-up help here turn on or off. So if I hover over something and the help shows up, I can turn that on or off as well. And then you can also determine the language of your help and whether or not you're going out to the web for the Autodesk Help web pages. Now, in addition to this, we have some other options here. We have our display options, so on and so forth, kinematics. We have what are called settings. Now, this actually is really important. If we go to settings here, we can set the units that Maya is using. In this case, we're using centimeters, but we can change that to inches, feet, or yards, or whatever we want. And we can also set the time base for our animation. So if you want to animate at 24 frames a second, that's the default, but you can change it to 30, 25, or really whatever you want. So now that we understand some of the basics of the interface, we can start diving into actually navigating our scenes. Now that we have all the housekeeping out of the way, let's get down to actually using Maya. We're going to start off with navigation. Now, navigation in Maya requires a 3-button mouse. Now, if you have a laptop with a 2-button touchpad or maybe an Apple machine that has a 2 or even a 1-button mouse, do yourself a favor, go out and get a 3-button mouse. It'll be the best thing you ever got for Maya. So with that in mind, let's show you how to use those 3 buttons. Basically, navigation is a combination of 1 keyboard key and 1 mouse button. So we hold down the Alt or Command key, depending on whether you have a PC or a Mac keyboard. Now that's the key immediately to the side of the space bar. So you hold down Alt or Command and left click, and we can rotate the view. So if you move the mouse left and right, you're rotating left and right, or up and down, or any combination. Alt and middle click pans the view. Alt and right-click dollies the camera. In other words, it moves the camera in and out. Now, we're not zooming the camera. We're not changing the focal length. We're actually physically moving the camera. Now, if you want to, you can also dolly by using the middle mouse wheel. If your mouse has a wheel in the middle, you can just scroll that in or out to dolly the camera. Now, in addition to this, we also have other ways to navigate. There is a frame command here. So under View, we have what's called Frame All or Frame Selection, and both of those use the F key. So if I have nothing selected in the scene and I hit the F key, it frames everything in the scene. If I left-click on something and select it and hit F, it will frame that particular object. So if I wanted to get into his helmet here, I could just select his helmet and hit F, and I will get into that. And then again, I can just dolly out and navigate again as normal. Now, in addition to this, we also have something called the View Cube. Now, this is not available in Viewport 2.0, but if we turn on one of these other renderers, such as the default viewport, you'll notice over here we get this cube that pops up. And what we can do is we can click on that cube to change our view. So if I wanted to go to top or front or left or back or right or bottom or whatever, I can do that. And then I can also click on the corners to get isometric type views and so on. And we can also hit home, which will basically bring it to the origin of the scene. Now notice how when I dolly or rotate the camera, the view cube goes with me. So this is a really nice way of getting very quick views of your scene. And this is also a reason to use other viewport renderers when working with Maya. So go ahead and use a scene to practice navigating in Maya. It's really very straightforward and you'll catch on to it very quickly. Now let's take a look at how to use the spacebar in Maya to bring up what are called marking menus as well as switch between views. Now, if you actually just tap the spacebar in Maya, you'll see that it switches between the fore view and your perspective view. Or actually what it does is switches between your fore view and whichever other view you have highlighted. So if my mouse is over the front view, I can highlight that. If my mouse is over the side view and I hit the spacebar, that one comes up. So this is a really fast way to go from view to view in Maya. Now, in addition to this, the spacebar can also be used to bring up what's called the hotbox. So if I hold down the spacebar, you'll see this whole menu system comes up. And what this is basically all the menus in Maya. So you can see we have our file menu right here, File, Edit, Modify, Create. We also have our View, Shading, Lighting, Renderer. We also have what are called our animation menus, our Edit Mesh menus, Surfaces, which are basically all these menus that are under this pull-down menu. So for example, I go to Polygons, you'll see we have Mesh and Edit Mesh. If we go down to Surfaces, you'll see I have Edit Curves and Surfaces. If I hold down my space bar over a viewport, you'll see that I have these same menus. So this is a really fast way to get into menus without having to switch your menu set. Now, in addition to this, we also have what are called recent commands. So these are the most recent things that you've done in Maya. So if you want to repeat a command, you can just hit your space bar, go to recent commands, and select the command that you wanted to do. Now, if you click in the center of this, we can also change our view. So we can actually change to the left view, the right view, and so on, or we can go back to our perspective view. We can also change our hotbox controls. So we can actually change which menus are showing. So if we hide all, it will just show these. If we just show polygons, it'll just show the polygons menu. Or if we show all, it'll show everything. Now, typically, I keep everything on, so that way it's very easy to get into individual menus. Now, in addition to this, if I click over this, I can also change my hotbox style. So basically, zones and menu rows and all of these. But typically, I like to keep it at the default. Now, in addition to this, there are some other floating menus that you may see in Maya. If you right-click over an object, you'll see what's called a marking menu. So, for example, if I right-click here over this object, I can get into editing modes for that object. I can also have some selection things. So I can select everything in the scene. So right-click, select, or deselect all, which is nice. And I also have some other options here, which we'll get into. You can also assign materials to objects, such as your favorite materials or existing materials in the scene. So there's a number of options here under the marking menu, and these will change depending upon the type of object that you're hovering over. So, just to sum up, the spacebar allows you to switch between viewports, and holding down the spacebar brings up the hotbox, which gives you a number of menu options as well as the ability to change viewports. Now, right-clicking over an object brings up another floating menu called a marking menu. So hopefully these will be very handy as you start to use Maya. Now let's take a look at how to select objects in Maya. We do this using the selection tool. Now this is the default in Maya, but if you don't have it defaulted, we can always just click here to get into the selection tool. Now the hotkey for this is the letter Q, or the Q key. Now once you have the selection tool enabled, you can just left click on any object to select it. So if I wanted to select a chair, I could select any one of these chairs. If I wanted to select one of the oranges in this bowl of fruit, I can do that. Now, if you want to select multiple objects, the Shift key is your friend. So I can select this chair, hold down my Shift key, select that chair, and then basically just go around the table and select all of the chairs. Now, one thing I want you to notice is that the last thing that you have selected always highlights in green. Now, this isn't important for us right now, but as we move forward in Maya, the order of selection of objects can be very important. So if I were to select the bowl, notice how that highlights in green. Now, if you want to deselect objects in Maya, all you have to do is just click on the object again. So if I hold down the Shift key and click on this bowl, it deselects. So I can deselect any one of these objects, again, just by holding down the Shift key. So I can basically just toggle those objects on or off just by holding down my Shift key and left clicking. Now, if you want to select multiple objects, we can click and drag, and this is called marquee selection in Maya. So if I were to left click and drag, notice how I get a box, and anything that falls within that box gets selected. So if I select those chairs, I can do that, or if I want to, I can select these chairs here. Now, Shift also works with marquee selection. So if I hold down the Shift key and select these chairs, again, I can select or deselect multiple objects. So again, I can use marquee selection as a selection or a deselection. Now, there are times when you'll want to select something and other things might be in the way. Let's say, for example, I'm selecting this table. So if I were to click here, that selects the table. But let's say I wanted to select something that was behind or underneath the table. Well, in that case, I need to be able to select through things. And I can do that by going into wireframe mode. So if I hit 4, which is my shortcut for wireframe, I can select things that are behind things, because really now I'm clicking on the wires, not the surfaces. So if I wanted to, I could click on this chair to select it, or click on this chair. But if I were to be in, say, shaded mode and click in the exact same place, I would click on the table because it's looking at the surface rather than the wires. So this can be a very handy way of selecting hard to get at objects as you go into wireframe mode and select them there. Now, in addition to all of this, we also have another way to select objects, and that's using the lasso tool. It's very similar to the marquee tool, and it's just basically a lasso. If you've ever used Photoshop, you've probably used a tool similar to this. So all you have to do is select that lasso tool, left click and drag, and draw your shape, and you can select things. And this works exactly like the selection tool. So if I wanted to, I could hold down my Shift key and lasso select these objects, or deselect them by lassoing them again. Now, if you want to control selection even further, you can go into what's called the tool settings. So if I double click on this tool, I can bring up a dialog box that allows me to control the interaction of this tool. So I can control whether I have a selection style of marquee, or I can drag select, which is a little bit different. And I can also do what's called soft selection. So if I turn on soft selection, I can select by volume, which is basically within the object, Or I can select globally, so I can actually select things within objects, or I can select by object themselves. So if I select this, anything within a certain range allows me to select those particular objects. Now this tool settings works for a number of these tools along the left-hand side, and we can either get to these by double-clicking on them or up here by showing and hiding them using this button as well. So those are some of the basics of how to select objects. Remember, Q is your hotkey, left click, and then Shift will select or deselect from your selection set. Now let's go ahead and get things moving by using the Move tool. In Maya, the Move tool is here along the side, and the hotkey for that is W. In fact, Move, Rotate, Scale, and Select actually have sequential hotkeys, which makes it very convenient. So if you remember, Q is Select. Right next to that is W, which is Move. E is Rotate, and R is Scale. So Q, W, E, and R. So if we select the Move tool by hitting W, notice how the cursor changes to have this little square here. And this can work a lot like the Select tool. You can left-click on objects to select them, but it also puts you into Move mode. So you can see this little gizmo shows up here. Now this gizmo has 3 arrows of different colors, and each color represents one of the axes in Maya. Maya is a 3D program, so we have 3 axes. X is red, Y is green, blue is Z. So you can see that here on the bottom left-hand corner of the viewport, you can see a little axis here with X, Y, and Z. So if you're ever confused, you can take a look at that. But I can actually use this gizmo to move my objects around. So I select it, and if I grab onto any of these arrows, I can move it forward and back. I can move it up and down, or left and right. In other words, I can move it along X, Y, and Z. Now, if I grab the middle of this, I can move it in any direction. Now, if you're in a 3D viewport, any direction may be a little confusing. So you may want to go to an orthographic viewport if you want to just kind of move it around 2 axes. So if I want to, I can hit my space bar, go into any one of my viewports here. Let's go into my side viewport here. And if I want, I can move it along those 2 axes in that viewport. Now, if you want, you can also grab any one of these here, and these will also move it along that plane. So you can see we have these little planes here. So we have this blue plane, and that moves it this way. We have this red plane that moves it back and forth and up and down. And then we have this green plane, which basically just moves it along the floor. So we've got basically 7 different ways to move. We have 3 for the arrows, 3 for the planes, and then we can just grab the object and move it. Now, if we want, we can also move multiple objects. So if I want to, I can, just like with the Select tool, I can left-click and drag and marquee select multiple objects. And again, I can move multiple objects, and I can move them along a plane. Or if I want, I can hold down Shift and continue to select. So I could select, move, deselect, move, and so on. So in a lot of ways, the Move tool also acts like a Select tool. Now, in addition to this, we also have options for our Move tool. So if I double-click on this Move tool, or if I click the Show Hide tool settings, you can see I have a number of different options here. So if I go up here, you can see, am I going to move my axis along the world axis, along a specific axis for that object, or local axes? And then also we have down here Soft Select, which we've seen before. So I can actually use Soft Select to move objects proportionally. Now, if you're actually moving objects themselves, you'll need to go, instead of volume or surface, you'll need to go down to either global or object. I'm going to start with object here. And you can see we have a fall off radius here for our Soft Select. So if I dial that up, I select more objects. If I dial it down, I select fewer. And when this is on object, you can see I can move these objects proportionally. And this can be very nice for arranging different objects. Now, if you want to do something a little bit more interesting, we can also set this on global. Now what this does is it actually affects the individual parts of the object. So when I move it, you're actually stretching the object. And I can always hit Control Z to undo that if I want. Now, by default, once you select this soft select, it kind of stays stuck. So if I select something else, I'll still get that. So if you're using soft select, be sure to turn it off when you don't need it. And again, we can just close this out. So those are the basics of the Move tool. It's really very simple. It works very much like the Select tool. And once your objects are selected, you can move them individually, in groups, or using soft select. Now that we've moved things around a bit, let's go ahead and rotate and scale them. We're going to look at the rotate and scale tools. Now remember, we have 4 different hotkeys. We have Q, W, E, and R, which gives us select, W is move, E is rotate, and R is scale. So let's go ahead and take a look at the rotate tool first. I'm going to hit E, or if I want, I can just select the icon for the tool. Now again, this is very similar to the Move tool. You can use it as a select tool, so you can marquee select multiple objects if you want, or you can select them individually. Now when you select an object with the rotate tool, you'll get this gizmo. This gives you several different ways to rotate the object. If you click on the red, green, or blue rings, you get to rotate it around a specific axis. So if I wanted to click on red, left click and hold, I can rotate it this way. I can rotate it this way around the green axis, which is Y, or around the Z axis, which is blue. Now if I want, I can click on this outer ring here, and this will rotate it around whatever viewport I'm looking at. So if I'm looking at it from this way, I'll rotate it around there. So basically, it's rotating perpendicular to the camera. In other words, whatever camera view you have, it will rotate it to that camera. Now, if you want, you can click in between these and just free rotate it however you want. And I find that gets a little hard to control. So a lot of times, I'll just use the standard X, Y, and Z rotation icons. Now, scale is pretty much the same. So if we select scale, we can scale the object. Again, we have 3 axes here. I can select the middle here and scale it uniformly, up or down. Or I can select any one of the axes and scale along those axes. And just like the Move tool, I will have these little planes. So if I select a plane, I can scale along any 2 axes. Now, just like with the Move tool, we do have options for each of these tools. So let's go back to the Rotate tool and select multiple objects. Now, the thing about rotation is we have to rotate around a specific axis. So if I select my Rotate tool and I move these objects, you'll see that they're rotating around their own individual axes. So each object has kind of a center of rotation, and that's where that manipulator is centered. So if I select multiple objects, by default, they'll rotate around those pivot points. Now, if you want, we can also change the way that the Rotate tool works. So if I double click on this, we can go to our Rotate settings here, and we can change the axis around where it rotates. But more importantly, we can change the rotate pivot. By default, it rotates around individual object pivots, which is basically each object rotates around its own pivot. But if we want, we can change it to manip, which changes it to rotate around the manipulator's pivot. So in other words, it will rotate around what this axis is. So that way you can move them all at once. Now this is one instance where selection order plays a part. So if I were to select this chair, shift select this chair, and then this chair, notice how the green chair was selected last, and that's where the manipulator is located. So now I can rotate it around the center chair. If I select them this way, and this becomes the last selected chair, then we rotate it around that. So this is one instance where selection order does play a role. Now the same applies to scale as well. Scale will scale around a specific axis. So if I'm scaling this chair, notice how it scales along the bottom part of that chair. If I select multiple chairs, notice how they all scale individually. And we can do the same with the scale tool that we do with the rotation tool. So again, I can change my scale pivot from default or object to manip, and now we will scale around the last object selected. So notice how that is now the center of the scale. So those are some of the basics of the rotate and scale tool. They're a little bit different from the move tool in that they require pivots to work. As you just saw, the rotate and the scale tool use a pivot in order to operate. Now, many times we'll have to set the pivot of the object in order for it to rotate the way that we want. Let's take a look at the wheels on this wagon. Now, the wheels are actually composed of two objects. If I just use my select tool, I can select this tire, and you can see I have a separate tire and then a separate mag wheel. So if I select the tire and hit E to rotate it, you'll notice that the rotation is circular, and so that pivot is centered. But I've set up the mag wheel itself a little bit off, so you can see how the pivot point is not centered to this. So if I were to rotate this, you can see it doesn't rotate around its axle, which is what we really want to happen. So I'm going to go ahead and undo this, and we're going to set the pivot point for this mag wheel. We can do that in one of two ways. Probably the easiest way is just to use a hotkey, and that's the D key. So if I hit the letter D and hold it down, you'll notice how my gizmo changes, and I can actually move that, and that's actually moving my pivot. So if I want, I can get this pretty lined up, or probably easier, I can go into a 4 view and actually line it up in an orthographic view. And again, I'm just pressing D to center that pivot. And once I have that centered, I can go out to my perspective viewport, and you can see that wheel will rotate properly. Now, another way to do this is to use a different hotkey here. So let's say I have this handle here, and again, the pivot of this handle is not correct. I want to actually be able to rotate it around this axle at the bottom. Now, another way to do this is if you have a PC keyboard. You can hit the Insert key, and that will lock the Pivot Move tool, so you don't have to hold down the D key, and you can actually move that. And then once you're done, you can hit Insert, and then that rotates properly. Now, another way to do this is to just center the pivot automatically. If you have an object that's fairly symmetrical, such as this mag wheel, you can center the pivot automatically by doing Modify, Center Pivot. And this will center it to the geometric center of that object. So if you have something like a wheel, that will automatically center it, and sometimes that's the easiest way to do it. But regardless, you do need to make sure that you set the pivot points of your objects so that they rotate and scale properly. We've seen how to move, rotate, and scale objects using the Move, Scale, and Rotate tools, but there are other ways to manipulate objects. One of these is the channel box. Now, this allows us to manipulate objects numerically, which will give us more precision. So let's take a look at this. We can find the channel box by clicking on this icon here. And when we click on it, you'll see that the channel box comes up. Now, if I have other icons selected, such as the attribute editor, those will come up in this side tab. But with the channel box highlighted, I can select any object I want, and you'll see that it shows up here in the channel box. We have the name of the object plus values for translation, rotation, and scale. Now, all of these objects are basically zeroed out, so they look pretty similar. But the channel box really allows us to manipulate things very precisely. So I can type in a number. So, for example, if I wanted to translate this object here, I can click on Translate X. And notice how it highlights here with yellow, and it shows me that translation of X is selected. Translation of Y and translation of Z do the same thing. So let's go back to X, and let's go ahead and just type in a number. Let's say type in the number 5 here. And you can see that the object steps forward 5 units. We could do the same for Y or Z. Let's say, for example, I wanted to make it -4 in Z. You can see it moves over to the right. Now, if I want, I can also use this as a slider. So, for example, if I select Translate in Y and middle click Notice how the gizmo here changes to just Y, and then I can actually just move it up and down. And notice how the values are also changing in my translation of Y. So I can move it up. I could also select Translate in Z, move it left or right. Okay, so middle click and drag in the viewport changes this. Now we can do the same things for rotation. So if I wanted to, I could say rotate this 90 degrees in Y, and we can make it face the other direction. Or if I click on this value here and middle click, again, I can use this as a virtual slider, which is kind of handy. Now, if you want, you can also manipulate multiple values at the same time. So let's say we wanted to zero out our translation. We wanted to set it all back to 0. So I could select these individually and type in a 0, and that will snap back. But the faster way is to just go ahead and highlight everything, and then just go ahead and type in a 0. And what it will do is fill in everything that's highlighted with that number. Now, I don't have to do it with 0. I could do it with any number. Now, scale is a little bit different. We're not zeroing out scale. We actually 1 it out because 1 is our default for scale. Anything above 1 is scaled up. Anything below 1 is scaled down. So if I wanted to double the size of this object, I could do the same thing. I could select all of the scale in X, Y, and Z and just type in the number 2, and that will double the size of that object. If I wanted to, I could select all of these and again use that middle click in the viewport. So I'm middle clicking and dragging, and I could scale this evenly among all those axes. Now, if I wanted to set this back, I could again select all of them and type in a 1. Now, another thing you can do in the channel box is that you can actually lock attributes. Let's say I don't want the user to be able to scale this object. So I can lock that by selecting an attribute here, in this case, scale X, and I can right-click over that. And you'll see I have a number of different functions that I can use. The one I'm looking for here is lock selected. So if I select that, you'll see that this value grays out. And also in the scale gizmo, that little box for X also grays out, so I cannot scale it in X. Now, if I wanted to completely eliminate scaling, I could just select all of these, again, left click and drag, right click over it, and just do lock selected. So now when I select this object and go to scale it, I can't. But I can rotate it, and I can move it. Now, if I want to lock everything, I can just left click and drag, select all of these, and then right click, and then just do a lock selected. And that locks everything out. So I can't move it, rotate it, or scale it. And notice how all these are grayed out. Now, to undo this, you can select individual parameters or multiple ones, and then just right click above it and just do unlock selected. And that allows me now, I can move it, but I can't rotate or scale. And if I want to unlock everything, I can do that as well. Now, this right-click menu has a number of other things in it. We can freeze objects. We can also copy and paste values. So if you want to copy and paste, say, a rotation from one object to another, you can do that here. So those are some of the basics of the channel box. It's a really handy interface, and we'll be using it a lot as we start to go deeper into Maya. Now, if you want to know more about an object, you can use the attribute editor. Now, the channel box basically just tells you where the object is in space. The attribute editor gives you much more detail about the object. It shows how the object is constructed, its shape, also its color and texture. So let's take a look at this. We can get to the attribute editor by clicking on this button here, or if we have these tabs open, we can get to them here. Now, just like the channel box, if you click here, you can actually tear this off. I'm not going to do that. I like to keep these windows docked so we can see them. But if we select an object here, let's go ahead and say select this sideboard here. You can see that every object in the attribute editor has a number of different tabs that tell you different things about the object. So if I go to the main tab here, the one on the left, this will tell me basically the information that's in the channel box. It'll tell me my translation, my rotation, my scale. It'll also show me where my rotation axis is. It'll also allow me to do things such as display handles if I want to grab it a little bit more easily, give me information as to how this is ghosted. In other words, if I'm animating, I may want to show ghosting information. But really, the most important one here is the transform attributes. Now, these are the same attributes we have in the channel box. So, for example, with this sideboard, if I wanted to move it up, say, 5 units here in Y, I could do that. And if I go over to my channel box, you'll see that that number is here. So, for example, if I move that down to 2 and go over to my attribute editor, you'll see that it's changed here. So these numbers are equivalent. I'm going to go ahead and zero that out. Now, in addition to this, we have a number of tabs. Now, the number of tabs will vary depending upon the object and how it is built and how it is textured. Now, typically, you'll see a minimum of 3, perhaps more, of these tabs. Usually, the second tab is the Shape tab. Now, this kind of defines how the object is shaped, whereas this first tab just shows Maya where the object is in space. The second one shows what it is. In other words, how it is shaped. So we can control things such as how to smooth the mesh of the object, which actually doesn't look that great. We can also show things such as tessellation, render stats. How does this object render? Okay, do you want it to cast shadows, receive shadows? Do you want it to be visible in motion blur? Those sorts of things. So again, we have a lot more control over this object than we would in the channel box. We also have additional tabs here. And towards the end, you will start to find the materials tabs. Now, this object here has 3 colors on it. It has kind of this light blue, a darker blue, and a silver for the handles. So we have this cabinet color, we have a silver, you can see that, and we have the doors, which are a darker color. Now, each one of these brings up what's called a materials editor, and this allows us to control the color and texture of the object. Now, we're going to be getting into this in detail a little bit later, but one of the things you can do here is just click on the color, and you can actually just start to dial in a different color. So if I wanted green doors on this or red doors, I could certainly do that. And I can also change all sorts of parameters here. Now, this is just one object. Let's go ahead and select another object here. Let's go ahead and select this painting here. And you can see that this painting actually has a couple of other things. You can see it has the initial node, which shows our translation and rotation. And again, these are the same numbers that we have in the channel box. We also have our picture shape, which shows the main geometry node. We have this one here for shading group. And then we have 2 materials here, one for the frame and one for the painting that's inside. And the same goes for something like, say, this chair. Let's go ahead and select this chair. And you can see this one's actually constructed a little bit more simply. We have a main position node. And again, this is our position of the object. We have the shape of the object, which includes things such as our render stats, as well as our render materials. So this has a cherry wood for the chair, and this one here called anisotropic, which is basically the metal on the chair. So we can get a lot more complex with the attribute editor. And just as with the channel box, we will start to use this more as we work our way through the course. So this is really just an introduction to the attribute editor. So just be aware of this, and we will be using it as we move forward with Maya. Now let's take a look at one last little tool, and that's the grease pencil tool. Now I'm including this up front because it's a tool that we may be using throughout the course, but it's something that you'll probably be using mostly for modeling and animation. Now what this tool does is allows you to basically draw in Maya, or draw over a scene in Maya. We can find this on any one of our viewports here. It's this little icon that looks like a grease pencil, and we click on it, and it brings up this menu. Now what it does is it allows us to create what are called grease pencil frames. And those are basically just overlays to our viewport. So we start by hitting the plus sign. Now when we do that, it adds a frame. Now this is kind of an animation thing here. If we look on our timeline, you'll see this light blue box here, and that tells us we have a grease pencil frame on frame 1. And then all we have to do is select our tool. We have a marker, a soft pencil, and a regular pencil. And then we can also select whatever color we want for the tool. And then all we have to do is just draw. Now I have a tablet here, and I can just draw. So let's say I wanted to mark this up, and I say I want his helmet to be bigger or something like that. I can just mark that up, And I can basically just draw all over my drawing. Now, this is great for, say, sketching out a motion path or even sketching out something that you'll be modeling. It's also good for reviewing things. So if you're a director or something like that and you want to modify a frame, you can just draw over it using the grease pencil tool. Now, once you're done with the grease pencil, all you have to do is go back to your select mode, and that ends that mode. Now, if we move forward in the timeline, notice how this grease pencil plus and minus changes. We can only delete a frame when our time slider is over that frame. So let's go ahead and move forward here to say to frame 20, and let's go ahead and draw something else. I'm going to draw something here in red using the marker, okay? And so I'm going to go ahead and draw something. Maybe I'll just outline his head or something, or maybe I'll just block that in, okay? So we can see it very graphically. Now I go back to my select tool here, and you'll see that the green here is kind of grayed out just a little bit. And we also have another grease pencil frame right here. So if I go behind frame 20, notice how that disappears and the other ones highlight. So basically anything between frames is going to take the value of the last frame, and this is going to basically gray out, and then it swaps right here. So now that you see the pattern, you can see that we can keep going with this. We can go frame to frame to frame and draw over any frame that we want. Now, these will save out with your file, which makes them great for review. Now, if you want to get rid of this, you do have to go to the frame where it was created. So if I left click and drag to frame 20 and hit the minus sign, it removes that frame. And again, let's go back to the very first frame here, and we can remove that. So as you can see, this is a very, very handy tool. It's a great way to mark up your animation, to sketch out things on the screen, or to help position animation. And I'm sure you'll find it very useful as you use Maya. Let's take a look at how to organize Maya scenes. But before we do that, let's go ahead and make sure that we set our project to the proper folder. So we're going to go File, Set Project, and we're in Chapter 2. So let's go ahead and set this to our Chapter 2 folder in our exercise files. Now, once I do that, I can open the scene that we're going to work with, which is 0201. So now let's take a look at the outliner. The outliner is a great way to organize and navigate all of the objects in your scene. Now, it is a floating window, or it can be seen in a viewport. So if you want to see it as a floating window, we can go into Window, Outliner, and the window will appear here, and we can use it. Now, another way to look at it is in a viewport. If we want, we can configure a viewport to be an outliner, but we also have a preset already set up here. If I click on this particular preset, it'll give me a perspective window and the outliner here on the left. Now, I'm going to use the outliner as a floating window, so I'm going to go back here to the regular layout and go back to Window, Outliner. So here's our outliner, and as you can see, it has a list of all of the objects in our scene. Now, each of these objects has a name as well as an icon associated with it. So for example, this icon here looks like a little camera, and that's actually the camera that is the perspective window. So this is my perspective window here, which is actually just a camera in Maya. We also have ones for our orthographic viewports, our top, front, left, and side. Now these are grayed out, and that means that they're hidden. And we'll get to this in a little bit, but just know that grayed out means hidden. Now, as we get further down, you'll see that we have the actual objects in our scene. So we have the chair. So we have chair 01, 02, 03, and 04, plus the table and the bowl, as well as lights in the scene. Now, notice these also have different icons associated with them. So the chair is a polygonal object, and it has this icon associated with it. The bowl is what's called a NURBS surface, and I'll explain what that is a little bit later. But just know that this icon here stands for NURBS surface. And then the lights themselves in the scene, well, they look like little spotlights. Now, each object can be selected from within the outliner. If you want, you can also double-click on the object to rename it. So if you wanted to rename Chair 01, Chair 1, for example, you could do that and just rename it. Now, if you want to select multiple objects, all you have to do is hold down the Shift key. So I can Shift select one or two objects, or I can Shift select over a range. So if I go from 1 down to 4, I can select all of those. Now, if I want to select just individual objects, I can use the Control key. So if I select this chair and hold down the Control key, I can skip over chair 2 and just select chair 3. Same would go for the lights. So I can select this point light and Control select maybe this one and that one. And this is great because it allows you to select whatever you want. Now, one of the things you might notice is that when I select a light, it actually shows up here. We have this default light set show up, and that's because that light is part of a group. Notice how a couple of these entries have a little plus sign next to them. So for example, this table, if I hit a plus sign to that, you'll see that underneath this main table, I have an object called the tabletop. And then I have another plus sign, and if I click there, you can see that, well, I have the bottom of the table. And below that, I have each individual leg of the table. Now, this is called a hierarchy. So each object in the scene is actually a child of the one above it. This is very similar to the folder system that you would see on the hard drive of your computer. You would have folders and folders within folders and also objects within folders, files, that sort of thing. So when I select something that is a child or is beneath something, the top ones gray out just to show you that they're part of that overall hierarchy. And the same goes for this bowl. So if I select the bowl, I select everything underneath it. So if I wanted to, for example, move this bowl, all I have to do is hit W to go into the Move tool. And I can move that bowl wherever I want. And notice how the oranges inside the bowl go with it. But if I were to select one of the oranges in the bowl and just move that, well, I'm moving it away from its parent. So if I move it over here, then that orange will still be a child of the bowl, but it's moved relative to its main parent. So again, I can actually move things away from the parent and then move the parent itself. So those are some of the basics of how to select things, as well as how to navigate hierarchies in the outliner. Now, in addition to this, we also have ways in which to display objects in the outliner. Now, the outliner has a display menu. I'm going to actually move this over to the side here. And what we have is by default, it's showing what are called DAG objects, and those are your main nodes for your objects. So if I were to select my chair here and go into my attribute editor, you notice that I have a standard object here called chair 1, and that's my top node, and that contains all of my translation information. But if I go into display shapes, you'll notice how each one of these now all of a sudden becomes a hierarchy. And underneath this initial node here, I get one just for the shape. So you can see here in the outliner, I'm selecting the main node, which is basically the position information. This is where the object is, but it's not what the object is. The shape tells you what the object is. Now, this is kind of an esoteric concept, and it's not something that you really need to use on a day-to-day basis. So typically, I turn off shapes. It prevents a lot of confusion. Now, in addition to this, we can also turn on or off or display things that are connected, as well as reference nodes, and those are nodes that reference files on the hard disk. Now, another menu that you have here is the Show menu, and I find this to be actually very useful. So what we can do is we can show objects by type. So, for example, if I only wanted to see the lights in the scene, I could just click on Lights, and all of my lights would be shown, and everything else would be hidden. And this is great if I have a lot of objects in the scene and I can't seem to find things. I can basically pare down my list just by using these checkboxes. So if I want, I can check things on or off. So for example, if I just want to see lights and NURBS objects, I can check both of these, and then I'll get my bowl, all of the oranges, which are NURBS surfaces, as well as my lights. Now, if you want to show everything, all you have to do is click Clear Below, and then that just defaults it to everything. As you can see, the outliner is a very handy window, and we'll be using it a lot as we explore Maya. Now let's take a look at how to further organize our objects in Maya, and that's by creating hierarchies. Now, many times you'll want to move an object and have other objects move along with it. For example, this little red wagon. You want all of the parts of that wagon to move as one. Now, if we take a look at this in the outliner, you'll see that we have all of these different parts for this wagon. But if I select just one part, say the body of this wagon, and I move it, nothing else follows along. That's because nothing is connected. It's not in a hierarchy. Now, a hierarchy allows us to connect objects mechanically so that they move together. So let's take a look at how to do this. It's really very simple. Let's go ahead and start with the wheels. So in this, I have two objects here. I've got a tire, which is this object here, and then I've got another object called mag wheel, which is basically the rim for the tire. Now, these are separate objects, so they don't move together, and we want to connect them. So basically what I can do is I can select the tire. In this case, it's tire FL for front left. And then all I have to do is in the outliner, middle click, and drag it over the mag wheel, front left. Now, you got to be sure to drag it completely over. If I go in between these, I'm just rearranging. If I middle click and drag so it's completely over and I get this box, then when I let go, I create a hierarchy. And so now when I select the rim, it selects the rim and what's beneath it, which is the tire. So let's do this one more time. I'm going to go to the back wheel here, and this is mag wheel, rear left, RL. So I'm going to find tire, RL, select that, middle click, drag it so I get the box so that it's completely over the other object, and let go. So there we go. So now we can do the same for the other side. So now I've created 4 hierarchies, one for each wheel. So now when I rotate these wheels, the tire moves with the rim. So we can extend this concept a little bit further, and let's go ahead and attach the tires to the axles. We have a front axle. If we look at this from underneath here, we have a front axle and we have a rear axle. So each one of those connects 2 tires. So let's go ahead and select the rear wheels here. I'm going to select mag wheel RL for rear left, and I'm going to control select mag wheel RR. And middle click and drag over rear axle. So now the rear axle has both wheels connected to it. We can do the same for the front axle. I can just select both of these, middle click and drag them over the front axle. And now we can just keep going. I can select front axle and control select rear axle and middle click and drag it over body. So now when I select body, it has everything connected. So now I've got the wheels and the axles connected. But we still have a few parts that are left behind here. So let's go ahead and connect those. Now in the back of the wagon, I've got these 2 supports here. And those are basically connected to the body of the wagon itself. So I can select both of those and middle click and drag over the body. And then finally, in the front of the wagon, we have this handle which rotates around this pin. So I've got this handle here, and we have a little pin there that keeps it attached to that front axle. So I can select my handle, middle click and drag over the pin, and now I need to attach this to the front axle. So I open up my body here, and you can see I have front axle below this, and I can certainly drag this down into that hierarchy. So again, I'm dragging it over front axle, let go, and now you can see the front axle has the wheels as well as the pin and the handle. So now, when I select the body of the wagon, I select everything underneath it, which is basically everything connected to it. And now I can move the entire wagon as I want. And then I also can select sub-assemblies of the wagon. So for example, if I select the front axle and I hit E to rotate it, you can see how I rotate the handle as well as the wheels. So now we've got everything connected in a hierarchy. Now you can see how hierarchies can be very valuable to organizing your scenes. You can connect things mechanically for animation or just for organization so that you can move things and arrange things very easily. Another way to organize your objects is by using groups. Now this is a way to organize objects without one object being at the head of it all. So for example, we have these chairs, and we don't really want any specific chair to be the master node of the group. We just want to be able to move all the chairs at once. So we can actually just group those objects. So if I want, I can marquee select all of my chairs, and we can just do edit group. And when I do, notice how they all light up, and we get a group. Now, if I want, I can change the name of that group. I can call it, for example, chairs, just by clicking in this field, typing and hitting enter. And now once I have this group, you can see it in my outliner. So now I have this group here. You can see by the icon, that's a group, and it's called chairs. If I select this, it selects all of my chairs, and you'll see that each chair is an individual object beneath it. Now, the group node itself doesn't contain any geometry. It's really just position and rotation information, but not geometry information. So if I were to select that group and look at it in the attribute editor, you'll see that I only have one tab, and that's my DAG node, which has all of my translation, rotation, and scale information. So if I want, I can select this and transform the whole group itself. So I can just hit my Move tool by hitting W and moving or rotating or scaling all of my chairs. Now, if you want to select a group, you can very easily select it in the outliner. So I can just click on the group and it's selected. But if I want to select it in the viewport, it's a little bit more tricky. So if I click on any one of these chairs, by default, it'll select the geometry, in other words, the chair itself. Now we can change this by changing our selection mode. By default, Maya uses this mode here, which is select by object type. If we click on this mode, which is select by hierarchy, then clicking on any object in a hierarchy will select the master node of that hierarchy. So if I select any one of these chairs, it will select the group that is the master of those. Now, this may not be as intuitive as you'd want because you're basically switching nodes here, and so that kind of interrupts your workflow. So there's an easier way to get to the selection of the group. So let's go ahead and select the group in the outliner and go over to our attribute editor. You'll see we only have one tab here, but if we scroll down, there is a rollout here called Display. And when we open it, you'll see that we have this checkbox that says Display Handle. So if I click that on or off, notice how this handle comes up in the viewport. And when this is active, I now have an object to grab. So I can actually select that handle, and I'm selecting the group. So I have a visual representation of that group. And then I can move or rotate by using that handle. Now, when I'm working with groups, there are times when maybe you want to ungroup or get rid of a group. And so it's very easy to do that. You can use the ungroup command. So let me show you how this works. So let's go ahead and open up our outliner, select our chair group, and go Edit, Ungroup. And when we do that, it destroys the group and just brings the chairs up to the top. So as you can see, groups are very, very handy. Now, if you want to easily select groups, you just display their handles, and you can organize your scenes very efficiently. Now, groups can be used to organize scenes, but they can also be used to add additional pivot and rotation points to your objects. Let's take a look at this. I've got this basic wagon here, and this is the one that we organized previously. And the main node of this wagon is the body of the wagon. So if I select the body, that's my main node. And this is great if I want to move the wagon around. So I can basically just grab the body and move the wagon. And that works just fine. But if I wanted the wagon, say, to pop a wheelie, having the pivot point here might not be the best way to do it. So I can't, for example, rotate that wagon and make it pop a wheelie the way that I want. In this case, it might be best to have an additional group. So what we can do is we can actually just create a group that contains just the wagon. So I'm going to select the body of the wagon and hit Edit, Group. And notice how in the outliner we have our group 1, and under that we have the body of the wagon. Now also notice how each object has a different pivot. So the body of the wagon, when I select that, its pivot is at its center. The group, by default, has its pivot at the origin. And right now, we already have two different pivot points. So let's take advantage of this and move the pivot point of the group to the back wheel. So all I have to do is hold down my D key and just move that into place. Now, if I want to get this accurate, I can just hop out to my front view here and just make sure that that's centered to that wheel. Now, once I do that, I can go into my attribute editor and turn on display handle. And that gives me a handle with which to grab. So now I can grab this and rotate that wagon up on its wheels so that it has a wheelie. So this is a pretty cool way to organize your scenes. Now, if I wanted to, I could create another group for the front wheel. Let's say I just go ahead and select this and go group again. And we could, again, just hit D, move this pivot out to the front wheel. And again, I'm just hopping into my front viewport here. And now I've got the pivot for the second group on the front wheel. So now I can pivot it up this way, or I can select the rear group here and pivot it up that way. So as you can see, groups are not just for organizing your scenes, they're also tools that you can use for helping your object to move exactly the way that you want. Maya's hypergraph window is a visual way to organize your scenes. Now it's similar to the outliner in the way that it works, but a little bit different. So let's take a look at this. We're going to go into Window, Hypergraph. Now there are two entries here, one hypergraph hierarchy, the other hypergraph connections. We're going to start off with hierarchy. Now when I open this up, it brings up this window. Now this window behaves very similarly to a viewport, and we can navigate it just like we can a viewport. I can hold down the Alt key, middle click to pan, and right click to zoom. Now it's a 2D window, so we can't tumble or rotate, but we can certainly pan and zoom. Now I'm going to go ahead and organize this so we can see it a little bit more closely with what's in our scene. Now this can work very similar to the outliner in that I can select an object in the scene, and you can see how it highlights in yellow as I select the individual objects. And if I zoom in here, you can see that each one of these little nodes has the name of the object on it. Now if I want, I can select objects from within the hypergraph. And now what's neat about the hypergraph is that it's very graphic, so I can actually select objects and shift select from any combination of hierarchies, which makes it very easy to select different types of objects. Now another thing you can do in the hypergraph window is reorganize your hierarchies. It's very similar to the way that the outliner works. So for example, if I wanted to take this table leg here and put it in a different hierarchy, all I have to do is middle click and drag, and I can put it in some other hierarchy. So for example, I can put it under that chair, or if I select it again, middle click and drag it over table bottom, again, I will reorganize the hierarchy. So it's a very easy way to select and organize hierarchies. So we can just click and drag our hierarchies from place to place. Now navigating this window is very simple. You can certainly navigate it like a viewport, but we also have some additional options here. So for example, we can frame everything in the hypergraph window. We can select, for example, an object here. We can frame just that selection. We can frame the selection and everything in the hierarchy beneath it. Or we can select just that branch of the hierarchy. So for example, if I select the table leg, I can select just that branch, or everything within the hierarchy, or the object itself, and again, everything. Now by default, the hypergraph window will self-organize. So it'll organize itself in the same order that it's organized in the outliner. So if the chairs are at the top of the list in the outliner, they'll be on the left in the hypergraph. But if you want, you can click this button here, which is Freeform Automatic. Now we're in automatic mode, but if we click on this, you can see when we go to Freeform, we can organize this hypergraph however we want. So for example, I could take this table and maybe put it above the chairs and maybe put the bowl above the table so I have more of a visual way of viewing how the scene is organized. And then I could select these objects here, which are the lights in the scene, and maybe we can go edit group, and you can see how that groups them together. And we can, again, put that however we want. And if we go back to automatic mode right here, click, it'll go back to that exact same organization that we had before. But let's say you had a character. You could actually organize the nodes of the character to look like the character by going into this mode. We're not limited to this vertical or horizontal arrangement. We can organize things however we want in this freeform mode. Now, one more thing I want to show you is that we can filter the hypergraph window by name. So, for example, if we wanted to show just the chairs, all I have to do is type in chair and an asterisk, and anything with chair in the name will show up, and everything else will be hidden. If I delete that, then we get to see everything. Now, one more thing I want to show you is that the hypergraph can be used not just to see the hierarchy of the scene, but also the connections within objects themselves. So, if I select this chair, for example, I can go over to this mode here, which is Input and Output Connections. And this will show me exactly how this object is organized. And so if I look at the object in the attribute editor, you'll see I have a main node here for the chair, as well as nodes for the materials that are on that chair. So the wood and the metal in the chair are both separate nodes. And I can see these in these input and output connections. So if I select, for example, the chair shape, I select basically the shape of the object plus its materials, or I could select each individual material. Now this is the same as going into selecting the object and going Window, Hypergraph Connections, rather than Hypergraph Hierarchy. So when I go in there, I get the connections, and then I can switch back and forth from hierarchy to connections once I'm in that window. So not only can the hypergraph show you the connections between objects, they can show you the connections inside of objects as well. And it's also a very visual way of looking at your scene. So the hypergraph can be a very valuable addition to your Maya toolkit. Now, when you work on scenes, there may be times when you want to hide parts of the scene so that you can focus more intently on other parts. And so Maya has a very robust way of hiding and showing objects. Now, the simplest way to hide an object is to just select it and go into the display menu, and we have hide and show. Now, we have a number of different ways to hide and show objects. We can hide our selection. So if I go hide selection, my chair disappears. Now, if I want to reveal that again, I can just go display, show, and we have an option here called show last hidden. Now, when you hide an object, it doesn't disappear from Maya. It's just made invisible. So let's take a look at this in the outliner. So I have this chair here. Let's go ahead and select chair 1. I can go display, hide selection. And notice how chair 1 grays out. So I've got chair 2 and chair 3 and chair 4, but chair 1 is missing, but I can select it in the outliner. And if I want, I can go display, show selection, and that will show it as well. Now, if you want, you can also hide multiple objects. So I can go display, hide selection, select a few more things, go display, hide selection. So now I've hidden all of the chairs. Now, if I want, I can go show last hidden. And that only shows the last things that I hid. It doesn't reveal that last chair. So if I want, I can select this chair and again, show it. Now, if I want to show everything, I can just go display, show all. Now, when I do that, notice how all these other things come up. Now, by default, Maya has a lot of things that are normally hidden. And probably the most prominent ones are all of these viewports here. So these, the perspective, top, front, and side viewports, are actually cameras. And so typically, we don't want to see those in the scene. So let's go ahead and select those and go display, hide selection. Now, when you hide an object, basically what it does is it manipulates an attribute of that object called visibility. So when I go display, hide selection, it actually takes that object here, I'm selecting it in the outliner, and it turns its visibility off. So you can see chair 02 is visible, chair 01 is not visible. So if I want, I can turn this back on. I can type in the word on, or I can type a 1 or a 0. So if I hit 0, that turns it off. 1 turns it on. So we're basically just turning visibility on and off for all of these objects. Now, in addition to this, we can also use our display menu to hide objects by certain types. So for example, if I wanted to hide all of my NURB surfaces, I could, and notice how the bowl hides from the table. So basically I found everything that was made of NURBs and hid them. If I want to, I could show last hidden, and it will appear. Now, if I wanted to, I could go display, hide polygon surfaces, and the table and chairs will disappear. And again, I'm just going to go ahead and undo that. So as you can see, this can be very, very handy. You could, for example, hide all the lights and cameras in the scene so they don't get in the way, or you could hide the background of your scene while you're working on the objects in the foreground. So hide and show is a very powerful feature of Maya that uses visibility to make its magic work. One handy way to organize your scenes is using layers. Now this allows you to create self-defined groups of objects and be able to switch them on or off as you desire. So let's take a look at this scene, which is a little complicated here. And this is basically a room with a background and some furniture. So let's go ahead and organize this into layers. Now you'll find the layers menu in the channel box. So when I click on the channel box, you'll see here at the bottom I have 3 types of layers. I have display layers, render layers, and animation layers. We're going to just work with display layers. Now all I have to do to create a layer is just flick on this menu here and it says create empty layer. So if I do that, it creates a layer for my scene. Now this layer is empty. So if I wanted to, I could actually add something to this scene. So let's go ahead and zoom out and click on this background image. And let's add that to this layer. So I'm going to go ahead and right click over layer 1 and go add selected objects. Now when I do, that object is now in that layer. And once I have it in the layer, I can do all sorts of things to it. If I hit this V, I can toggle that object on or off. In other words, I can hide or show all the objects in that layer. Now next to that V is another series of toggles. I can toggle it to T, which is template mode, which shows the object but doesn't allow me to select it. It kind of grays out the wireframe of that object. The next mode is called R, which allows the object to be rendered but not selected. So you can actually see the object, but it freezes it so that you can't select the object. Now this can be really handy. You can take a lot of objects in a scene, put them into a layer so that you can see them, but you don't accidentally select them. You can also name your layers. So we have this background image in our layer. So let's go ahead and name this. So I'm going to go ahead and double click on this, and you'll see we have an edit layer menu that comes up, and we could just call this background. And we can go ahead and hit save, and now we have a background image. Now let's do the same for the objects in the room. So I'm going to go ahead and keep this background on R for reference, and then I'm just going to go ahead and select here. And that selects basically the walls and the painting of the room, and then hold down Shift Select, and I'm going to select the floor. So now I've basically got everything in the room, and I'm going to create another layer. But this time I'm going to go Layers, Create Layer from Selected. So what this does is allows me to create a layer from the objects that I've already selected. It's a little bit quicker than creating an empty layer. And now I have this second layer. And again, I can turn that layer on or off. I can template that, or I can turn it to R to make it reference. So now once I have this in reference mode, I can't accidentally select it. If reference is off, I might accidentally select the floor or the walls if I wanted to select some furniture in the room. And maybe I don't want that. So I can, again, turn it to reference, and I've got that selected. Now, if I want, I could also do the same for the furniture in the room, which is really just all that's remaining. So all I have to do is, again, marquee select this, do layers, create layer from selected. Now, again, I should keep in mind that I want to keep these things organized, so I need to also organize by name. So I'm going to go ahead and select layer 2, and let's just type in, say, furniture, hit save, go to layer 1, and let's just call that the room. So now I've got the scene pretty much organized the way that I want. Now, if I want, I can go even further. You see I have all of these lights in the scene. So I go into my outliner. I can go here and select all of my lights. And again, add a new layer, create layer from selected. And then we can just create a layer called lights. Save. And then again, I can either template those or make them reference. And now I won't accidentally select anything but the furniture in the room. And so now I can rearrange the furniture without having to accidentally select what's behind it. So as you can see, layers are very, very handy. It's a really powerful way to organize your scenes so that you can work a lot more efficiently. Now, one more way to stay organized is to use what are called selection masks. Now, selection masks allow you to only select certain types of objects within the scene. Now, we can get to this basically through a menu option here. Now, this may be hidden, but we can show or hide these selection mask icons. Now, what this does is allow us to click on or off different types of objects so that we select them or don't select them. So, for example, if I selected all objects off, I wouldn't be able to select anything in the scene because I don't have any objects available for selection. Now I could go over to here and basically select by type of object. So if I go here, I could select different types of surface objects. If I right click here, I could select only NURB surfaces. So if I click everything else off, I could select only NURB surfaces in the scene. So this background image is a NURB surface. The wall isn't a NURB surface, but the bowl and the floor are. So now I'm not able to select anything but NURB surfaces. Now again, I can turn all these objects off. I can go over here and maybe just turn on poly surfaces. So now I can't select the floor or the background or the bowl, but I can select anything that's made of a polygon. Now again, I can turn that on or off. I could turn on just lights, cameras, and textures. So if I want, I can now just select only the lights in the scene. And if you want to select everything, basically you can just do all objects on. Now each of these has sub-objects. So if I right-click on these, you can see that each one of these has different types of sub-objects on them. And you can turn all of these on or off by type. Now another thing you can do is you can turn on or off things in the viewport. So again, this is something we covered before. We can turn all of these objects off in the viewport. So for example, if I don't want to see the lights, I can turn them off so I don't even see them and can't select them. Or I can do it with the selection mask. So as you can see, we have a number of ways to organize and manipulate our scenes in Maya. So now that we understand all of this, let's go ahead and move on to modeling within Maya. In this chapter, we're going to take a look at how to create polygonal models. But before we do that, let's take a step back and understand the differences between the two major geometry types in Maya. Now, Maya supports two types of geometry. One is NURBS, or a NURB surface, and that stands for non-uniform rational B-spline. That's a mouthful. Really, all you have to know is that it's an object comprised of curved patches. So if you zoom into this object here, you'll see that the sides of this object are curves. And each one of these squares or rectangles is a patch with curved edges. Now the polygonal object is a lot different. If I shift select that, you'll see that it has a lot more detail. And if we zoom in, you'll see that that detail is comprised of basically rectangles or flat polygons. And each one of these has a straight line for an edge. So NURBS have curved edges, polys have straight edges. And so this creates a fundamental difference in the way that they work and the way that you build objects. NURBS usually start with curves and build them up, and polys are usually comprised of individual polygons. Now, as technology has improved, polys have really kind of started to win out because you have a lot more flexibility with the topology of the object and the way that you can model. It's much more freeform in the way that you model objects. But NURBS still has an advantage in that it can create a very smooth object with very little detail. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and first take a look at polygonal modeling. Now let's take a look at how to create basic polygonal objects. Now typically when we model in Maya, we start with a basic polygon primitive, which would be something like a sphere or cube or cylinder, and then we shape that into a more complex object. So we create objects in Maya in one of two ways. We can use the Create menu, and under this we can create NURBS primitives, polygon primitives, as well as other things such as volumes, lights, cameras, and so on. Now I'm going to go over to polygon primitives here, and in fact I'm going to go ahead and click on this dotted line and tear off this menu so we can just see it here in the viewport. Now in addition to this Create menu, we also can use the shelves that Maya provides. And if we click on the polygon shelf, you'll see that we have a number of these preset primitives here as well. But let's just go ahead down the list and see how some of these primitives work. Now the first one in the list, and probably the easiest one to create, is the sphere. Now the easiest way to create a sphere is just to click on the menu option, and then just left click and drag in Maya. And there we have a sphere. Now if you want to modify that sphere, you can select it and modify it in either the attribute editor or the channel box. But before we do that, we can also modify things as we create them. And this is important for Maya, so I want you to understand this concept. Most menu options in Maya have this little box off to the right. In fact, you can see here, we've got a lot of these menu options that have these little boxes to the right. And these bring up a menu that control the creation parameters of that object. So if I click on this, you'll see that I have a tool settings menu that comes up. And then I can change my creation parameters. I can change the default radius if I single click. So if I were to just click and not drag, I would get a 1 unit sphere here. But let's go back to this. So I can change my default radius. I can change the number of divisions, so how much detail that sphere has, as well as other parameters depending upon the type of object that you have. But again, I'm going to leave these at default, and let's go ahead and just create another sphere. So I'm going to go ahead and create polygon sphere and drag it out. So now that I have this sphere, I can actually go back and change my values that created it. So I can do that either in the attribute editor or the channel box. So if I click on the attribute editor, you'll see I have a number of tabs for this. I have my main node, which has my translation for it. I have my shape node. But then the third tab should be a polysphere node. And this is the creation parameters for my sphere. So if you scroll down, you'll see, oh, hey, here's my radius, and I can dial that up and down. These are the number of subdivisions. So if I want fewer subdivisions or more subdivisions, I can dial that in. Now I can also get to these through the channel box. So if I go over to my channel box and scroll down, you'll see I have this little thing here called inputs. If I click on Polysphere 1, which is the same name that was in the attribute editor, you see I have all these same parameters. So I can, again, change my radius. I can type in a number, say 6, or I can highlight the name and middle click and drag in the viewport, just like I do with translation or rotation, and I can change it. If I want to change the number of subdivisions, I can highlight one or more of these, and again, dial these up or down. And I find this to be a very easy way to change my parameters for my objects. So probably the easiest way to do this is to basically just create your object and then dial in your parameters. I find that to be more intuitive. Now I'm going to go ahead and hit my delete key and delete this. And let's go through some of the other objects here. Now the second object is probably one of the more important ones, and that's the cube. And basically it's a two-step process. You left click and drag to set the base, and then left click and drag again to set the height. Now again, if we go into our attribute editor, you'll see we have a polycube node. And again, we can change the parameters for height, width, and depth, as well as a number of subdivisions. And we can do the same in the channel box. So if I go into my inputs, polycube 1, I can, again, change my number of subdivisions or the size of my box. Next one is cylinder. So one of the nice things about cylinder is that we can also use it to create capsule shapes. So if I go over to my attribute editor and select polycylinder 1, you can see I've got a number of parameters, the initial radius and the height, as well as a number of subdivisions, including subdivisions for the height and subdivisions for the cap. So if I dial this up a little bit, I can also click on what's called round cap. And that'll actually turn this into a capsule shape. So that's kind of a nice, handy thing to have. The cone is actually fairly similar. It's basically you left click and drag out the radius and drag up the height. And again, if we look at the attribute editor, we also have another round cap. So if I give it a few subdivisions in the cap, I can actually make my cone into something resembling an ice cream cone. Then we have a few others here. The plane, well, that's just a simple plane. And we can certainly add subdivisions for height and width. And a few others. We have a torus. So basically for the torus, we drag out the width of the donut. And then the second operation, we change the thickness. Okay, and again, these are shown in the attribute editor, radius and section radius, as well as subdivisions. And then a few others that are kind of really handy. One is called a pipe. So we drag out the radius, drag up the height, just like a cylinder, and then the third click is for the thickness of that. And each one of these, again, we can change our subdivisions. And one of the nice things about this is we can also put a round cap on this, so you can kind of give more of a tube shape to that, which is kind of neat. And then a couple of other really interesting ones. The one I like the most is a helix. So basically we drag out the radius, the height, and then the third drag is number of turns. That's a great way to make things such as springs and so on. Now there's a lot of other polygon primitives, and I'm sure you can figure these out. These are all very, very simple, but they make really great bases from which to sculpt more complex objects. So go ahead and play with some of these primitives, play with the creation parameters, go into the channel box and attribute editor to manipulate these after you create them as well. And you'll pretty soon get the hang of how to create objects in Maya. When you model in Maya, you usually start off with a basic primitive and then reshape or sculpt that into your desired object. Now with polygons, we typically start with polygon primitives, and then we use what are called the polygon components, such as vertices, edges, and faces, to manipulate the shape of the object. We're going to go ahead and go create polygon primitives cube. And then I'm going to go ahead and just drag out my cube and get something that's reasonably cube shaped. Now I need more detail in order to show you this. So I'm going to go over to my channel box, keep the cube selected, and scroll down till we hit polycube 1. And then scroll down a little bit further, and we'll see we have subdivisions of width, height, and depth. So I'm going to go ahead and select those, and I'm going to type in the number 4 for all of them. So now we have a lot more detail in our model. So right now I have a basic cube shape, but if I want to manipulate the shape, I need to go inside that cube and access the components. Probably the easiest way to do this is to use what's called a marking menu. So if I right-click above this, you'll see I get this menu. And we have a lot of options down here, but I'm most concerned with the top of this. And you'll see we have vertex, edge, and face. Now we have some additional options here. One is for UV, which allows you to apply textures. The other one is multi, which allows you to select vertices, edges, and faces in any combination. And then we also have object mode, which exits editing and gives you your basic object. Let's go ahead and start off with vertices. So I'm going to right-click above this and go Vertex. Now notice how the display changes, and we get all of these little points at every one of the corners of this model. Those are vertices. They're basically one-dimensional objects. They're points. So we can select any one of these. You can see how we hover over them and they highlight. But if I left-click on one, it highlights. And I can use my move, rotate, and scale tools to manipulate them. So if I want, I can manipulate that edge. I can select another edge and manipulate them. You can also select multiple edges. You can marquee select. So if I right-click and drag, I can select, say, the corner of this. Or I can shift select. So if I select that corner, shift select that corner, and that corner, I can get the corners of this. And let's say I wanted to scale that down, I can do that. Or I can hold down the Shift key and marquee select in addition to that. So if I wanted to select all of these, I could do that. Now, in addition to this, you can also shrink and grow your selection. So you can do this using the greater than and less than keys on your keyboard. So let's select the middle vertex of this object here. And all I have to do is hold down the Shift key and go greater than, and you can see how it grows my selection. Less than shrinks it. So if I wanted to, say, select the top half of this, I could do that, and then again move that if I wanted to. And then I could go less than and shrink it down, and then just select the top portion of that. So those are vertices, and that gives you the finest, most discrete control over your model. The next step up are edges. So let's right-click above this and go to Edge. So now when we hover over our model, you'll see the edges are now highlighting. And what's an edge? An edge connects two vertices. It's basically a line, two-dimensional object, that connects two one-dimensional objects. So it's basically the line that connects the vertices. So with edges, I can model my object a little bit more differently. So I can, for example, just move that corner if I want, or I can shift select to select that whole edge there, and I can move that. Now, one of the nice things about edges is that you can select what are called edge loops, loops of edges. You can see how even in this simple model, we have rows of edges that kind of run completely around the model. So all I have to do is select an edge and double click on it, and you can see that I have the entire loop of edges around the model. And this can be very, very handy because it allows you to slide detail around, or if you want, you can scale these to get a different profile to your object. And these are used a lot in modeling. You'll hear a lot of modelers talking about edge loops. So this is the easiest way to access them. So just like with vertices, I can shrink or grow my selection just by doing greater than or less than. I can also shrink or grow edge loops. So if I double click on this and hit the greater than sign, you can see how I can actually grow my selection from there. Now we have vertices, which are points, edges, which are lines, and the next step are faces, which are planes. So let's go ahead and right-click above this and go to Face, and you can see that basically faces are the objects that are bounded by edges. So edges are bounded by vertices, faces are bounded by edges. And these are basically just little flat planes. And as I hover over them, you can see each one of these is just a little slice of the geometry of the object. So if I select one of these, you see it highlights. And again, I can move, rotate, or scale that. Now with faces, if I want to select multiple faces, I can obviously shift select and just go ahead and walk my way around there. But I can also select areas of faces. So for example, let's say I want to select along the top here. I could select this face here and then shift double click, and I get all of the faces in between those two. So that's a great way to select an area or a region of a model. So let's say I wanted to shift select there and there. Now I get these two strips here. And again, I can do the same here. So I select, shift, double click, and I get those. Shift select and shift double click, and I get those. And again, just like with faces, we can use greater than and less than to shrink and grow our selection. So those are the basic components and how to manipulate them. Let me give you a quick look at multi-mode here. So if I go into multi-mode, you can see we can select either a vertex, an edge, or a face, or any combination. So I could select, for example, this vertex, this edge, and that face, and have any combination of the three. And that can be really helpful as well. Now, I tend to stick to the vertex, edge, or face mode because it's simpler and more direct, and I don't accidentally select something I don't want to. But you may find this mode very handy. Now, in addition to this, there's one more way to select objects within Maya, and that's using component select. So if I go up here, you'll see this button here allows me to select by component type. And when I do that, these buttons here change. And what I can do is I can turn on or off things such as point components, which are vertices, line components, which are edges, and face components, which would be basically the faces. So I can actually create a custom mode where I can select only points and faces or only edges and faces. And another thing about this is that you can right-click above these and I can actually select by type. So I can actually toggle on or off NURBS or polys and vertices as well. So I can actually toggle on and off any number of different types of things for different types of objects. So this gives you the broadest range of selection. But for modeling, I find that the marking menus really are the fastest way to go. So those are some of the basics of how to select and manipulate components within Maya. Now, when you start modeling and sculpting, you will have the need to be able to deform things a little bit more softly than selecting individual vertices or edges. So, for example, I have this model here, and if I go into vertex edit mode, and let's say I go and want to reshape his nose, if I select individual vertices or groups of vertices, you can see that, well, I'm getting this kind of harsh artifact because I'm not moving all of them at once. I want to move this one a lot and some of the other ones less. So this really brings up the need to have what's called soft selection, which allows you to do more sculptural effects. We can get to this through the Move, Rotate, or Scale tool simply by double-clicking on it. Another way to get to this is to just toggle this button here on or off, and that shows or hides the tool settings. Now, inside any tool that selects, you will have what's called a soft select. So if I scroll down, you'll see I have this tab here that says soft selection. Now, if I toggle this on, you can see how it all of a sudden falls off and allows me to select over a gradient. So now when I move that one vertex, it moves really the whole front of the face. Now I can fall this off by either volume or surface. Now the difference between this is volume is 3D space, so it's the exact distance from this vertex to any other vertex. Surface calculates the distance along the surface, and I tend to find surface works a little bit better for organic modeling. Now once you have the type of fall off set, you can also dial up or down the fall off radius. So if I want to just affect the tip of this character's nose, I could do a smaller fall off radius, and then I can just pull those vertices out. Or if I want a little bit more, I can do that. Now, in addition to this, we have what's called a fall off curve. Now, this can be user defined. All you have to do is click on here and draw your own curve. But we also have curve presets. So by default, it's this preset here, which is a pretty fairly even fall off. We have one here that biases it towards the original vertex. We have a linear fall off. We have no fall off at all. And then we have other ones which give us all sorts of wacky fall offs. Now I tend to stick to this one or this one because it gives the most organic effect. Now in addition to this, we can also change viewport color. We can turn it on or off, or we can change the colors. By default, it's reds and yellows, but if for some reason you have a problem seeing those, you can change them to whatever color you want. Now, in addition to this, the Move tool, Rotate, Scale tool, they all have what are called symmetry settings. And this is a tab right below Soft Selection. And in fact, the two kind of complement each other. So let me go ahead and zoom out on this character here. And as you can see, as I hover over this character, it shows me exactly what my Soft Select is going to be, which is kind of nice. But let's say I wanted to reshape the ears of this character. Let's say I want to give him bigger ears. If I don't have symmetry, I would have to select one ear, model it, and then try and duplicate that exact same process on the other side. That's not very friendly. So if I want, I can turn on what's called symmetry. We have two types of symmetry. One is called world symmetry, and that basically reflects around the physical world. So if your object's centered to the world, that's just going to be pretty much the same as the next one, which is called object symmetry, which will reflect around the center of the object. So if I move the pivot left or right, that will affect this. And then center of the topology. And then that's something that Maya calculates as to what's the exact center of the topology that you have. And again, if you have a symmetrical object, it's pretty much going to be the same. Now we can also reflect along different axes. Now if I look at this model, you can see his left and right is oriented on X. And so we want this on X, but if we want, we can change it to Y. So for example, if I have something at the bottom, I can reflect to the top, or Z. So if I have something at the front, I can reflect it to the back. But in this case, we're doing left and right, so that's going to be X. So once I select this, you can see that now selecting one side of the ear affects the other. So now if I pull out his ear on this side, I can get a very nice symmetrical motion. And with soft select, I can basically sculpt one side and be confident that the other side will sculpt identically the same. Now with symmetry, you also have a few other controls here. One is tolerance, and that's basically at what point does Maya consider something to be symmetrical. So if your model's not exactly right, you can dial it in a little bit more precisely here. We can also do what's called preserve seam, which actually affects NURBS objects more than polygonal objects, so we don't need to concern ourselves with that, and as well as the tolerance for those seams. So those are some of the basics of how to do soft select for sculpting objects in Maya, and as you can see, it's a very handy tool for organic modeling. If you want to sculpt your models even more interactively, you can use the Sculpt Geometry tool, which uses a brush and a mouse or a tablet to allow you to sculpt your models. So let's take a look at how this works. We first need to select a polygonal model, and then we need to make sure we're in the polygon menu set. Now you can sculpt both NURBS and polygons, but for polygons we need to go into Mesh Tools, Sculpt Geometry tool, and then we have our options panel here to the right, and I want to make sure that I open that. And when I do, notice how my cursor changes to a brush, and I can hover my brush over my geometry. Notice how it changes and sticks to the surface of that geometry. Now the control panel for this is pretty important. We have the radius of our brush. We also have the opacity of the brush, and those are two important values there. The radius is basically the physical size of this brush, and the opacity is the strength. So if I were to just left-click and drag on this model, you can see that, well, it's digging a pretty deep gouge in the model. I'm going to undo that, and let's go ahead and tone this down a bit. The first thing I'm going to do is just drop my opacity by quite a bit, and that way it kind of softens the brush. So you can see now I've got a much softer action. Again, I'm going to undo that. And then we can also change the radius of our brush. Now, if I want, I can dial this up or down using the slider. I can type in a number, but probably the most interactive way of doing this is to just hold down the B key or the letter B. And when I do that, notice how my brush icon changes, and I can just drag left or right to size the brush however I want. And now I can sculpt a little bit more finely. Now we have a number of different options for our sculpt parameters. By default, it's on push, which means I'm pushing geometry in. We also have pull. Okay, so I've undid this. We can actually pull geometry out. Smooth. We can smooth out our geometry. We can relax or pinch geometry. Great for creating creases or softening a model. We can also push geometry around, so we can slide the geometry. So you can see how I can actually slide my edges back and forth. It's a great way to rearrange your geometry. Now we also have a brush strength control, and this works in conjunction with this opacity. So higher strength will give you more effect, but opacity will tone that down. So a lot of times you can pick one or the other. I tend to work with the opacity, but if you want, you can work with brush strength. Now, in addition to this, we have what's called a stroke command. You can see how I can change the way that my stroke works. Probably the most important one is reflection. If I click that on, now I get two brushes. And this is very similar to reflection in Soft Select in that I can actually now reflect around my model. I can reflect around Y, Z, or X. And I'm going to go ahead and reflect around X because that's left and right. So if I wanted to make his cheeks bigger, for example, I could reflect around X and turn on pull, and then I can puff out his cheeks if I wanted to. Now, in addition to this, we also have pressure controls. So if you actually have a tablet, you can turn on your stylus pressure and then map it to any one of those values. So as you can see, the Sculpt Geometry tool is a very sophisticated way of sculpting your models interactively. And the more you get comfortable with this, you'll find that you can make some really highly realistic and interesting models. When you're modeling, there are times when you'll want to combine multiple objects into one or separate objects apart. And for those, we can use combine and separate. Now let's take a look at a simple object here. Actually, this is 3 objects. Now, usually we'll stick parts together using the outliner, but this is for parts that move in relation to each other. So, for example, if I take a look at this robot arm here, you'll see that I've got a right shoulder that's connected to the right arm, that's connected to the hand. But each of these will probably be moving in relation to the other when we actually get to the scene. But we have this hand here, and you'll see that we've got parts of the hand that really don't move relative to the hand. And those are these rings that are on either side of this. So if I take a look at this in wireframe, you'll see that the hand is actually composed of these rings, and these rings are actually full pieces of geometry. But because they're not moving relative to the hand, I've combined them all into one piece of geometry. And this actually reduces my overhead. I don't have as many parts in my scene to manage, and it makes it much more efficient to work. So let's take a look at how to combine and separate objects so we can create something like this. Now in this scene, I actually have a couple of layers set up. So I want to make sure I'm in my channel box here and go down to layers, and let's go ahead and switch off the arm layer. And that gives us pretty much a clean slate from which to work. So let's go ahead and make a simple object using combine. I'm going to start off with a simple polygon cylinder here. And I'm going to make this into kind of like a handle. So I'm going to go ahead and make it fairly thin, a little bit longer, something about like that. And then I'm going to select a polygon cube and create that. And I'm going to make it something like this shape, a little bit longer than it is wide. And then let's go ahead and just drag up some height to that. And I'm going to turn on shading here. And let's go ahead and position this. And as you can see, we've got a very crude hammer. Now, if I look at this in the outliner, you'll see we have basically 2 objects here. We have a cylinder and a cube. So the cylinder is basically the handle, and I can certainly name it handle. And the cube is basically the hammer, right? So it's the head of the hammer. So if I wanted to, I could create a hierarchy where the hammer head is the child of the handle and so on and so forth. But typically with a hammer, the head doesn't really come flying off. It's basically one unit. So let's go ahead and make it one unit using combine. So I'm going to go ahead and select the hammer head first, and then shift select the handle of the object. And then we're going to go into our polygon menu set and make sure we have mesh combine. And when I do that, watch what happens to the outliner. These switch over to kind of reference groups, and then we get one object here called hammer. And I select that, and now I've got one object. Now the thing about Maya is that it actually keeps track of history. By default, it basically keeps track of everything you do, so you can undo it, or you can go back and change parameters. And this is a good example of this. If I want, I can go back to, say, my hammerhead and move that, okay? And this is actually just a link to the original. Or I can go to the actual geometry that I created called Hammer 1. And if we scroll down in the channel box here, you'll see that I've got a bunch more inputs. I have cylinder, cube, and one called unite, which is actually my combine function. And we can probably see this a little more accurately in the attribute editor. Notice how we have a lot of tabs here along the top. We have our main node, which determines where the object is. We have the shape of the object, but then we have a number of other ones that affect the shape. So we have this unite command, which is basically, again, combining the objects, but we're combining a cube and a cylinder. So I actually have the original creation parameters for my cube and my cylinder right here. So I can give my cube more subdivisions if I want. I can give my cylinder more subdivisions. I can really change them however I want. And that's because I have history turned on. Now, this is all great and dandy, but as you start working with stuff, you'll start to build up a lot of history to your objects. And so you may want to simplify, and we can do that just by deleting history. So I select my object and go Edit, Delete by Type. Now there's two of these. There's Delete All by Type and Delete by Type. You want to make sure you get the first one here because that's on an object by object basis rather than for the whole scene. So I go Delete by Type, History, and watch what happens in the outliner. Those two reference objects go away. All I have left is my hammer geometry, and then my hammer geometry basically simplifies down. So all of that back history goes away, and then now it's just one simple object. And this makes it a lot more efficient within Maya. Now, in addition to this, we can start to separate objects. So let's say I have an object that's combined, or I have some geometry that I want to break off from other geometry. I can use the separate command to do that. So if I select my object here, I can just do mesh separate. Now what separate does is it basically looks for stuff that's been combined, so stuff that's not actually connected together, and it separates it. So once I do select my object, I do mesh separate. Notice how this changes. Now I have basically two objects. I have this object and this object, and now they're separated. Now they've lost their original names, but you can see they're still separate objects. Now in addition to this, if you want to break off part of an object, you can also do what's called extract. So if I right-click over this, select the face, I can do mesh extract, and what that does is it breaks the object in two. So now I've created two objects here, one which is the lower part of the hammer, and one is the top. Now, this is a little bit different than separate in that it disconnects existing geometry that's connected together. So, combine sticks things together. Separate separates things that are already not connected. And then extract breaks apart things that are connected. So let's go ahead and do something that's a little bit more practical here. I'm going to go into my channel box and turn on the layer called Parts. Now what I want to do is I want to create the base part of this character's hand. So I've got three parts here. I'm going to select the parts layer, make sure that's visible, and you see I've got this basic object here, which is just a sphere where I flattened out the top, and then I've got these two pipes here, which represent those rings on the character's arms. So all I want to do is go ahead and move those rings into place and position them. I'm going to go into my front viewport here and position this one and make sure that they're both positioned properly. And once we do, let's go ahead and select our hand base first, shift select our two rings, and again, we're just going to combine these. So I'm going to go mesh, combine, and so now I have one object. Now, as before, it's kept track of the history. So I've got my ring and each one of these. So I've got all of these objects left over. So I'm going to go ahead and select that hand base and go Edit, Delete by Type, History, and now I have my one object. So those are some of the basics of how to combine, separate, and extract objects from Maya. Another way to combine objects is to use Maya's Booleans, which allow you to add and subtract objects from each other. So let's take a look at how this works. But before I do that, I'm going to go ahead into my channel box, and under Layers, I'm going to go ahead and hide the Parts layer. We'll get back to this object in a bit. So I'm just going to go ahead and create two objects here. I'm going to create a basic box, and then a cylinder. Now I'm going to take my cylinder, I'm going to use my move tool here, and I'm going to move it so that it's partially inside the box. So if I look at this in wireframe, you'll see that I want this to be basically inside the box, but not totally. So the Boolean command basically allows you to add objects together or create differences, in other words, subtract them. And let's show you how this works. You can find it under the Mesh menu here, and we have three options for Booleans. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and tear this off so we can see it a little bit more easily. We have union, difference, and intersection. Union basically combines the two together. So if I select my cylinder and shift select my box, I can do union, and that'll basically just combine them together. And if I look at that in wireframe, basically what it's done is it's trimmed off that portion of the cylinder that was inside the box, and it's just made that into one object. Now I could have used this to create the hand in the previous exercise as well. Now I'm going to go ahead and undo this, and you can see now we're back to normal here. And the next one is called difference. So basically this subtracts one object from the other. Now this is one where selection order is important. The last object selected will be basically what we call the cutting tool. It'll be the object that is subtracted. So I want to subtract the cylinder from the box to create a hole in it. So I'm going to select the box first, and then shift select the cylinder, and then hit difference. And when I do, it subtracts the cylinder from the box and creates a nice little hole. Kind of cool. I'm going to undo that, and let's actually do that in reverse to see what happens. So I'm going to select the box last. So in this case, I'm selecting the box from the cylinder. And so what that does is it basically just lops off the bottom of the cylinder. So I'm going to go ahead and undo that. And then the last operation is called intersection. And that really just shows you the place where both objects overlap. In other words, the intersection of those objects. So if I select one and then the other and hit intersection, it will basically show me the area that overlaps, which will basically be the bottom of the cylinder. So as you can see, these are very handy tools to quickly sketch out geometry. But one of the things you have to be careful about with Booleans is that the geometry they create is what's called non-regular. So when you get to things like smoothing or subdivision surfaces, you can have a lot of problems with this. This works best for mechanical objects that aren't deformed or smoothed. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this object here. And let's go into our parts here. So I'm going to go ahead and highlight this layer here for parts. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and highlight the arm layer as well. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to use a Boolean to create this slot in our character's hand. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off this arm layer. So how would we do that? Well, probably the easiest way to do that is just create a box and use that as a cutting tool. So I'm going to go ahead and just create a simple box. It needs to be wider and slightly bigger than that hand. And really the size isn't that important. It's really just how big of a channel am I going to cut out of this. So I'm going to actually hop out into my front viewport here. And the first thing I'm going to do is go ahead and center this. And then I'm going to use my scale tool. I'm going to go ahead and scale this down a little bit and just move it up so that it's about the right place that I want. Okay, so really all I'm looking for is that for this to intersect with this exactly in the place that I want to create the effect that I want. I could probably move this up just a little bit more. Okay. So now this box is basically going to be my cutting tool. So this is the last thing I'm going to select. So I select my hand base, shift select the box, and just hit difference. And there we go. So now I have a slot in that hand body. Now this is probably a little bit different than the one I created for the arm. But as you can see, the process is identical for creating both of these. So Booleans work by adding, subtracting, or creating a difference between objects. And you need to be careful with Booleans and objects that either deform or smooth because you can get adverse effects. Now, when you start modeling in Maya, you may want to smooth your polygonal models. This is a great way to get the most model out of the least amount of detail. So here I have a very simple fish model. And if you click on it, you'll see that, well, it kind of looks like a fish, but it's really not all that smooth. You know, if you zoom in here, you'll see that, well, this is where the edges of the polygonal model kind of show through. They're all straight lines, and so we get a very straight line kind of outline. But if we want, we can have Maya actually smooth our models for us. Now, this works mostly with the mental ray renderer, but you can always see it in a viewport. So the hotkeys for this are 1, 2, and 3. If I hit 1, I get into this mode, which is basically the raw model itself. If I hit 2, what it does is it keeps the raw model, but makes it into what's called a cage, and then shows me the smoothed model underneath. So if I, for example, zoom in here, you can see how this tail is no longer pointy. I get a curved shape from that. If I hit 3, I see just the smooth model. So this is a great way to keep your models light, but also have detail. Now, like I said before, this only works with the mental ray renderer. So if you want Maya to automatically smooth, you have to use mental ray. So we're not going to get too deep into rendering, but let me just show you very quickly here. If I click this button here and go into render settings, you'll see by default it's the Maya software renderer. So even though my model is smoothed, if I do a render, which is this button here, I still get kind of the jaggy model. But if I switch here in my render settings window to mental ray and render, I get the smooth model. Okay, so this is why mental ray is probably the renderer that you'll want to use the most with Maya. Now, the smoothing is really just something that you'll want to do as you start to model. In fact, you can actually model with smoothing turned on. So if I go into vertex mode, I can actually model this and see my character smoothed. Okay, so even though this may be the actual model, this is my smoothed version. Now, if I hit the 2 key, you can see the cage of the model. So I could actually see which vertices I'm selecting and how it smooths. And if I pull this really far out, you can kind of see that basically what it's doing is that it's averaging between these 3 points. So 1, 2, 3, and it's drawing a curve that averages these 3, which is very similar to how NURBS surface works when we get to that. So as you can see, as you start to model, if you keep smoothing turned on, you can get a very organic model with very little detail. Now I'm going to go ahead and turn off this fish layer here. I'm going to go into my attribute editor, turn it off, and we're going to turn on the arm, which is what we were working with before. Now this hasn't been smoothed. I kind of turned smoothing off for this, and so you can kind of see how this works. Particularly this hose shape here. You can see how it's just a cylinder that has a bunch of jaggy edges to it. But if I hit 3 to smooth it, you can see how that automatically smooths down. So you can see how now I get a shape that looks a lot more like that rubber hose or rubber bellows. If I hit the 2 key, you can see how it's interpolating between this kind of zigzag shape. Now, if I hit 3 again and actually go back down to my hand, which I just created, you'll see that I'm getting all of these weird artifacts around the bottom lip of that Boolean. And this is why Booleans and smoothing aren't really compatible. So if you take a look at it in normal mode, if I hit 1, you'll see that, hey, yeah, I've got a really nice model here. But as soon as I smooth it, all the hidden detail that was used to create that Boolean shows up. And so this type of thing can't be smoothed. But the nice thing about this is that we can smooth parts of the model and not other parts. So if I say zoom in here and I do a quick mental ray render of this, you'll see I'm getting those artifacts. But the nice thing is that I can select just the hand and unsmooth it. So I'm going to hit 1 here. So this is not smooth, but the hose above it, or the bellows above it, is. So now I've got half my model smoothed and half of it not smooth, and now I can get a much better render. So now I'm getting all of this stuff is smooth, but the actual hand body is not. So you can actually selectively smooth or unsmooth objects. So the key here is that 1, 2, and 3 are the smoothing operations within Maya. This shows up in the mental ray renderer, and you can smooth parts of your scene and not smooth other parts. Let's dive more deeply into editing meshes. But before we do that, I want to show you something called the Modeling Toolkit, which may help you to edit meshes. Now, it's basically just a toolkit that allows us to access our modeling tools quickly. We can find it by clicking in the top right-hand corner here. That's this icon right here. And when we click on it, it adds one more tab to the attribute editor and the channel box, and it's called Modeling Toolkit. Now, just like the attribute editor, you can tear this off if you want. I'm going to leave it where it is. But it has all sorts of ways to edit your models, and it's just a very fast way to access some commonly used tools. So I'm going to go ahead and select this head or this model. And if you want, you can go into, say, vertex selection mode. You can see I'm selecting vertices here, edge selection mode, or face selection mode. So those are just different ways of getting into those modes. And if we want, we can also move, rotate, or scale the stuff that we've selected. So if I select these faces here, I can move or rotate them if I want. Now, if we scroll down, you'll see that we also have some additional mesh editing tools, which we'll get to in this chapter here, such as bevel, bridge, connect, extrude, and so on. Now, each one of these will have additional options here that will show up. Now, in addition to this, we also have soft selection. So you can turn your soft selection on or off here. I find this to be pretty handy. So you can see I can turn this on or off. And we can also do something called vertex locking, where you actually can lock a selection of vertices so that you don't deselect them. Now, I'll probably touch on this as we move through the course, so I just wanted to let you know where it is and what its main function is. Probably the most common way to add detail to a polygonal model is to use the extrude tool. So let's take a look at that. Here I have a simple model, and I want to add some detail. So I can use extrude to do that. Now, Maya has 3 extrude commands, and it also has an extrude command in the modeling toolkit. So under Edit Mesh, we have extrude for vertex, edge, and face. Now, face is probably the most common way to extrude, so let's go ahead and start there. I'm going to select the model and right-click over it and go into face mode. Now, I'm going to select one of these middle faces here, and let's just do Edit Mesh, Extrude. And when I do that, this icon comes up, and it allows me to extrude. Now, I can grab on any axis here. I'm going to grab on the Z-axis or the blue axis. And if I want, I can push that detail in to create a hole in the box, or I can pull it outwards. Now, this gizmo gives me a lot more control. I can move this up and down if I want, or back and forth. I can click on the boxes to scale. And I also have these additional controls here that allow me to dial up the number of divisions, in other words, add detail, change the offset, very similar to scale, as well as change the thickness, which is basically pull it back and forth. And now once I've extruded it, you can see the detail here. Now if I go into object mode and select this, you'll see that this extrude actually creates the detail very nicely. If I look at this in wireframe, you'll see it's attached very well. This is much better than using a Boolean to create details such as this. And this will smooth very well because it's nicely connected. I'm going to go back into regular mode here. And also, anytime we do an operation like this on an object, it will add to history. So let me show you that. I'm going to go into my attribute editor here, and you'll see that now I have a poly extrude face node here, and this has all of the controls for that extrude, including the number of divisions, so I can actually dial those up and down even after I've done the extrude. And these values are also in my channel box here. You see I have poly extrude face, and I've got all of those parameters. Now I can also do an extrude from the modeling toolkit. So let me show you how that works. I'm going to turn on my modeling toolkit. I'm going to go into face mode. And we can also extrude multiple faces. So I don't have to extrude a face at a time. I can extrude groups of faces in Maya. So let's go ahead and do something a little more complex. I'm going to go ahead and marquee select the top 3 polygons in the corner of this box. And let's scroll down into the mesh editing tools. I'm going to click on extrude and left click and drag. And notice what happens here. I can pull this out. And notice how these are kind of going at an angle. That's because these faces are trying to stick together as they move out. This is a right angle, but this is a 45-degree angle, and these faces are the result of that. Now, if we scroll down here a little bit here, we have some options here for this face extrude. We can, again, add more divisions, and we can change the local Z, which is basically how far out it is. But one of the most important ones here is this keep faces together. Now, notice how these faces are kind of at an angle. If we click this off, it disconnects those faces, and it extrudes them individually. So we can click keep faces together on or off, and that will drastically change the way that you extrude multiple faces. Now, I'm actually going to go ahead and undo this. Now let's go ahead and move on to extruding edges and vertices. Now I can go into edge mode here, and let's go ahead and select a couple of edges here. I'm going to select the ones here in the top corner. And let's go Edit Mesh, Edge, Extrude. And when I do that, again, it gives me that same extrude icon. This time it's at an angle. And again, what it's doing is it's trying to balance the two edges on either side. So basically, because this is on a corner, the average of this is this 45-degree angle. So when I pull this out, you can see how it's basically just pulling out the edge, and it's pulling out two faces. It's not pulling out any thickness, though. These are basically just faces. Now, if I want, I can scale this along that one direction, and I can add divisions just like before. But this is really just a flap. It's not a full piece of geometry. Now, if I wanted to, I could take the faces of this, and I could extrude those again to create some additional geometry. Okay? Now, the final one is extruding vertex, and that's really pretty unique in the way that it works. Here, let's just show you. It's pretty simple. So if I select the vertex here and go Edit Mesh, Vertex Extrude, again, it just pops up that vertex and gives me kind of a pyramid shape, and that's really all that that does. But that can be very handy. Let's say you selected a bunch of vertices and extruded them. You get a very neat little pattern here, and that can be really fun for creating more interesting effects. So those are some of the basics of how to extrude in Maya. As you can see, there's a lot of different options and a lot of different ways to extrude, and it's a great way to add more detail to your model. Another way to use the extrude tool in Maya is to extrude along a path. Now, a path is typically a curve, and we really haven't gotten around to curves yet. That'll happen a little bit later in the title. But let's just go ahead and use this with a pre-existing curve. So here I have a simple cylinder, which will eventually turn into a coffee cup. We also have a curve that's in the scene. So I can use this to create the handle for the coffee cup. So I'm going to go ahead and select the cylinder, go into face mode, and select this face here that's directly opposite that curve. Now, if I didn't extrude at this point, Maya wouldn't know that the curve is involved in the equation. So I have to Shift, select that curve. And then once I have a face and a curve selected, or faces and a curve selected, I can do Edit Mesh, Extrude. And it gives me this extrude here. Now, the problem here is that because this is a curve, it needs a lot more divisions to make this work. So all I have to do here is just dial up my number of divisions, and you'll see that my handle kind of just comes in naturally. Now, I can also change the thickness, which will kind of change my start and end point. And I can also change the offset. In other words, how wide or narrow it is at the end. I'm going to leave that pretty much at 0 here. And I can type that in if I want. And I can also move up or down that endpoint by just moving this gizmo here. So I'm going to move it so it's pretty much aligned with this polygon here. Now I'm going to attach that later, but I just want to get the basics of this handle in place. So as you can see, it's a very easy task here. And once I'm done, all I have to do is just deselect the cup, and my extrude is there. Now, just like with anything, I can go back to history and change those values by selecting the attribute editor and going to my extrude face, and I can actually dial in a new number of divisions if I want. Now, the other thing is that the curve is live, so I haven't deleted history yet. So if I go into wireframe mode, you can see that I still have that curve kind of hanging out inside of that handle. And if I want, I can actually move that curve, and you can see that by moving the curve, it affects the extrude. And that actually can be pretty cool because one of the things you can do is you could actually animate that curve and have something like a tendril or something like that coming off of a character or an object. So you can see that this is a very powerful tool and just one more way to use the extrude tool in Maya. Now let's take a look at another tool called the Polygon Bridge tool, which allows you to span gaps or bridge gaps between polygons. Now this works pretty much for objects that are together. So if you want to bridge between two separate objects, you'll need to combine them first before you do the bridge. It only works within an individual object. Now I'm going to use this tool to finish off the handle of this coffee cup. Now if you recall, I extruded it using a path, but the end of the extrude won't connect it to the coffee cup. It'll only extrude it out. It won't do that connection at the back. So if I go into this, you can see that it pretty much lines up. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 corners on either side. So all I need to do is bridge this hole. But I need the hole there first. So I need to actually create a hole and then bridge that. So I'm going to right click over this and select face. And I'm going to create a hole here. I'm going to select the face immediately opposite of that handle and hit delete. And now you can see, if I scroll in here, you can see I've got a hole in my geometry. I've deleted that face. Now I need to do the same thing on the other side. This extrude actually is capped. You can see I have a polygon here. And in fact, I'm actually going to go ahead and delete these 5 polygons here at the end. So I'm going to make a bigger hole so we can see how this works a little bit more easily. So now, if I go into object mode here, you'll see that I have a hole here and a hole here. Now all we have to do is bridge those. So we can do that by selecting edges. So I'm going to right click, go into edge mode here, and then hold down the shift key. Now this is kind of a delicate operation. You may select the wrong one, but basically what I want to do is select all the edges around that first hole, and then go over to that second hole and do the exact same thing. So I'm going to hold down the shift key, 1, 2, 3, 4. So now I've selected a total of 8 edges, 4 on each side of each hole. Once we have that, then we should be able to bridge them. So basically I'm saying bridge these 2 holes. So edit mesh, edge. Okay, this is an edge operation. Bridge. Boom, there we go. So now we have a bridge. Now if I go into my channel box, you see under inputs, I have poly bridge edge 1. And so I have a number of different options here. I have twist, taper, and number of divisions. I'm going to actually dial down my number of divisions. So all I have to do is highlight that name and middle click to dial up or down. So I'm going to dial that down to say maybe 2. Yeah, 2 divisions here, not 3. And that'll give it a nice even flow. And so now I've got my coffee cup handle completely connected. So if I smooth this, you'll see that, hey, this is starting to look like a coffee cup. So as you can see, the bridge command is a very handy way to bridge 2 objects together. Now these objects have to be part of the same polygon object. They can't be separate objects. And then all you have to do is just have 2 complementary holes and bridge them, and Maya should do the rest. Many times we'll want to refine the edges of objects, and typically we'll want to bevel those edges. In other words, round off the corners of an object. And we can do this using the Edge Bevel tool. So let's go ahead and play a little bit more with our coffee cup. I'm going to select some edges here, and let's just go ahead and round the top of this cup. So if I select anything along this top edge and double click on it, it will select the edge loop. And we're going to go ahead and bevel that. So let's go ahead and go Edit Mesh, Bevel. Now we have several options here. If we want, we can use them here, or we can use them afterwards in the object history. Now we have the offset type. Do we want fractional? In other words, do we want it to be a proportion of it, or do we want it to be an absolute number? Typically, I like fractional. And then the width of the bevel. In other words, how far into each opposite edge does it go? So in this case, it's 0.5 or 50%. So it'll go halfway into this edge and halfway into that edge. Number of segments. In other words, how round will it be and how many segments of that roundness will it have? So I'm going to go ahead and just keep it at 0.5 and turn the segments up to 3 and hit bevel. And there you go. So we've got a very nice round edge. Now, if we want, we can go back to our bevel command. Under inputs here, we have poly bevel 1, and we can go and modify these. So, for example, my number of segments here, I can just click on this word and middle click and drag in the viewport, and I can add or subtract segments. I can also change that fraction, so I can push it away or towards the edge, so I can basically figure out how I want that to bevel. And I can change all sorts of other parameters if I want. So let's do the same for the inside. I'm going to go ahead and double click on the inside edge here. Go Edit Mesh, Bevel. I'm not going to use the options here. It'll just use the same options it did before. And you can see we've got another bevel. So that can work also for the bottom. Let's go ahead and bevel the bottom of the cup just a little bit here. So Edit Mesh, Bevel. This time I'm going to make the width right around 20% or so. Keep it at 3 segments. Hit bevel. Now we've got just a little bevel at the bottom there. So bevel is a great way to round off corners. It's a great way to make smooth, rounded edged boxes. All you have to do, again, is select the edges, bevel them, and dial in the parameters. Let's take a look at how to connect parts of your model together without using something like the bridge tool. Now, typically in Maya, we'll use what are called the merge commands, so merge components or merge vertex. So here I have a coffee cup, and one typical problem that I always see is that we accidentally knock holes in our models. We delete something that we don't want to delete, and then we have to kind of sew it all back together. So let's do that with this model here. I'm going to go into face mode. I'm just going to select a couple of faces here, and then I'm going to go ahead and hit delete. Now this creates a hole in my model, and I need to kind of patch that together. Now we can use the merge commands to actually help us do that. But before we do that, we kind of need to create the additional geometry that we need in order to sew this back together. So I'm going to start off with this top version part here, and then we'll go ahead and do the lower part. So in order to get this extra detail, I'm going to use edges, and I'm actually going to extrude some edges here. So I want to make sure that I get this here. And I'm going to do Edit Mesh, Edge, Extrude. I'm going to go ahead and extrude these down. Now, if I extrude it down just so that it matches up, it may look like it's all fixed, but the problem is that we have double vertices. And so when we actually go to smooth this, it's not going to smooth properly. You can see how it's all out of line here when I've actually smoothed this. So I want to actually connect these edges properly. So I'm going to pull this out so we can see how the process looks a little bit more clearly. So what I need to do is take these vertices here and connect them and weld them together or merge them so that they all connect. So I'm going to work with this top level first, and I'm going to work with a tool called Merge Vertex. We also have Merge Edge. I'm going to concentrate on Merge Vertex here. So I'm going to select this, and you'll see that as I hover over my vertices, they highlight. So I'm going to hover over the one here on the corner, left click, and notice how I get this line. So I'm going to drag it to the point where I want it to snap, and that connects it, and it welds it together or merges it so that it is all one piece. So again, do that to here, and then also along here. So now when I smooth this, you'll see that all of these smooth properly. Now I still have one more hole to fix, and we're going to do this using a different method. So I'm going to again right-click, go into Edge mode here, and I'm going to select these edges, and we're going to make one more little flap. So I want to make sure I've only selected those edges, and we're going to extrude those. And again, I'm going to use these to create the detail to stitch this model back together. So in this case, I'm going to select vertices here. This is actually going to be a two-step process. It's kind of more the old school process, but it's good for you to know how these tools work. So I'm going to use snapping here. So we've got a couple of snap options here. We have snap to grid, which is this grid here, snap to curves, and snap to points, which is what I'm looking for. So I'm going to go ahead and select my vertex here, go into my move tool, and notice how my move tool now is round. When I toggle snap on or off, this center part goes round, which means it's snapping. So now when I snap it to that vertex, it basically just moves it directly over that vertex. So I'm snapping, snapping, then I got one more here, and snapping. So we've got all of these snapped together. I'm going to go ahead and turn off snap. And now I'm going to just go ahead and select those 4 vertices that I snapped together. Now these are actually double vertices. They're 2 vertices laying over each other that are snapped together. So all we have to do now is once they're all selected, we can now merge those double vertices together into one. And we can merge them using merge components. Now there's only one option for this, and that's the threshold, which is how close together do those vertices need to be for them to snap. And right now we've actually snapped them together, so they should be okay. So now if I hit merge, notice how they change color, and they should be merged. And now when I smooth my model, it's pretty smooth, except for this one here. So this one didn't seem to work. So let's go ahead and go back. I'm going to unsmooth this. And we can see here if we select this face, and I move it, you can see that that one didn't snap. So I'm going to go ahead and re-snap this. You can see how I've got that little hole there, and even though it looks like it's connected, it's not. So I'm going to go select this vertex here. Actually, I'm going to marquee select it to make sure I get the vertex. Edit Mesh, Merge Components, and that should get it. And there we go. Okay, so now when I smooth it, it gets it. Now, one of the things I did do was when I created this, I actually moved these edges a little far out, but I can certainly model that back just by moving these vertices into the right place. So here are 2 different ways. One is using the Merge Vertex or Merge Edge tool to merge things together. The other is snapping vertices to their corresponding vertices and using Merge Component. Now, either one of these can stitch parts of a model together. It can be used to fill holes. It can be used to connect arms to characters or parts of your model together. So just remember these tools. They can be very useful as you move forward with Maya. Let's take a look at one more set of Edit Mesh tools, and that's Poke and Wedge faces. Now I'm just going to do this on a simple box here. So I have a very simple box. And let's take a look at the Poke face first. So Poke face basically just divides faces up into triangles. So let's go into face mode, select this middle face, go Edit Mesh, Face, Poke. And when I poke it, you can see how it basically just draws an X over it, and I can pull that out to create a pyramid shape. Now, if I select multiple faces, I can poke those as well. And again, it's on a per face basis, so each individual face will turn into a pyramid. Now, again, this can be very handy for creating all sorts of details. So one of the nice things you can do, for example, is create something like a sphere. Go into face mode, select all the faces, Edit Mesh, Poke Face, and now you've got a koosh ball very easily. So you can see that there's some very nice ways to use this particular tool. So let's go ahead and get back into this cube here. And let's go ahead and take a look at wedge face. Now, wedge is kind of neat. It's a great way to create kind of half-round things. It's good for pipes and that sort of thing. So this tool basically requires 2 objects be selected. You need to select a face and an edge. Now, this is a perfect reason to use the multi-select mode. So I'm going to go into my marking menu and select multi and select an edge and a face. And then go Edit Mesh, Wedge. And you can see what it does. It basically creates this wedge. We can change the angle of the wedge, as well as the number of divisions. It's great for creating kind of like half-round objects, that sort of thing. Very handy. And you can use it for multiple faces. So if I wanted to, I could go back into multi-mode here, select these two edges and these two faces. And just as long as you get a good hinge pivot here with the edges, you should be able to wedge those as well. So again, you can wedge multiple faces. But you need one solid row of edges for those faces to pivot. So as you can see, these are just two basic tools, and they can be very useful if you have the need for them in your projects. Now we've taken a look at subdivision surfaces and automatic smoothing of models, but you also can purposely smooth models as well. In other words, you can bake in the smoothing to a model and just add more detail. So let's go ahead and do that with our coffee cup. As you can see, we've got some detail around the top, but we really maybe need some more detail around the handle and so on. But if I were to say, for example, hit 3, you could see that, well, this coffee cup smooths pretty well for a subdivision surface. But let's say I wanted to use it in a context where I don't want to subdivide it. So we can actually smooth the object and actually force the smoothing and add more detail. We can do that under the Mesh menu. We have an option here called Smooth. So if I select the parameters for that, this will tell me how many division levels to use, as well as what type of smoothing to use. Now, typically, I want to just keep this at 1, maybe 2. As you get further up, you're going to geometrically multiply the number of polygons that you have. And much above 3 or 4, you're going to really start to get very, very dense models. So keep these subdivision levels low. You can always add more smoothness if you want. And then we also have additional options here as to whether or not you want sharp edges and corners, interpolation, and so on. And I'm just going to leave it pretty much as default and just hit Smooth. Now what it's going to do is it's going to divide each polygon into 4 and smooth it. So as you can see, I have a much smoother model with a little bit more detail. And now I've got maybe something with which to continue to model with. So let's say I wanted to further refine this handle. Now I've got additional detail with which to do that. So I could, for example, select an edge loop here and maybe scale that up or down, and maybe use soft select to get a very nice smooth deformation. Now, if you want, you can also add smoothness locally. So I can go through on a face-by-face basis and add additional detail. So if I wanted to, I could select faces. So for example, these faces here, let's say I wanted to select that group of faces, and I want to select that ring of faces, I could actually go Mesh Smooth and smooth just those. Okay, so I can add detail to those. Now, this is probably not something that you'll want to do normally, particularly if you are going to eventually do subdivision surfaces, because these 5-sided polygons can add problems. Now, another way to add detail is to do it without smoothing. So I'm going to go ahead and select this middle part of my coffee cup, and I can add additional detail by going Edit Mesh, Face, Add Divisions. And what that will do is it will just subdivide the faces, but it will not calculate smoothness. So this will just add additional detail to my mesh. Now this could be useful if you want to add detail, but again, once you start getting into things such as 5-sided polygons, you may have problems with subdivision surfaces later. So these are some ways to actually smooth and further refine your models without using automatic smoothing and subdivision surfaces. Now finally, I want to talk a little bit about object history and managing object history. Now, as you start to build things, you're going to start doing operations to your polygonal models or your NURBS models or whatever, and you're going to start building up a history of those objects. So for example, this coffee cup, we did quite a few things to it in order to get it into the shape that it is now. And if we go into our channel box, you'll see that we've got a very long list of things that happened. We started with a polycylinder, we extruded some faces, we tweaked some geometry, in other words, we moved it. We did another extrude, we deleted some components, in other words, we deleted the faces, to create that bridge, and here's the bridge itself. And then we did a couple of bevels, and then we smoothed the whole thing. And all of that together makes up this particular model. But each one of these is actually live. I can actually go into any one of these, and I can, say, unsmooth it. I can change the bevel of, say, the bottom, or if this is the bevel along the top here, I can change any one of those, which is kind of nice because you can actually go through your model and start to modify it after the fact. But the thing is that all of this stuff is stuff that Maya has to calculate. Every time I touch this model, it has to start with the cylinder, extrude it, and just go through the whole process every time. Now, for a simple model like this, that might not take a lot of time for Maya to do, but if you get a lot of stuff in your scene with a lot of history, it can bog your scene down. So once you start to finalize your models, you want to start to be able to manage the history of these. So the best way to manage history, and we've looked at this briefly before, is to use delete history. So we can do one of two things. We can delete history on a per object basis. So I can delete my history. I can delete all the history that is not related to deformers, which is basically those related to character animation or animation, that sort of thing. I can also delete motion paths, constraints, other sorts of things. And then if I want, I can go through an entire scene and delete everything by type in the scene. So I can delete all the history in the scene, all the non-deformer history in the scene, and so on. So in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and go delete by type history. And what that does is it basically collapses all of the changes to the object and kind of freezes it. So now when I go to the attribute editor, it's my master node that tells me where it is. It's my shape node that tells me what it is, as well as the shading groups on my object. In other words, the color of the object. Now this is a much simpler piece of geometry. It's easier for Maya to handle. And also, it's kind of baked in. So, you can't go back to it, but somebody else can't mess with it as well. So if you hand this off to another artist, you'll know that this is the object that they will deal with. So as you work with Maya and you start to finish your models, go ahead and delete history to keep your scene clean. Let's go ahead and refine our models further. We're going to start by taking a look at edge loops. Now these are basically just groups of edges that form the detail of your model. Here I have a simple arm, and edge loops are really these loops of edges. So if I go into edge mode here, I could double click on one of these and you can see that I have edge loops that go around the arm, as well as edge loops that go from front to back. Now, working with edge loops is a good way to define the outline of your character. So there's a couple of simple tools here. If I double click on an edge, I will get an edge loop. And if I hit the right or left arrow, I can actually step up or down in my edge loop. So you can say I go all the way to the bicep here, or if I right arrow, I can go down to the wrist. Now, there are a number of tools that Maya has for managing edge loops, and most of those can be found under the Mesh tools. So probably the most important one is Insert Edge Loop. So if I select Insert Edge Loop, my cursor changes. So all I have to do is click on an edge, and the edge loop will come up perpendicular to that edge. So if I click here, I get an edge loop perpendicular to these. If I click on, say, this finger here, I can get an edge loop that runs the length of the arm. So these are great ways to insert and manage detail, but there's also some other tools as well. Under Mesh Tools, we also have what's called an Offset Edge Loop tool, and this basically just brackets a current edge loop with additional ones. So if I click on this edge, you can see how I can get offsets that basically bracket that edge. And this is another great way to add additional detail. Now, in addition to this, we can do what's called a slide edge tool. If we go Mesh Tools, Slide Edge tool. Now, what this does is it basically slides the edge loop without changing the outline. So you can actually rearrange detail in your model. And this works on middle click. So if I double click on an edge loop to select it, I can middle click and drag that edge loop, and notice how it doesn't change my outline. Now, if I were to just move this, you can see how the outline of this character changes. But if we do slide edge tool and middle click and drag, it tries to preserve that outline. So as you can see, these are great ways to add and rearrange detail in your model. So get used to using edge loops as you model. One tool that's very handy when working with edge loops is called edge flow. Now this allows you to take an edge that you've either inserted or created and match it to the curvature of your model. Now here I have an arm, but before we do anything on this model, let's go ahead and just create a very simple model so you understand how edge flow works. So I have this layer here called low res layer. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off, and that will turn off my arm. And let's go ahead and just create a simple polygonal surface. I'm going to do create polygon primitives torus. And then I'm going to drag that torus out. And let's go ahead and give it some shape here. I have a 0 radius here. So let's go ahead and bring up our section radius. Now I'm actually going to bring down my subdivisions. So I'm going to bring my subdivisions in my axis to about 12. And my subdivisions in height to, let's say, about 8. So it's just a fairly low-res torus. Now, edge flow allows me to control how an edge loop blends with other edge loops. So if I right-click over this and go into edge, and let's just go ahead and double-click on this lower edge loop here. So I've got this loop selected. And then if we go into Edit Mesh, Edit Edge Flow, you'll see that, well, nothing happens. But what happens is that I get a input into my object here. We can probably see this a little bit better in the attribute editor. So we have this edge flow node here, and it gives us a value from 1 to 0. So if I dial it in to 0, it flattens out the geometry. If I bring it up to 1, it assumes that this edge will be at the same curvature as the other edge. So if this is at 10 degrees, it will try and make this also at 10 degrees. So all that does is just basically subtly adjust the curvature of the edges to match the model. So let's use a little bit more of a practical example. I'm going to go back into object mode and let's just delete this torus. And then go back to my layers here and turn on my low-res layer. So as we did before, we actually added an edge loop along the top of the fingers. So you can see this character doesn't have a lot of detail here. And let's say we wanted to add some more. So I can do as we did before, just go into Mesh Tools, Insert Edge Loop, and let's go ahead and drag one right along the middle of the top of the finger. So you can see that when I do this, it adds the edge loop, but it doesn't add any curvature. So this is completely flat. These two have basically a 180 angle between them. It's just flat. Now, if we wanted to add in this additional edge loop, typically we'll want this to continue the curvature that it had before. And this is where Edit Edge Flow comes in. Let's make sure that that edge loop is selected, and let's go ahead and add Edit Edge Flow. And when I do that, you can see it already pops up. And if I go over to my attribute editor, you can see I have edge flow here. And then all I have to do is dial it up and down to see the effect. So basically, this is how it was originally, flat. And then edit edge flow basically gives me the ability to kind of round this out and make it a little bit more volumetric. So this is a very simple tool, but it's actually a very powerful tool if you start adding detail into your models. As you model in polygons, you'll want to try and keep your geometry fairly regular. And this typically means creating what are called quads, in other words, 4-sided polygons rather than 3-sided or multiple-sided polygons. So let's take a look at this hand. Now, typically, most of the detail in this hand is what we call a quad. So if I select a face, you can see I have 4-sided faces here, here, and here. Now, in the model, we also have a few areas where we have triangles. Now, typically, when you go to smooth your geometry or deform the geometry, sometimes triangles can be problematic. So you want to generally try and avoid them. But sometimes the topology of your model just prevents this. And if that's the case, you can reorganize your model. So let's take a look at this particular model and see what a problem that triangles can create. So as we did before, we can do insert edge loops. So let's go ahead and just go into edge mode here and do Mesh Tools, Insert Edge Loop. And let's go ahead and do what we did before, which is add in an edge loop along the fingers here. Now we can do it along the ring finger or the pinky, but I saved this middle finger for last because we're going to have a problem with it. When I try and insert that edge loop, notice how it doesn't go all the way down the forearm. It kind of stops in the middle. It stops right here rather than continuing all the way down. And the reason for that is actually underneath the hand in the palm. So if we flip the hand over and rotate, you can see that as I try and add in this detail, we have a triangle right here that's preventing this edge loop from going all the way down the arm. So in order for me to add the detail I want, I need to reorganize this triangle basically. And I can do that in several different ways. I could actually rebuild this by deleting out the polygons and redrawing it. But probably the easiest way is just to select the edge. And then under Edit Mesh, we have two options here, spin edge backward and forward. And notice how the hotkeys are Control-Alt plus left and right. I'm going to hold down Control and Alt and start spinning this. So I'm going to go ahead with my left arrow here. And you can see that this is the orientation that I want. I want to make sure that I have a quad all the way down the arm. Now I can certainly spin this around however I want, but this is really the orientation that I'm looking for. Now once I have this, then this completely changes the way that I insert my edge loops. So if I go back into Mesh Tools, Insert Edge Loop, you can see that now it goes completely down the arm. And that's because I eliminated that triangle that was blocking the way. So when you model, try and keep your geometry to quads, in other words, four-sided polygons. It will be much easier to add and modify edge loops. If you do have to use triangles, place the geometry strategically so that it doesn't interfere with your main edge loops. Now, there are times when you'll need to go beyond edge loops and add additional detail into your model, and you can draw that detail using the Connect tool. So let's go ahead and create a simple polygonal plane, and we're going to go ahead and just give it some detail. I'm going to go into my inputs here, and let's go ahead and select width and height and just dial those up to 6 by middle clicking on those. Now, the Connect tool is found under Mesh Tools, and it's basically a pretty straightforward tool to use. You just hover over what you want to connect and click. So we can hover over faces or edges or vertices. So if I wanted to connect faces, all I have to do is hold down the Shift key and start clicking on faces. And you can see how this starts to draw in the detail. And it connects all of the selected faces. Now when I like the detail that I have selected, all I have to do is hit Enter, and that ends the input mode, and now I have that additional detail. Now I can go into this again by going Connect Tool, and this time we can connect edges. If I select Edge, 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 you can see how I can actually start drawing with edges. We can also do the same with vertices. So if I want to, I can go to Recent Commands, Connect Tool, same way of getting in here. I can select Vertice, Vertice, Edge, Vertice, and Edge. And we can also add faces into the mix. So again, if I go into my Connect tool, I can do a face, to an edge, to a vertex. So you can use any combination of faces, vertices, and edges to draw additional detail into your model. And you can see how useful this tool can be. Many of the models that we encounter will be symmetrical. Now, typically, when you're modeling a symmetrical model, you only need to model half of it and then have the other half follow along. Now, we can do this using the Maya modeling tools, such as reflection in the Move and Rotate and Scale tools, but we also can use the mirror tools in Maya to add to our toolkit. So here I have a simple model here, and I've been modeling him in halves. So basically, he's split in half, and I've got him basically aligned along this center line. Now, if I want to create a second half to him, I can use the mirror tools. Now, before we do this, you want to make sure that this inside edge is pretty much flat. Now, one of the ways that I do that is I select all the vertices on the inside edge here, and then just scale them down in the direction that I'm going to mirror them. And that way, it kind of flattens them out. So I can then select my model and go Mesh, Mirror Geometry. Now let's take a look at some of the options here. Now the options are the mirror direction, X, Y, or Z. In this case, the model is going to be mirrored in X. And then do we want to merge the new mirrored copy with the original? Yes, I do. I want this all to be one model, not two. And then do we want to merge the vertices? In other words, do we want it all connected together? I'm going to do that. So let's go ahead and select Mirror. And when I do, it automatically mirrors my geometry. And this turned out pretty well. So let's take a look at some of the controls for the mirror node. I'm going to go into my attribute editor and find Poly Mirror 1. And you can see these are pretty much the same controls that we had when we originally created the mirror. Now we have our direction. Plus or minus X usually doesn't matter. If you're going to do Y or Z, you can also do that. And you can see how this really isn't working the way that we want. So let's go ahead and just put it back to X. And then we have a merge threshold. Now this is kind of like your error control. So if your vertices aren't perfectly aligned, this is the tolerance into which they will align. So if I dial this up, you can see how things start merging that I don't want to merge. So I'm going to go ahead and put that back down. And then we also have a merge mode. Do we want to merge the border vertices or do we not want to merge them? And if we don't, take a look at the model here. And when we don't merge vertices, basically you're going to get a double edge along the middle where the character is not merging. But I'm going to go ahead and make sure that he merges. And so now we have a pretty complete model. Now, one of the things you'll probably encounter with this is you can see here in the light that I can see the seam of this character. And that's just because of the way that the normals of the character are working. In other words, they're not aligned along that seam. So we haven't really worked with normals a lot, but basically they're the thing that smooths out the model, that shows the model the direction that light will reflect. So if we select the object here and we go Normals, Soften Edge, it'll go ahead and smooth out the entire model. So if I do that, it'll soften the model, and now we won't have that visible seam. Okay, let's move on to the next tool, which is Mirror Cut. Now this is basically the opposite. It will take an object and cut it in half and try to mirror it. So if we go Mesh, Mirror Cut, let's take a look at the options here. Which plane do we want to mirror along? In this case, YZ, which is basically will mirror along X. And then manage the vertex threshold. So I'm going to go ahead and do a mirror cut. And what this does is it basically cuts the model in half, and it calculates the center, and it tries to get this as centered as possible. So right now, if I want to absolutely cut this in half, this is pretty much it. But this tool can be used for other purposes. You can actually select the plane and slide it. So I don't have to cut it exactly in half. I can also change the orientation of this. So if I want, I can rotate this to whatever angle I want. So basically, I can just use this as not just a mirror cut tool, but a more generic cut tool. So I can cut anything along any plane. When I'm done, just go back out to select mode, and you can see this. Now, if I select my model here, I can see that I've got an edge along the inside. Now, if I want, I can go back to my cut plane and move it, and again, I can cut the object. Now, this can also be used for things such as special effects if you want. But there's some of the tools that we have for working with symmetrical or mirrored models. Now let's take a look at how to use animation tools as modeling tools. We're going to look at a class of objects called deformers, and these allow you to deform geometry and animate that deformation, or if we want, we can use those strictly to model. So let's go ahead and start off with a simple object. I'm going to create a kind of a tall box here. We're going to use the cube, something about like that. And then I'm going to go ahead and scroll down here into my inputs. And I'm going to give myself, say, one subdivision in width and depth and a lot of subdivisions in height. So I have about 8 here. So basically, I just want enough detail so I can see the effects of these deformers. So now that I have the object selected, I can go into my animation menu set. And under that, we have Create Deformers. So I can create a number of different deformers here, blend shape, lattices, so on. The ones I'm looking for, though, are called nonlinear deformers. So if you can see, I have a little submenu of these, and let's just go ahead and tear this off so we can just step through all of these. So let's go ahead and select our object and just go ahead and put the bend modifier on this. Now when I do, you actually don't see it, and that's because I have shaded mode on. So if I go ahead and hit 4 to go into wireframe, you can see that it creates this little green wire along the inside edge there. And if I go into my attribute editor, you can see that I have a bend 1 node. And this is where I can control how that bends. So I can control curvature, I can control the low or the high bound of this. In other words, how much of this is curving. So if I want, I can only curve the bottom of it. In fact, let's go ahead and turn on shading and just go shading X-ray. And that way we can kind of see it. And I can also turn on wireframe on shaded. So now we can kind of see this even a little bit better. So you can see how I can basically use my bend on left or right, up or down, and then I can change however I want. Some nice controls there. Now I can also select that controller, and because it's a separate object, I can actually move it. So I can actually move the deformation through the object, which is kind of neat. And if I want, I can just hit the delete key to get rid of it. So let's take a look at some of the other ones. Let's take a look at flare. So I take a flare, and as you can see, this has circles at the top and the bottom. And again, we can look at this in our attribute editor, and we have a lot more controls here. So we have a flare in X and a flare in Z, and then we have an end flare. So basically, we have a flare for either side in X and Z, and then we can also create a curve. So this is a really great way to create kind of curving objects. So this is really nice. It's also good in animation for doing things such as squash and stretch. And again, we have bounds here, so you can actually change the bound of it. And you can, of course, move the actual gizmo there and control exactly how that applies to your object. And just as with the bend, we can delete it to get rid of it. So let's go through some of the rest of these. Sine basically gives you a sine wave. So we can actually give an amplitude to this. And then we can also do offsets. So basically, you can create sine wave or waving type effects. And of course, this works great for animation, but you can also see how it would work as a modeling tool. Next one is called squash. Let's go ahead and select our box and apply that. And this is our classic squash and stretch. So we have basically our factor here, squash and stretch. So if we go high, we stretch, go low, we squash. And hit delete on that. Another one here, this actually is kind of useful. I like this one. This is called twist. And so this will actually twist a thing around at a start and an end angle. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at this, turn off X-ray and see how this looks. So you can see that this actually is good for creating things such as screw shapes. And if I want, I can actually select my original box here and go into my polycube attributes here and go to my creation parameters. And if I want, I can dial up the number of subdivisions. So you can see how you get a very nice helix type of effect. So that can be really handy. And again, that's called twist. Let's go ahead and select our twist object here and delete it. And then the last one is called wave. So let's select our box and hit wave. And again, we've got an amplitude here that gives us a control. Now this is actually operating along the vertical axis of the box, but if I want, I can rotate the control. So I'm going to go ahead and rotate that control so that it's 90 degrees rotated. And now if I take my amplitude, you can see how the wave effect works a little bit more realistically. So those are some of the effects that we have for Maya. And these are basically what are called deformers. They're animation effects, but they also can be used for modeling. Lattices are another animation deformer that we can use for modeling. And basically, they just put a grid of points around an object that you can use to deform it. So let's go ahead and play with this character head that we have. I'm going to select the head and make sure I'm in my animation menu set. And under Create Deformers, we're going to go Lattice. But I'm actually going to go ahead and select the creation parameters here. And I want to make sure that I have 4 by 4 by 4 divisions. And then I'm going to hit Create. And when I do, it puts a 4 by 4 box around my object. Now this box is actually a separate object itself. So if I look at it in the outliner, I have my character's head, and then I have my lattice. Now if I hover over my lattice and right-click, you'll see I have two marking menu objects. One is object mode, the other one is lattice point. So I'm going to select lattice point, and notice how all these little vertices show up. Well, those allow me to reshape my character. So if I select these lattice points here, I can move them up or down. I can select ones here, and again, just move them. And you can edit these just like any other vertex. You can just move them around. And as you can see, this is a great way to get kind of a global overall shape to your model. So if you want his chin out a little bit further, you can pull those out. If you want to go ahead and move his mouth down or his nose, you can, again, change that however you want. Now, just like with any other deformer, this is a separate object. So if I right-click over this and go into object mode, you can see that I can actually move this lattice and the object will move with it. But if I select my object, I can move it outside of the lattice. So you got to be careful not to nudge or adjust your object while working in this. Now, as with all deformers, these are two separate objects. So in order to actually freeze your modeling, you can do Edit, Delete by Type, History, and that will go ahead and freeze your modeling and get rid of any deformers that you have attached to the model. So as you can see, animation deformers are great for modeling. They're also good as animation tools as well. So go ahead and play with these when you model in Maya. Now let's move over to the other type of geometry that Maya supports, and that's NURBS. Now, we touched on these very briefly, but if you recall, a NURB surface is fundamentally different from a polygonal surface. Whereas a polygonal surface has polygons that are bounded by straight edges, a NURB surface has patches that are bounded by curves. And this gives the surface a much more organic feel. Now, another big difference with NURB surfaces is that they're always rectangular patches. Now, you can twist these patches up into all sorts of shapes, but when it all comes down to it, a NURB surface is basically just square or rectangular patches that are just deformed. Now, we can see this a little bit more closely if we look at this sphere and this cylinder. Let's start with this sphere. If I go into my creation parameters for this sphere here, under my inputs, I can vary the sweep of this. Now you can see how I can basically open this up and close it. So it's not really tied together at this double line. And you can see that there's a double line right here, and that's a seam. And this is where the rectangular patch basically joins up with the other side. Now we can see this even more clearly on this cylinder. And again, you can see we have this double line here. And if I go to my creation parameters here and I vary my sweep, you can see how, again, this is just a rectangular patch. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 corners. And you can see it's almost like the label on a tin can or something like that. It's basically just a flat piece of geometry that's wrapped around into a cylinder. So this is basically the basis of the sphere. All you have to do is twist up the top and the bottom, and you get basically the same topology as a sphere. So think of a sphere as, say, a basketball that's been wrapped in flat wrapping paper. So that's a really fundamental concept. Now let's go ahead and move on to editing of NURB surfaces. So let me give you some of the basics of this. Now it's very similar or analogous to editing polygonal surfaces. We have what are called control points, and we can move those around. So if we right-click over this, you'll see we get a marking menu, just like with polygons. And the most important one here is control vertex. Now these are basically like the vertices in a polygonal model, but one of the first things you'll notice is that they're not on the surface of the model. So what the NURB surface does is that it interpolates between these points, so it's always going to be less than those points. But I can take these vertices and I can move them around, and you can see I can get some very organic shapes very quickly. So it's very easy to make smooth deformations because by nature the surface is smooth. Now in addition to this, we have some other ways to select control vertices. We have one called hull, and that's kind of analogous to edges in a polygonal surface here. So as you can see, as I click on these lines, it selects these hulls. This could be similar to an edge loop in a polygonal model. Now, in addition to this, we have other ones. Probably the most important one is called isoparm. Now, this isn't something that you can actually change the shape of the surface, but it allows you to add detail. So if I click on this, you can see how I can click out this line here, and that gives me an action point with which to add detail. So if I wanted to add some detail there, that would be where it would add. And we can also do this along the latitude lines or the longitude lines of the sphere. Now, because NURBS patches are just rectangular patches, creating more complex objects requires a little bit more creative thinking, but you can do it. So I'm going to go ahead and select this. I'm going to go back into object mode and select it. And I already have a NURBS object that we've built. It's called saucer, and it's on this layer called saucer layer. So I'm just going to go ahead and reveal this. And you can see that this is a very simple model that's made out of a NURBS surface. So let me show you kind of some of the basics techniques that we're going to cover as to how to build NURBS surfaces. If I select the main saucer, you'll see that, well, it's basically a sphere or a revolve that's been squashed. So again, this is a four-sided patch, and here is the seam for that patch. Now this cowling is again something similar to a sphere, and then we have this surface here which bridges the cowl to the body of the flying saucer, and that's called a fillet. And what it does is basically it connects that. And so what we do in a NURBS surface is we take curves and we connect them. Now the tail is very similar. Here's the tail. And again, I have a curve on the surface of this saucer, and we'll get to that, which forms the basis of the tail. Now, things such as the legs are fairly straightforward. These are basically just cylinders, and the foot is basically just a sphere with the bottom cut off. So you can see that we can get some fairly interesting shapes using NURBS surfaces. It just requires a little bit of a different approach. So let's go ahead and get started and understand how to model with NURBS. Now, just like with polygons, we can start with NURBS primitives to create our models. Now, a lot of times, NURBS models are started with curves. So we take curves and we build them up into surfaces. But there's some times where we actually take the basic surfaces themselves. So let's take a look at some of the basic NURBS primitives. Now, we have a shelf here called surfaces, which has all of our NURBS surfaces. We can also create them here under NURBS primitives. So let's just go ahead and tear off this menu so we can see it. And let's go ahead and just go down the list. The first one here is the sphere. And we've already seen this one, and it's basically very simple. And we have a number of different creation parameters for it here. So let's go ahead and look at that in the attribute editor. We have a tab here called Make NURBS Sphere. So we actually have a sweep, which I showed you before. So we can actually create hemispheres if we want. We don't need to create complete spheres, so we can do a start or an end sweep to this. We have our radius, and then we also have number of sections, in other words, detail, how much detail we have horizontally and vertically. Very straightforward. Now the next one is actually fairly complex, and this is the cube. Now remember, a NURBS surface is composed of rectangular patches. Now, if you have nothing but rectangular patches, how would you do a cube? Well, how Maya approaches it is it actually creates 6 different patches. So a cube is not just one object, it's 6 different objects. So if I look at this in the outliner, you'll see I have my cube, which is actually just a group. And if I open up that group, you'll see that I've got a patch for each one of these. So this can be kind of confusing because you'll make a cube and then next thing you know, you've got 6 different surfaces flying all over your scene. So you need to be aware of this. Now this can be very useful, but you do need to understand that this is how this particular object is constructed. I'm going to select all of this and delete it. And the cylinder, again, is very similar to the cube. We've got a cylinder here, but we have a cap on the top and the bottom. And again, those are separate surfaces. So we have 1, 2, 3 surfaces. So if I take a look at this in the outliner, you'll see that I have a NURBS cylinder here, and under that, I've got all of the patches. Now this NURBS cylinder itself, in the attribute editor, we can click on Make NURBS Cylinder here. And again, just like with The sphere, we have a start and an end sweep. We also have horizontal and vertical detail, or U and V detail. This is a term that you'll probably start to see as you work with NURBS. U and V are basically just kind of like X and Y for NURBS patches. And then we have another thing called height ratio. So one of the things about a lot of these NURBS tools is that you don't have a specific number for height and width. Usually you have a height number, or a radius in this case, and then you have a ratio for the second number. Okay, so again, that's a little bit different than polygons. And again, I'm going to clear out my scene here. And the cone, well, it's very similar to a NURBS cylinder, except it doesn't have the top cap. It's basically just the shape, and then there's one for the bottom cap. Now, the NURBS plane is basically the most pure of the NURBS surfaces because it's basically just one NURBS patch with nothing added, not curved around or spun into a cylinder or anything like that. But if we go to our creation parameters here, you can see we can actually do a U and V for number of detail. And then again, just like with the cylinder, we have a value for width, but then the next value is actually a ratio. And so sometimes that can get confusing, so just be aware of that. And finally, the last one is a torus. So let's go ahead and make our donut here. A torus is basically just a NURBS patch that's revolved in two directions. So let's take a look at this. If I go to my Make NURB Torus tab in my attribute editor, you'll see we have a start and an end sweep here, just like we did with the cylinder or with the sphere. But we have another sweep here called the minor sweep. So if we open that up, you can see how it sweeps that way as well. And this is a really good illustration of how you can create a complex object using just a patch. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is just a four-sided patch. And again, it's just spun around into this shape. And again, just like with some of these other ones, we have a height ratio, and then we can also dial in detail up and down for sections and spans. And there you have it. Those are some of the basic NURBS primitives. So I'm sure you'll find a lot of good use for these. Now, another way to create surfaces in Maya is to start with curves. Now, in order to do that, you need to draw curves. So let's take a look at the curve drawing tools in Maya. We can find them under the Create menu, and we've got a bunch of them right here. CV, EP, Bezier, Pencil, and Arc tools. And we also have a Circle tool as well. If we want to do Create NURBS Primitives Circle, that'll create a circle, which is a curve. So we can start with that circle, and you can see that that's our first curve. But let's go to a little bit more complex creation methods, and let's take a look at some of the drawing tools here. Now, I'm going to actually go into an orthographic viewport because it's easier to draw in those. And so I'm going to hit my spacebar and hop out to my fore view, and let's go into the top view. So let's just go down the list here. Let's start with the CV curve tool. Now, this is probably the most important curve because most of the curve creation tools resolve to this type of curve. So let's take a look at how this curve works as we draw it. I'm going to go ahead and click on this. And you notice how I get this little crosshair here, which is my creation icon. And the thing about the CV curve is that it needs 4 points to get a curve. So the first 2 points are important. So if I left click, you'll see I get a hollow point there, and that's my start point. The second point has like a little U shape there, and that's basically the direction of the curve. The third one is just a regular vertex. And then when I get the fourth one, we actually get the curve here. Now notice how the curve is always inside of this line. And that's because that's how NURBS work. It interpolates the surface or the curve inside the line or the hull. So now once I have those 4, I can start drawing my curve. So there's my curve. And when I'm done, all I have to do is hit enter, and that ends my creation. Now, if I want to edit this, I can just right-click over it and go Control Vertex, and those are the same vertices that I created. So I have my start, my U, which tells me the direction of the curve, as well as all my other vertices. And again, I can move those however I want. I'm going to go back into object mode here and deselect this. And let's go to the next tool, and that is the EP curve tool. Now this is a different input method, but it ultimately creates a CV curve. Let's see how this input method works. So when I click on this, notice how the icon is a little bit different. It's a little X, but I'm also getting the curve immediately upon second click. So 2 clicks and I already have a line. 3 clicks and I already have a curve. So you can see that these are actually going through these points, whereas the CV curve goes on the inside of the points. These are actually going through. And just like with the CV curve, all I have to do is hit enter, and I've created my curve. Now here's the thing. When I go to edit this, if I go into Control Vertex, notice that all of a sudden it's become CVs. So the EP curve tool is just an input method, but ultimately it resolves to exactly the same type of curve we have here. And this brings us to our next curve, which is the Bezier. Now this is a completely different type of curve, and you probably are familiar with this because it's the same type of curves you'll find in something like Illustrator. So if I go Bezier curve tool, the first thing you want to do is left click and drag. And notice how we're dragging out a Bezier handle. Now you're probably familiar with these. If not, here's how they work. You left click and drag, and the angle of the line determines the direction of the tangent, and the length of the line determines how sharp that curve is. So a longer line is a less sharp tangent, shorter line is closer to a corner. So again, left click and drag, left click and drag. Now the nice thing about Bezier curves is that you can do corners. If you left click and don't drag, you get a corner. Left click, and left click and drag. So as you can see, we can get very nice sharp corners with this without too much fuss, which is actually kind of hard to do in a CV curve. Now when I go to edit these, you'll see that, well, I have Bezier handles, so I can actually grab my handles and move them around and change them. So this is a very different type of curve, and it's actually more flexible. Actually, I find myself using these curves more and more because they have the flexibility of creating corners, and they're pretty easy to edit. And we can always go back to object mode to select it. Now let's go ahead and hit delete. Now the next one's kind of just a silly little one. It's the pencil curve tool, and that gives you a free-form line. So I'm just going to go ahead and left click and drag and draw a line. And you can see that it pretty much follows the motion of your mouse very, very accurately. Now if I go into edit this, again, it's going to be a CV curve, but you notice how it's pretty dense. And that's because it needs to be dense to follow your mouse accurately. And finally, we have 2 ways of creating arcs. We have a 3-point and a 2-point circular arc. So let me go into the 2-point arc. I'm going to left click, and then the second one creates the arc. So we've got basically a half circle or a quarter circle or whatever. And then again, just hit enter and you've created it. Now this again resolves to a CV curve. And the same goes for the 3-point arc. So let's go ahead and do that. Arc tools, 3-point circular arc. Basically, you're doing 1 point, 2 points, and then that third point creates the arc. You can kind of see how this works. And again, enter creates the half circle or semicircle. So those are some of the basic ways to create curves in Maya, and these can be used as the basis of surfaces. Now we can take NURBS curves and turn them into surfaces using a number of methods. Probably the most common one is to use the revolve. Some packages or some people call it a lathe, but in Maya we call it a revolve. So let's go ahead and start by just creating a simple object. I'm going to go into my front viewport here. And in order to really make this work, I'm actually going to turn on Snap to Grid. So we have a number of snap options along the top here. And the one on the far left is called Snap to Grids. And what that'll do is that will snap my vertices to this grid. So what I want to do is, let's go ahead and just do the classic wine glass. So I'm going to go ahead and create a CV curve. And I'm going to find this center line here. And I'm going to go ahead and snap to that. Now the reason I'm snapping is because when we revolve, I need to have those vertices exactly on the center line. If they're not, I'm going to get a hole in my object. So now I'm going to go ahead and click out here, here, And then just kind of create, say, a base for this glass, and then maybe a stem. Maybe I need to zoom out here a little bit. And then let's go ahead and create the glass itself. So I want to have maybe more of a goblet shape here. I'm trying to keep this fairly equidistant here. And then finally, I want to snap the last one to the center and then hit enter. So now we've got a shape, and you can see we've got a curve here. I'm going to go ahead and turn off snap so we can see this. And if we go into our perspective viewport, you can see that we've got our basic shape. Now we can create a revolve using this shape. So let's go into surfaces and let's take a look at the options here. So for the revolve options, we have which axis are we going to revolve? In this case, up and down the y-axis, which is the default. What do we want the surface to be? By default, we do cubic, which is curved. And then our sweep angle. I want to revolve this all the way around, so I'm going to keep it at 360. And then how many segments do we want? And then finally, do you want to output this as NURBS or polygons, which is kind of nice because then you can use your NURBS tools to create polygonal objects without having to convert them. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit revolve and use the defaults, and you can see that we've got a very nice revolve here. And again, it's a NURBS surface. So if I right-click over the surface, you see I have that original surface. Now, one of the nice things about this is that we have this curve. And because we have history turned on, we can use this curve to modify the object. So if I were to move the curve, you can see that I'm actually reshaping the object. Now I've got the curve selected. Look at that, we actually have a hole in there now. But we can also change the curve itself. So if I go into control vertex and change my curve, you can see that I can actually reshape my object just by shaping the curve. And this can be a very powerful way to model. If you keep your curves active, you can use it to model. You can even use it to animate. You can just animate the curves and the surface will follow along. Right click and go into object mode. Now once your model is finished and you don't want history turned on, you can actually go into edit, delete by type, history, and that breaks the connection. And so now if I select this curve, it doesn't affect anything anymore. So if you keep history on, you can actually animate the curves or modify the curves to modify the underlying object. Now let's do something a little bit more practical. I'm going to turn on this layer called saucer layer, and I'm going to show you how I created the body of that flying saucer that we saw before. And it's really just a very simple curve like this. And all we have to do is go surface, revolve, and now we have the base of that flying saucer. So revolve is a very easy tool to use. If you want to keep your object solid at the very top and bottom, I would highly recommend that you use snap and revolve around the center of that snap. Another popular way to create surfaces from curves is to use a loft. Now what this does is use multiple curves and it spans a surface between those curves. So let's create some curves. I'm going to go into my top view here and let's just create a simple CV curve. And I'm actually going to create it in kind of a U shape here and hit enter. And you can see here's the curve. And then all I have to do is let's just go ahead and duplicate it. Now, I don't know if I've gone over this before, but we can just duplicate the curve using Edit, Duplicate, or Control D is the hotkey for that. So I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this curve. And if we want, we can scale it up or down or change it any way that we want. I'm just going to change it just a little bit. And then I'm going to go ahead and duplicate it again. Again, Control D for duplicate. And again, I'm going to scale this down. So we have three curves. And let's go ahead and select them. Now, the thing about this is we need to select them in an order. So I need to select them bottom to top or top to bottom. And again, this green one shows me the last selected. So now select them in order and just do surfaces, loft. And there we go. It creates a very nice loft. And again, just like with the revolve, I can go to my original curves here and select them. And I can move those around. And again, manipulate the surface. So I can change that surface however I want just by manipulating those underlying curves. Now, the reason you want to connect these in order is that because it will span between the curves in the order that you select them. So I'm going to select this surface again and delete it. And this time, let's select these out of order. So I'm going to select top, bottom, and then middle. And if we do a loft for that, notice how it kind of gets kind of weird. So basically what it's doing is it's going from the top to the bottom and then to the middle. So the middle is my last bit on the surface. And so really what we've got is we've got a surface that looks kind of like this. So again, that's not as intuitive. So you really want to try and keep your curves in order and then loft between them. Now we can also do this for closed surfaces as well. In fact, I've got one set up as a demonstration here. So if we go to our saucer layer here and reveal it, you'll see that I have the body of that saucer that we created, and plus some curves that we can loft, and I handily created them for you. Now the first curve is actually matched to the surface of this, and I'll show you how to do this in just a little bit. But let's just trust that this is on the surface of the saucer. And let's just go ahead and shift select each one of these in order. And this is how we create our tail. Surfaces, loft, and there's our tail. Now again, if this tail is not to your liking, you can go into this and change the curves or manipulate the surface however you want. And this very top one is a curve that's been scaled down to 0, or pretty close to 0. You can see here there's a little bit of a gap here. But if I scale it, I can actually scale it all the way closed. And so we have basically a closed surface at the top. So those are some of the basics of how to loft. And again, loft is basically just selecting the curves in order and then lofting between them. A more complex way of creating surfaces is to use an extrude. Now, an extrude uses two types of curves. One is a profile, and the other is a path. So what it does is it runs that profile along the path. So here we have a very simple setup here that would make a nice extrude. We have a circle, and we want to run it along this kind of semicircular path. Now, when we create an extrude, we basically have to select things in the proper order. We select the profile first, the path second. So I'm going to select my profile, my circle, and then shift select my path. Now, green means that's the last I've selected. So let's go ahead and go into surfaces, extrude. Now, when you extrude, there are some options that you may want to set, but I'm going to leave these at default, and we'll take a look at this after the fact. So I'm just going to go ahead and do an extrude. And as you can see, it creates a very nice tube. But one of the things is that this isn't really locked to this path. It's not quite there. Well, we can affect the creation parameters to try and lock that in. And probably the easiest way is to go into the attribute editor and find our extrude. Here it's called extrude 1. And here we have our input curves, our extrude type. Typically we leave this at 2, but we have some other options here. Which component pivot do we use? Do we use the closest endpoint of the path, the component itself, or the bounding box? Okay, and that's just where it sets the pivot. And the most important one here is fixed path. And when you click it on fixed path, it locks it to the path. For some reason, that's not the default, and I'm not sure why, but typically I almost always go in and click fixed path. Now, in addition to this, we can also rotate the detail of this. So you can see how we can rotate that. And we can also scale this. So if you want it to go down to a point or something like that, you can do that. So as you can see, it's very, very simple. Now, just like with every other type of NURB surface, you can actually take the initial curves and modify them. And again, you can reshape things or you can animate them. So again, if I want to change my path or change what I'm doing here, I can just go ahead and start pulling my vertices around and getting whatever I want. So those are some of the basics of how to use extrude. And as you can see, it's a very nice way to get things such as hoses and other serpentine type objects. Now the last one I want to show you is the NURBS planer. And basically what this does is it uses a NURBS curve as a cookie cutter to cut out a plane. Now the one requirement for this is that the curve has to exist on a plane. So here I have a curve here, and if you look at it from the side, it's completely flat. So if I have vertices that are above or below other vertices, this probably won't work. Let's take a look at this. So we're going to select the curve and just do Surfaces, Planar. And as you can see, it just fills in the hole. And it creates what's called a planar surface. Now I have my original curve here, and if I want, I could edit that. So it's actually a Bezier curve here, so I can edit it. But also notice that as soon as I move this up or below the other vertices, it breaks the effect. So you need to keep these planar. Now this object here, it's actually kind of a cheat. So if you actually right-click over this and do Control Vertices, you'll see that I have vertices all the way out. And if I take a look at hulls, again, right-clicking here, you'll see that what it's done is it's created a NURBS patch and projected this curve onto it and then just cut away all the stuff that's not within that curve. So this is actually what we call a trimmed surface. So it's actually created a square patch and it's trimmed away all the stuff that's not inside that curve. Now, one cool thing about this is that the patch itself can be made non-planar. So if I right-click above the patch, go into Control Vertex and select the vertices, then I can move those up or down and actually affect the curvature of that. I'm going to undo this here. Now, another nice thing about this is that you can use this as the basis for, say, the top of a box. So let's say I have this curve here. I can duplicate that by going Edit Duplicate or Control D. And I can just move my second curve up here. So I select one curve and then Shift select that second curve. So I have two curves here. And if I loft those, you'll see that now I have an interestingly shaped box with this trimmed surface at the top. So this is one way of creating things such as caps to oddly shaped tubes or boxes or that sort of thing. And planar can also be used for other sorts of things. Now let's start refining our NURBS models. We're going to start with editing and refining NURBS surfaces. So up until this point, we've seen how to reshape surfaces, but what if you wanted to add detail, cut surfaces apart, or attach surfaces together? Well, let me show you how to do some of this. Let's just go ahead and start with a simple NURBS sphere. I'm just going to drag out a default sphere onto my workspace here and bring it above the grid so we can see it. Now, we've seen before that if we right-click over this, we can go into Control Vertex mode, and I can select CVs or Control Vertices, and I can edit my model, and I can reshape it. But there's always going to be the need to add additional detail, to cut models in half, or to connect models together. And so let's take a look at how to do those. Most of this revolves around a concept called an isoparm. So when I select an isoparm from the context menu here, or from the marking menu, you'll see that when I left-click on this, I get this ring. And that's basically just going to be a point of action. So if I left-click, drag, it creates this dotted line. Now I can drag either horizontally or vertically in U or in V if I want to use NURBS lingo. And this dotted line is basically a placeholder. It's a point of action. Something's going to happen at this ring. So I can do that action by going into my Surfaces menu and going into Edit NURBS. So the first thing I'm going to do is just add a little bit of detail. So we can do that using Insert Isoparms. And when I do that, it creates another ring. So if I go into Control Vertex mode, you can see I have additional vertices now, and I can use those to edit my model. Now this detail doesn't just have to be radial, you can also make it vertical. So if I right-click over this and do Isoparm, and left-click on a vertical one, I can create a vertical isoparm and insert it. And let's do that one more time. Isoparm, edit, insert. So you see how this process works. So we can add additional detail using this. Now, what if you wanted to break a model apart? Let's say you wanted to cut it in half or something like that. Well, again, isoparms are really the starting point for that. So if I right-click over this, select isoparm, let's go ahead and drag down somewhere along the lower third of this, say right around there. So again, I'm getting a point of action here. But this time we're going to disconnect the model. We're going to split the model in half. And we do that using the Detach Surfaces command. So it will break the surface apart at that isoparm. And there we go. So now I have two surfaces, and you can see that they're separate surfaces. Now I'm going to go ahead and undo that so that they're still aligned. And if you want, you can actually reconnect surfaces as well. Now they do have to be aligned, so I already have these aligned here. And if we just select both of them, we can go Edit NURBS, Attach Surfaces, and this will create a third surface that is the sum of the original two. And when I do that, you can see how I've got my third surface here. Now again, this surface is live though, so it's actually still connected to the original two. So if I modify those, you can see how it will automatically stretch and scale until I delete history. So those are some of the basics of how to refine your NURB surfaces further, break them apart, connect them together, and so on. There are many times when you'll want to connect multiple surfaces together, and probably one of the easiest ways to do this is to extract curves from the surface and use those curves to create additional surfaces. So here's a simple example. I have two cylinders, and let's say I wanted to connect those two together. Well, if I wanted to, I could just bring them together and then just select them and do Edit NURBS, Attach Surfaces, and that will create a third surface that is connected to the two. But let's say I don't want that third surface. I'm going to go ahead and undo this here. Let's say I want something that's a little bit more interactive. Well, we can use curves on surface to create that. So I'm going to go into my first cylinder here, and I'm going to right-click on this. And let's go back into isoparm. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to slide an isoparm so I get to the very end, the one that's facing the other cylinder. And you can see how that highlights in yellow. And then I'm going to go into Edit Curves, Duplicate Surface Curves. Now what this does is it creates a second curve that is connected to the original curve that I selected on the surface. So when I move this, that original curve kind of goes with it. Even if I move it off it a little bit, you'll see that because of history, this stays with the original object. Now I could do this again. I could create an isoparm here or select an isoparm and then do Duplicate Surface Curves, and you can see that a little bit more clearly. And if I wanted to, I could scale this curve up or down. And again, because of history, it moves with that surface. And we can use that to connect multiple surfaces together. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this one here, and let's create a new one here. So I'm going to go right-click, isoparm, drag one out to the very front of this, Edit Curves, Duplicate Surface Curves. So now I have two curves. If I can select them, I've got this one at the opening of this cylinder and this one at the opening of this cylinder. And those two curves can be used as the basis for creating a third surface. So all I have to do is do Surfaces, Loft, and it connects those two. Now this is a little bit different than the other method because this is live. So we've got basically a couple of different connections happening. We've got the original cylinder, we've got a curve extracted from that cylinder, and we've got the same on the other side, and those curves are now creating a third surface. So because we have history turned on, everything is attached together, and we get this very nice connection. Now we can do this for other things as well. So let's go ahead and go to the other side of this cylinder. I'm going to right-click on it, isoparm, and I'm going to select the isoparm at the very end. And again, do Edit Curves, Duplicate Surface Curves. Now I have this opening as a curve. And then all I have to do is do Surfaces, Planar. And because that's a plane surface, it automatically uses that as a cap. And so now I've got this surface not only connected to the other surface, but it's also capped. And because history is turned on, everything connects together. So you can see that this is just a very simple example, but it's a very powerful way to start building much more complex objects and surfaces. So now that we understand this, let's do something a little bit more practical. I'm going to select everything and delete it. And I have a layer here for that flying saucer we've been working on. I'm going to zoom out a little bit here. because it's a rather big flying saucer. And let's go ahead and make some feet for these legs. Now, I already put in the legs. Now, legs are basically just cylinders that are connected together, so that's a very easy modeling job. But let's go ahead and make some feet for these legs. So I'm going to start by going into my top view, and let's just create a NURBS sphere. So I'm going to go ahead and select a sphere, create it. I'm going to use this as the basis for our foot. Let me move that into place a little bit more here. And so what I want to do is squash this. So I'm just going to go ahead and use my scale tool to squash that just a bit. And then I want to cut off the bottom just a little bit. Now we did that in the last lesson, so it's basically isoparm. And I'm going to go ahead and just go slightly below the equator there and do Edit NURBS, Detach Surfaces. Select this bottom surface and delete it. Now this is going to be basically my foot, but I want a cap on the bottom of the foot. Well, this is where surface curves come in handy. I can, again, go into isoparm, select that opening, duplicate surface curve, keep that selected, surfaces, planar. So now I've got a foot with a bottom to it. And because everything's connected, I don't have to move both surfaces. I just have to move the original NURBS sphere, and then I can place that on my foot. I'm going to go into my top view here. Place that, go into my side view, make sure it's pretty much on the ground, and there we go. So now I've got basically a foot for my spaceship, and I can repeat that a couple more times for the other feet. Now there are times when you draw a curve or create a surface and you may want to close it. So we have tools that allow us to open and close both curves and surfaces. So let's draw a simple curve. I'm going to go into my top viewport here, and let's go create CV curve. So I'm going to basically sketch out something resembling a U shape or something like that. And as you can see, by default, when you create a curve, it is always open. In other words, there's always a gap between the start and the end point. So I have these control vertices here, and I can't just snap that over that and have it closed. I need to do a separate operation. So we can go back into object mode here, select our curve, and under Edit Curves, we have Open and Close Curves. And so when I close it, there it goes, it closes. So if I look at Control Vertices, I've got a closed curve. And if I want, I can open it again. Again, I need to be into object mode here. So let's select Object Mode, Open Curve, Close. So it's basically just a toggle. So this is a great way to create circles or something like that if you want to loft out a cylinder or something like that. Now this also works for surfaces. So let's go ahead and open this, and let's show you how it works for surfaces. So I'm going to position this, and let's just go ahead and create a loft surface. So I'm going to duplicate this curve. I'm going to hit Control D to duplicate. Duplicate it again, and let's just do a reminder here. Duplicate is Control D. So now I've got 3 open curves. Let's go ahead and Shift Select all of these. Surfaces, Loft. So now I've got this lofted surface here, but the surface itself is open. But I can close the surface just like I closed a curve. Now, the thing about a surface is it's two-dimensional. It has a U and a V direction. So I have to determine where I'm closing it. Am I closing along U or V? Well, let's just try the default here. We have a function here that says open or close surfaces, and let's just go ahead and close it and see what happens. And as you can see, that's not working. So we have to go into our options here, and we say, along which direction do we want to close these? So by default, this one was V, but obviously it's not V, it's U. So we open and close it along U, and there we go. And basically that does the same thing that it does for the curve. Now it creates a surface that is closed. Now if I want, I can close it along both directions, and what this will do is it will go ahead and select this edge here and connect it over to that edge. Sometimes that works. Typically you want to close along one direction or the other. So those are some of the basics as to how to open and close both curves and surfaces, and I'm sure you can see the benefit of this function. Another way to attach objects together is to connect them to curves on surface. Now we saw this a little bit by using the trim tool, which creates a curves on surface, but let's go ahead and draw one from scratch. I'm just going to create a simple NURBS plane here, and then just drag it above the grid so that we can see it. Now if we want, we can use this kind of as a piece of paper and actually draw curves on this. So all I have to do is select the object and hit this little magnet icon here. And this is just another form of snap. Now what this does is it makes the object live. In other words, it allows me to draw curves on it. So when I click on this, the surface changes. And then when I create a curve, let's go ahead and create a CV curve, the curves stick to the surface. So if I wanted to create, say, this type of curve here and hit enter, that curve is actually stuck to that surface. So if I turn off live mode and select that surface, you can see that when I go into control vertex for the surface, that curve actually sticks to the surface. Now you can see that this can be very, very handy to have a curve like that stuck to a surface. So if I wanted to, I could select the curve itself and then just go edit curves, duplicate surface curves. We've done this before, but now I've duplicated that curve that I've drawn on the surface. And now we can use this as the basis of another surface. For one, I can select this one and do surfaces loft, and now I have a loft that is connected to this original surface. So if I go back into object mode here, select this surface, you can see it moves together. But if I go into the control vertices of this surface, you can see how deforming this surface allows this loft to stay connected. So let's go ahead and do a more practical example. I'm going to go to object mode here, select everything and delete it. Now I have my layer of that flying saucer that we've been building. Now we've already built the tail once using a loft, but let's go ahead and rebuild it once using curves on a surface. So I'm going to hop out to my top view here, and I'm going to select that saucer, and then again, I'm going to make it live. And now I'm going to draw the outline of my tail. So I'm going to go into create curves. I'm going to use CV curves, but you can use whatever you want. And then I'm going to start back here at the very tip and make it kind of pointy right there. And then expand it out and make kind of a wing shape here. So I'm trying to get this fairly symmetrical. I can always edit it later, but I'm just going to do this roughly. And then right there at the end, because this is going to be a closed surface, I need to close it. So I'm going to go ahead and keep the curve selected, edit curve, open, close. You'll see I'm getting a really weird artifact here. And that's because I drew it pretty close to the end there. So I'm going to right click, go and control vertex of that, and then just go ahead and move those. So I'm actually going to go ahead and slide this around. You can see how I can actually slide these around. And I'm going to unwind this. You can see how, and this is actually a really good example of how curves on surface works, because these are stuck to that surface. You're just basically moving it in 2 dimensions. You can't move it in Z, you can only move it in X and Y, or U and V for a NURB surface. So again, I'm just going to go ahead and dial this in a little bit, try and get a fairly uniform shape, and there we go. So let's say I've got this. So I'm going to go into object mode now. So I've got a pretty reasonably shaped wing. I can probably do this a little bit better, but let's do this for now. So I'm going to go ahead and select that curve, and let's just go ahead and do edit curves, duplicate surface curves. I'm going to go ahead and move that second curve up. Now, when you duplicate a curve, it automatically goes to the origin. So your move point is going to be way down here. And then once I've done this, I'm going to also make sure I turn off live here. Now, if you want to center that pivot, you can just always do modify center pivot, and that will make it a little bit easier to work with. And then I'm going to also use my scale tool to kind of flatten out this curve just a bit, and then just maybe rotate it and maybe also scale it because the tail is going to get a little bit more narrow as we move up. So I'm just going to make a few of these outlines here, and we'll just do a rough one. So I'm going to again do Control D to duplicate. Move that second outline up, scale it, make it a little bit narrower. One more, Control D, move it up. Now I'm trying to move this directly up in Y. Scale it, narrow it, and let's do one more. So I'm going to go Control D, make the very tip of this. And for the very tip, I want that tail to be flat. So I'm just going to go ahead and scale it as close to 0 as possible. Maybe make it a little bit narrower. And there we go. So now I've got a couple of different outlines. And all I have to do now is go into select mode, select this one, select them in order, surfaces, loft. And now I've got something resembling a tail. We can certainly tweak this a little bit more by going into the side view maybe and selecting my original curves, and we can move them to reshape the tail if we want. So again, makes it very interactive and very easy way to create curved surfaces. So you can basically get the hang of how to do this, but what we've done is we've locked the base of the tail to the surface of the saucer using curves on surface, and then that original curve is used to create the tail. In addition to drawing curves on a NURB surface, you can also project them. So you can take a curve that's outside the surface and project it onto the surface. Let's look at how this applies to this spaceship. Now I added one more object to this spaceship, and that's the cowl of the spaceship. But what I've done is I've basically taken a sphere and lopped off the bottom, cut it, detached it, and then created this basic cowl. But I need to connect it to the surface of the spaceship. I also need to put a window in it. So let's go ahead and start off with the window in this cowl. I'm going to create a curve that's going to be the shape of that window. So I'm just going to be very simple here. I'm just going to take a simple NURBS circle and just draw it in. And then I'm going to reshape it just a bit. So I'm going to get it kind of into a window shape. I'm going to right-click above it, do Control Vertex here, take these vertices and scale them outward to square off that window just a little bit. And then go back into object mode and then select it as an object and bring it back. Now when I created this, it created that 0, but I'm going to go ahead and move it in front of that cowl so we can see it. So basically I want that to be the shape of my window. So if I look at the spaceship from the front, I'm going to see this outline for the window. Now we can get this curve onto this surface by projecting it. So all I need to do is make sure that everything is lined up. Now I'm going to do this in the front viewport. Now when you project along the view of the camera typically. So I want this to actually be square to the camera. So this is why I'm using an orthographic viewport. And I want to make sure that I've got everything centered. Okay. So all I have to do is select the curve and then select the surface. So shift select the surface. And then under Edit NURBS, I'm going to do Project Curve on Surface. When I do that, it creates a curve. So let's go ahead and jump out to our perspective view. And you can see what it's done is it's actually thrown that curve onto the surface on both sides. So I've got one in the front, but I also have one in the back. And now when I click off of this, you can see that when I select this surface, I've got these two curves. Now I really only need the curve in the front. So I'm going to go ahead and select this curve in the back here. I'm going to go into wireframe mode so I can select it more easily. I'm going to select that curve there and hit delete and delete that. And then go back into shaded mode, hit 5. And you'll see that when I move my object, the curve moves along with it. So I want to disconnect that. So all I have to do is select my cowl, go Edit, Delete by Type, History, and that freezes that curve on that surface. So now at this point, I can take my originating curve here and delete that as well. So now I have this curve on surface, and I'm going to show you in the next video exactly how to turn that into a window. The Maya trim tool allows us to trim away parts of a NURB surface. Now, we've seen how this works actually when we've done the planar. Let me show you what we've got here. So if I were to, for example, take a circle and then just select surfaces planar, what this does is it creates a surface and it uses the circle as an outline from which to trim away. So I actually have a NURB surface here that is a patch. It's a rectangular patch. And all the circle is doing is determining what we see and what we don't see. So when I move the surface here, you can see that this curve on surface is used as a trim device, a cookie cutter, to trim away parts of the surface. Well, we can do this outside of the trim tool just by using any curve on a surface. I'm going to go ahead and select this and delete it. So in our previous example, we've taken a curve and projected it onto the cowl of this spaceship. And we can use that curve as the outline for a window. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in and let's use the NURBS trim tool. So I'm going to go Edit NURBS Trim Tool. And when I do, notice how everything changes. So basically, it's prompting me at the bottom here. It says click button 1 on the surface to keep. Well, I want the window to be hollow, so all I have to do is click on this, and notice how it highlights, and then just hit enter. Now what this does is it creates a rendering effect. It renders this part of the cowl, and it trims out or doesn't render the other part of the cowl. Now one of the things I'm noticing here is that, well, I don't want this to be a hollow space. I don't want it to just be a hole. I want it to be a window. So I want it to actually be another surface that has a different texture or material applied to it. So I'm actually going to undo what I just did. I'm going to hit Control-Z. And let's go ahead and make both the cowl and the window for the cowl. So I'm going to select that cowl, and I'm going to duplicate it. Edit, Duplicate, or Control-D. Move the copy. And then let's go ahead and trim this twice. I'm going to start with my original cowl. And again, let's do Edit NURBS, Trim Tool. And for this one, I'm going to keep the outside surface. And then for this one, I'm going to do Edit NURBS, Trim, and I'm going to keep just the window. So now I've got a window part here. And if I move it exactly into place here, I now have a separate cowl and window. And I'm going to show you a little trick here. Let's show you how to put a material on this. I'm going to go quickly over to my rendering shelf here and just click on, say, a blend material. And then we can go over to, in our attribute editor, to blend 1 and turn up our transparency so you can see how I can make a quick window here. And we'll get down to making glass a little bit more precisely as we get into materials. But as you can see now, I've got a surface for the cowl and a surface for the window. So what I've done is just selected the object, trimmed it twice, once for the surface, once for the window. So the NURBS Trim Tool takes a closed curve on a surface and allows you to trim away what's outside or inside that curve. Now we're almost done with our spaceship. All we have to do is connect the cowl of the spaceship to the body. And you can see that we still have a little bit of a gap between the two. Now we could do the same method we used for the tail, which is take a curve on surface and use that as the basis for a loft. But I'm actually going to do something a little bit different here. I'm going to use what's called a fillet. And that's just one more method that you can use. So in order to connect this to this, I need to project a curve onto the surface or draw a curve on this surface here. So I'm going to go ahead and extract a curve from the cowl. So I'm going to right-click above it, go into isoparm, and then drag out that curve and extract it. Edit curves, duplicate surface curve. So now I have this curve here, and I can use that to project that onto the surface. So I will do that in the top view. But before I do that, I actually want this outline to be a little bit wider. If I project straight down, I'm going to get a right angle connection to that surface, and that's not what I want. So I want to scale up this curve. So I'm going to go ahead and use my scale tool. And I'm going to scale this up. Now, when you create this curve, it creates the pivot point at the origin. If you want, you can do Modify Center Pivot to get it a little bit more in a logical place here. And then I'm going to go ahead and just position this so that it's around this outline. So now I've got 3 rings here. I've got this outline, and then the outline for the projected curve. And you can see this in my viewport here. And when I scaled it up, I also lifted it up just a little bit here. But that doesn't really matter because we're projecting. So I'm going to go back into my top viewport, keep this curve selected, shift select the body of the spaceship, and go Edit NURBS, Project Curve on Surface. So now this curve is on this surface. So I can delete my originating curve here, and this will now be locked onto that surface. And I can use this as the basis for what's called a fillet. So the fillet tool is very interesting in the way that it works. You don't have to select anything before you start it. So if I go Edit NURBS, Surface Fillet, and the one I'm going to use is called Fillet Blend. So it prompts me here at the bottom. It says select one curve for the left edge. It's going to be that. And then you hit Enter. Then you hit the second curve, which is going to be the bottom of that cowl, and hit Enter. And now we have a surface that does not look right. Well, the one thing about this Fillet Blend tool is that it may accidentally reverse your curves. And so we can fix this very easily by keeping it selected and going into the attribute editor. Now we have all sorts of options here for this. Flip off Auto Normal and Reverse Right, and there we go. So now this is a very smooth blend from the cowl to the surface. Now we also have some other options here on the Fillet Blend. We can actually create a different start and stop point, so we can basically peel this open if we want. Kind of nice, but I'm going to leave it all at the default here. And now we have this third surface, which connects the cowl to the body of the spaceship. So as you can see, we've got a very nice little spaceship here. And curves on surface have been very important to the construction of this. We've used it for the trim for the window. We've used it to connect different parts together and so on. And this is a very powerful tool in NURBS. So as you start to edit your surfaces, start to use curves on surface. In Maya, we can model either in NURBS or polygons, and we can mix and match the different types of surfaces in a scene. But we also can convert from NURBS to polygons. And that can be beneficial if you need polygons, say, for a game engine, or if you just want to simplify your geometry and model on top of it using some of the polygonal modeling tools. So let's convert this object here. I have a simple chalice, and as you can see, it's made as a NURBS surface. So we can convert it by going into Modify, Convert, and we have a number of different conversions here. But the one I'm looking for is the one at the top, NURBS to polygons. Now let's take a look at the options for this. We have a number of different options for NURBS to polygons. Now by default, I have mine set to General and Quad. So I'm going to try and output 4-sided polygons. And then how am I going to convert it? Well, I'm going to go per span, in other words, per patch. I'm going to have 3 polygons in U and 3 polygons in V. And it's a very general, generic way of converting. So if I hit Apply, you'll see that that's my conversion. And it creates a separate object usually so that you can have the original object if you want. Now what this did was it basically just subdivided this 3 times and inserted polygons. Now this is just fine, but in some ways we're creating additional polygons that we might not need. Now if you're converting a character or something, it might be good to have this geometry in a regular fashion because you can deform it. But if it's a stationary object that doesn't deform, we can go a little bit better in terms of optimization. So if we want, we can go Modify, Convert, NURBS to polygons. Another one is called Standard Fit. Now, Standard Fit basically will only put in additional polygons if it needs it to match the curvature of the surface. And so we have a number of options here to control that. I'm going to leave it at default. And when we hit Apply, you'll see that this creates a different sort of what we call a tessellation. So let's go ahead and move these over. So if I select these 2, you'll see that if I do an optimized tessellate, that I'm only getting additional detail where it's most curved. In the flat areas, I'm having less detail. So this actually has a lot less polygons than the other one. So if you're creating a prop, say, for a game engine, this will make it much more efficient. So this is just a basic example, but if you want, you can dig into the controls and really optimize your meshes for a game engine or for something like character animation or deformations. In this chapter, we're going to start going into rendering. We're going to start off with materials, which allow you to add color and texture to your models. But before we do that, let me just give you a brief overview of rendering in Maya so that way we can render samples. Now, rendering in Maya can be accomplished through a couple menu sets here. We have under our main menu set, we have a rendering menu here, and that gives us all of our lighting, shading, texturing, and rendering that we want. We also have a shelf here, which gives us all the basic lights and materials that we want, along with a couple of other functions. Now, before we actually render a scene, let's go ahead and make sure that we have all of our renderers turned on. Now, Maya has a number of different renderers, and probably the most important one is called Mental Ray. That's the one we'll be using the most. But Mental Ray is a plugin, and sometimes when you get Maya, it may not be turned on. So let's go ahead and make sure that we have Mental Ray turned on. I'm going to go into Window, Settings Preferences, and then down here at the bottom we have Plugin Manager. If we open this, you'll see that these are all the plugins that are available to Maya right now. Now, a number of these may be self-explanatory. For example, Fur enables me to apply and render fur to an object or a character. We have a bunch of other ones. Bullet, that's Bullet Physics. We have a lot of import-export plugins such as OBJ, and we also have materials. But let's just go ahead and turn on Mental Ray. So I'm going to scroll down towards the bottom, and usually you'll find it right around here. It's called Maya 2MR.mll, and that's Maya 2 Mental Ray. So we're going to make sure that at least loaded is checked, and if you want to use Mental Ray all the time, check the auto load. So the loaded button basically will load it for the current session. Auto load will load it every time it starts up Maya. Now, the reason you can turn plugins on and off is because they can take up additional memory and you may not need that functionality. So this just is a way to keep Maya running pretty light. I'm going to turn on Maya and press close. And now let's go to the render settings window. We can find it here under this button, or if we want, we can go Window, Rendering Editors, Render Settings, same thing. Now this allows us to select which renderer we want. Now by default, Maya has the Maya software renderer, hardware renderer, 1 and 2, it has 2 hardware renderers, has Mental Ray, and then it has another one called the Maya vector renderer. Now your list may not be in this order, but let's go through these renderers and just see how they work. I'm going to go and select Maya software, and that's going to be our first renderer, and that's the default renderer for Maya. It's the basic generic renderer, and you can use it for some good stuff, but it's not nearly as capable as Mental Ray. And then I'm just going to press Render Current Frame, and up pops my rendering. So you can see in this, I've got some pretty basic stuff. It's not automatically smoothing. I currently don't have shadows or ray tracing turned on, but I can do that in the Maya software renderer. Now, if we want, we can use this window here. This is called the Render View window, and this comes up when you render a scene directly out of Maya. It won't come up when you batch render. Now, this window actually has some nice functionality. It allows you to save off renders so you can step through the different ones. So if you press this button here, this will keep the current image. Now, notice how all of a sudden I get this little scroll bar here, and if I want, I can keep all of my renders and slide through them. So if I'm doing tests, I can do A/B comparisons. So let's go through and see what all the other renderers do. If I want, I can stay in this window and render the scene again from this window. So I can change my renderer here to hardware, and then press this button here, which is the exact same as Render Current Frame. That button and this button are the same. So I'm going to go ahead and render this in the hardware renderer. And already notice the difference. If I save this out, you can see that hardware renderer versus the software renderer are very different. I'm not getting my textures or my transparencies in this hardware renderer. Now, if I go to hardware 2.0 and hit render, you'll see it's much better. Now, Hardware 2.0 uses a lot of the same functionality as Viewport 2.0, so you're going to get a similar result. And it really leverages the power of the graphics card. So you're going to be getting faster renderers using this. So this may be an option for you if you need fast rendering. So I'm going to go ahead and press this button and save this out again. So now we have Hardware 2.0, 1.0, and Software. So now let's go ahead and switch to Mental Ray. Now I have a number of features turned on in this scene, and so this render may be a little bit slower. So let's just go ahead and do a quick render. And there it is. So again, I'm going to save this out. Now, one really nice thing about Mental Ray is that it can do things such as indirect lighting. So I can get bounce lighting and kind of room ambient occlusion and ambient illumination in the scene. So you can tell that this is a little bit softer than something like this or this. So this versus that, that, and that. And you can also see how I'm getting refractions here. So if you look in the helmet here, you can see how the refractions actually give that a different effect. Now, the last one on my list is the Maya Vector Renderer. And this is kind of more of a flat toon shading kind of renderer. And let me just do a quick render and you kind of see what that looks like. Okay, so you can see that everything renders pretty flat. So this is for rendering vectors. I think you can actually save this out in Flash, I'm not sure. But anyway, so this is Maya Vector, Mental Ray, Hardware 2, Hardware 1, and Software. Now, each of these renders actually can have more or less features. This is just a really rough comparison, but now you understand at least how to switch between the renderers and how to render in Maya, as well as do A/B comparisons. In Maya, we use materials to determine what a surface looks like. In other words, the color, the reflectivity, the shininess, and the texture of a surface. Now, a material is basically just a container that has a number of different things attached to it. So let's create a simple material. Now, I have some simple objects here, some spheres and some cylinders, and we're going to apply materials to these. Now, I'm just going to start with this sphere here. Now, I'm selecting these in a specific order so that they will show up in the same order that you'll see the materials in the rendering shelf. But we're going to start off with a material called a blend material. So we can assign materials to objects in a number of places. We can go into lighting shading. Under material, we can say assign new material or assign favorite material. And here we have a very nice list of materials here. We can also select the object and right-click over it. And if we scroll down to this marking menu, we have assign new material, assign favorite material. We have a number of those as well. Or we can just hit this button on the rendering shelf and select the material there. So here we have anisotropic, blend, Lambert, and so on. I'm going to select the blend material here and just apply it to this sphere. Now, when I do, Maya will jump over to the attribute editor and it will actually show you that the blend material is applied. Now, this material has a number of attributes here. So if we look here, we'll see that we have a sample of the material, in other words, what it looks like. Then we also have a pull-down menu. So actually, right here, you can actually change the type of material here if I want to. I'm going to leave it on blend, but you can actually change one shading type into another. Now, blend is basically just a shading type. So this is how it calculates the shading of the material. Now, we have a number of common material attributes here. Probably the most important one is color. Now, I can select a color from the color wheel. So if I wanted to, I could dial in, say, a blue color. Or if I click on this little checkerboard pattern here, it brings up this menu here that says Create Render Node. And in this, I can actually select any number of different types of textures, either computer-generated or bitmap textures. I'm going to go ahead and close this. We're not going to actually do this. And then we can also do stuff such as transparency. So I can make this transparent or semi-transparent. We have ambient color, which is kind of a glow, incandescence, very similar. And then a number of other ones such as translucence and so on. Now, the reason this is called a blend shader is because of how it calculates what's called specularity. Now, specularity is basically the way that the object reflects lights and the way it calculates highlights. And those highlights are called specular highlights. And you can see it right here in this particular sample, and you can see it here and here. I have two lights in the scene, and so those are creating two specular highlights. Now, in a blend shader, these controls calculate the specularity. So we have the eccentricity of this, in other words, how big or small it is. And you can pretty much see this. Make sure you have viewport 2.0 turned on in your renderer here. Specular roll-off, which is basically how far this rolls off. In other words, kind of the soft-sidedness of the specular highlight. So if you want a really sharp highlight, you can play with it that way. We can also change the color of our specularity. And we also have a reflectivity control, which controls how the object reflects when you render it. I'm going to turn down reflectivity to 0. Now, in addition to this, we have a number of other things that we can do to this. We have special effects, so we can make it glow. We have options for ray tracing, which is how does it handle things such as refractions and so on, and we'll get to a lot of these later. Now, once I have this material dialed in, I can just hit my render current frame and it will render it. And you can see that I have this particular material rendered, and you can see how the highlights are calculated. And now I have this blend material in my scene here. If I want, I could rename it. I could rename it, say, for example, blue. Now, once I have this material, I can apply it anywhere else in the scene. So I can have one material that's applied to multiple objects. So, for example, if you had a car with 4 wheels, each wheel doesn't have its own separate material. We have one material for the wheel that we can apply to all 4. So let's go ahead and select this cylinder right behind this sphere. And let's go ahead and apply that material. Probably the easiest way to do this is to right-click over this and go Assign Existing Material, which is something in the scene, and then we can just find that blue material that we created. And there we go. So now if I change one material, they both change. So for example, if I were to change the color of this, you can see how both materials change. So let's do the same for the next one. So I've got this object here, which is my next sphere. And if you click on it and you don't do anything to it, you'll notice that all objects by default have a material called Lambert 1. If I change this default material, say in color, notice how all my default objects change as well. So you want to leave this material alone. I see a lot of people accidentally change this material, and then when they go to make their next object, it will have this material applied. So try and keep Lambert 1 as kind of a off-limits sort of material. Don't touch that, create a new one. But let's take a look at what a Lambert material does look like. So here we have a blend. Let's go ahead and select Lambert, and we're going to create a brand new Lambert material. Now, Lambert creates a material called Lambert 2. Okay, so this is the second one we've created. And we can also change the color here. We can make it lighter or darker. Let's go ahead and make it kind of a red color here. And then, again, we have all those same controls here for transparency and ambience and so on. But if you notice, when we scroll down, it doesn't have specularity. And that's what makes it a Lambert. A Lambert is a dull or a matte material that has no specularity. So if I select this cylinder behind it, I can right-click on this and assign Lambert 2 to that material. So now if we do a quick render, you'll see the difference. We've got a shiny blue material, which is a blend, and this is a Lambert material. So let's go through some of the others fairly quickly. So I'm going to select both this cylinder and this sphere, and let's go on to the next one in the list here, and this is a Phong material, probably one of the earliest types of shaders that they invented. And a Phong material, really the big difference between a Phong and a blend is the way that it calculates specularity. So let's take a look at this. Under specularity, we have a couple of options here. We have cosine power, which is basically the size of your highlight, and then that's it. So basically all you can do is determine how big or small that highlight is and the color of the highlight. And of course we can turn down reflectivity if we want. Now the next one is a little bit more controllable, and it's called Phong E. Now both Phong and Phong E are really good for things such as plastic or glass, other types of man-made materials. They work really well for that. So again, I'm going to dial in a color here. Let's just go ahead and say pick maybe an orangish kind of color here. And then let's go ahead and take a look at specular shading. Now on a Phong E, we have some additional controls that we don't have over the Phong. So we have highlight size, which is similar to the Phong, but we also have roughness, and you can see how roughness gives a different character to that specular highlight. And then we can add whiteness to this, which is basically, if you notice, just to the center. And then the specular color goes on the outside. And I'm going to turn down reflectivity again. And the reason I'm turning down reflectivity is that I don't want to get it in the renderer if I render this. So let's go ahead and take a look at all of these. So now we have blend, Lambert, Phong, and Phong-E. And you can notice all the differences between them. Now the last one I have is kind of more of a special one. And this is the first one here on the list. And that's just because the list is alphabetic. And it's called anistropic. Now, the big thing about anistropic shading is the way that it handles specular highlights. And you'll notice the specular highlight on this particular object is not round. It is angular. And so what we can do is we can change the angle of that highlight, and you can kind of see it here as I change it. We can change the spread of this, in other words, the softness. We can change the spread in both X and Y, so it's an asymmetrical highlight. We can also change roughness. A thing called the Fresnel index, which, as you can see, if you play with it, you can kind of see what it does here. And that's basically it. And then if you want, you can also turn on or off reflectivity and make it anistropic or not. I'm going to, again, turn this off. So as you can see very clearly in this viewport, we get very sharp highlights. And this is great for things such as metals. So I'm going to do a quick render again. So now we have anisotropic, blend, Lambert, and then Phong and Phong-E. So these are the basic material types. And in addition to these, Maya has a number of other custom materials that you can use. But we can get a lot done with just these. Now let's go beyond simple colors and start adding textures to our materials in Maya. So we're going to start off with a simple object here. I'm just going to start off with a simple NURBS sphere. So I'm going to go to my shelf here and just select NURBS sphere and just create a very simple sphere. And now let's go ahead and apply material to it. I'm going to select my object, and then I'm just going to use my rendering shelf, and let's go ahead and just add a blend material to it. So when I do, the attribute editor comes up, and if we scroll over here, you'll see we have a blend material applied. Now, if I want, I can change the color of this by using the slider or by using the color picker. But if I wanted it to be more than just a solid color, I need to add a texture. And we can do that over here using this little checkerboard. And you'll notice that these little checkerboard buttons are available to almost all of these parameters in the material. We're going to focus on color right now. So I'm just going to go ahead and select this button and click on it. And when you do, up pops a Create Render Node menu. And this has all of the different types of textures that we can apply. Now, Create Render Node will show up for a lot of different tasks, and Maya will go ahead and highlight the things that you can do at this current moment. So right now, we can apply 2D textures, 3D textures, environments, or other textures. But we have other things in here, such as lights and that sort of thing. And we're not going to be able to use those here, so Maya is just giving you all the available choices at this moment. Now, if you scroll through this, you'll notice there's a lot of different choices here. And we have things such as procedural textures, which are ones that are computer generated, such as bulge and checker and cloth. We can input bitmaps, such as targets and textures, using this file here. We can also do movies using the movie node. If you're using Photoshop, you can use PSD files and actually have layers for your textures that all fit in one file. And then we have a number of other ones here. Now I'm going to actually select a procedural texture called cloth, which is right here towards the top. And let's just go ahead and click on that. And when you do, you may not actually see this. So we want to make sure that we show textures in our viewport here, either through hardware texturing or by hitting the number 6 hotkey on your keyboard. Now when we do, you'll see this is the material or the texture that's been applied. And on the attribute editor, Maya jumps over to the attributes for creating that procedural texture. So we have a number of colors here. We have the color of the gap between the threads. We have the colors of the threads themselves. So if I wanted to, say, make this one orange and say this one yellow, I could do that very easily. And you can see how this sample here relates to what we have on this object. Now I can also change all sorts of other things. So I can change the width of the threads. so on and so forth. And I can make them wavy if I want. And there's really a lot of different options here. And this is just one of many procedural textures that you can use for Maya. And each one is a little bit different. Now, once I've applied this, I may want to go back and further modify my original blend material. Now, if you notice in this window here, I don't have a tab for my blend material. So what we have to do is we have to actually jump back up to that material. So we can do that using these two arrow keys here. We have one that goes into the box, and that goes to the input connection. But we want to go to the output connection, which is here. And that's this lower one with the arrow pointing out of the box. So when I click on this, it pops me back up to my original blend material. And you can see now that my color is overridden with this input connection here, which is that cloth material. Now, if I want, I can still add more textures or materials. If I wanted to, I could just dial up a color, say add more ambient color. But let's say I wanted to play with transparency. I could just make the whole object transparent, or I can use a texture for that. So let's go ahead and do this one more time. I'm going to click on this checkerboard. Again, it brings up Create Render Node. Now this time, I'm going to use the checker pattern. So when I apply that checker texture, you can see how it immediately changes the look of this. And just like with the cloth, it dumps us over into the checker pattern. So if I want, I can change the color of my checkers. Now you'll notice here that white is transparent and black is opaque. So as I dial down my white, it becomes more opaque, and I can change those. So if I want, I can make it slightly transparent or fully transparent. And then if I want to go back up to my original material, again, I just go back up to my output connection, and that shows me my material. So those are some of the basics of how to apply textures. And again, you can use either bitmap or procedural textures for your models. There are many times when you'll need to use a bitmap as a texture in Maya. So let me show you how to apply a simple file as a bitmap. I'm going to start off with a NURBS plane. Now the reason I'm using NURBS for these is because they actually texture map a little bit easier than polygonal surfaces. And so that makes it just a little bit easier for us to see how these work. So I'm actually going to make a NURBS surface that's a little bit wider than it is tall. And then we're going to apply a material to this. I'm going to go into my rendering shelf here, and let's just go ahead and apply a blend material. And our attribute editor should show up. Select blend. And then under color, we're going to go ahead and hit this checkerboard to the right. That brings up Create Render Node. Now in this case, we're going to select File. When I click on that, the File node comes up. So we have one here for File as well as Place 2D Texture. I'm going to stay on File and go down until I see File Attributes and Image Name. Click on the folder. Now if you have your project set correctly, it should go to the Chapter 8 Source Images folder, and in there we'll see observatory.jpg. Open that up. And then if we hit 6, that should render it in the viewport. That turns on hardware texturing. So as you can see, the image is applied to the NURBS surface. Now we can change our image a little bit here by scrolling down, and we have some additional options here. We have a UV tiling mode, which allows us to change it to different types of sculpting programs. So for example, if you're using ZBrush or Mudbox or something like that, this may be helpful. And then we also have other things such as if you're using a high dynamic range image, how to preview that. But probably more important is color balance and effects. So color balance allows us to do a gain on the color. So it allows us to do kind of rudimentary sort of color balance to the object. We can create a floor or a color offset. We can also gain the alpha channel if we want. Now this image does not have an alpha channel. We can also do effects, so we can invert the image if we want, and we can filter this if we want. We can also do a color remap, and then we can also change our UV coordinates, and that's actually controlled here by Place 2D Texture. So if I go to this input connection, you'll see Place 2D Texture. And this shows how much coverage we have on this object. So if you wanted to, for example, rotate that frame, you could do it here. Now this is primarily for NURBS objects. We can also do a repeat. So if I wanted to do, say, a 2 by 2 tile, I could do that here. And then if I want to go back up to my original material, I can go back to the output connection. That goes to my original texture. Hit it once more to go up to the blend material. So those are some of the basics about how to apply bitmaps to objects. Now, texture mapping is a whole other subject, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But these are just some of the basics about how to get a texture into a material. Now, as you start building up scenes and start adding materials to those scenes, you're going to want a more efficient way to manage those materials besides just digging through the attribute editor. And this is why Maya has the Hypershade window, which allows you to see all the materials in the scene as well as how those materials are connected. So let's take a look at this fairly simple scene. We have a little red wagon here, and let's look at this in the Hypershade window. So under Rendering Editors, we have Hypershade. Open that up, and up pops this window. Now, this window has a lot of stuff on it, but a lot of it is duplicates. So, for example, the menus along the top are all duplicated by the graphical buttons here in the interface. So let's focus a little bit more on these. Now, probably the most prominent thing you see here is this Create tab on the left-hand side. Now, this allows you to create new materials. It also allows you to create textures, lights, and all sorts of other things. So this is really a master kind of create node menu. Now, we used a version of this when we created texture nodes, and we were able to select between things such as the checker pattern, the cloth pattern. This is where you can put in files as well. So all of this is available through other places in Maya, but this is where it's all centrally located. Now, probably more importantly is on the right-hand side, we see all the materials that we have in our scene. So if I open this up a little bit, you'll see that these are the materials that I've used to create this object. Now, this is part of a series of tabs. So in addition to materials, we can see the textures in our scene, and you can see that we only have one texture for the label on the wagon. Things such as utilities, lights, if there's any lights in the scene, and there's really a whole bunch more, and we can actually just scroll through these. Now, typically, we're going to just stick to materials and textures, and let's just do that for this lesson. Now, all the materials in the scene can be managed through this window. If I wanted to change a material, all I would have to do would be to click on it. And when I click on it, notice how it comes up in the attribute editor. So if I click on black metal, that material comes up. Rubber for the wheels comes up as well. And when those come up, I can just go ahead and edit them. Let me move this over here. So if I want, I can click on, for example, rubber, and I can change the color of the tires. I have this material here called black metal, which is used for the black metal surfaces, but if I want, I can make it a lighter color or a darker color again. And so this is a great way to actually jump between materials when you're working with a scene. I don't have to just click on this and then go over to the tab here in the attribute editor. I can just click directly on the material in the Hypershade window and get that. Now, in addition to this, you can see how things are connected together. If I click on this wagon material, which is the body of this wagon, you'll see that I have a texture in the color channel. And if I click on that, you can see it's a texture that has the text that says wagon. Now, if I want, I can actually view this in my Hypershade window. Now, all of these materials have a marking menu over them. So if I hover over this wagon material and I right-click, you can see I can do a number of different things. I can assign materials to selection. So if I wanted to assign this material to anything I have selected, I can do that. Or another one is graph network. So if I graph this network, what it does is it brings it up in this little tab here called the work area, and it shows me every node that is connected to that material. If I select the wagon node, which is my main shader, you can see I can select that. Or if I want to jump to the texture, I can jump there. Or if I want to jump to my texture placement, I can also do that. So as you start to build up your materials, you can actually see how they're connected together. So if I had additional channels, say for transparency or bump mapping or something like that, this would be a lot bigger. And I'd have more nodes connected into my main blend shader. Now, if I want, I can navigate this window just like I can the hypergraph window, and that's just by navigating it like a viewport. So if I hold down Alt and use my right mouse button, I can zoom in and out. Middle mouse button, I can pan. Now, like I said before, I can use this menu to apply materials as well. So let's say I wanted to change the handle color to something else. I can select the handle or multiple objects and then just hover over any of these materials, right-click above it, and go Assign to Selection. And when I do, it assigns that material to that particular selection. So those are some of the basics of the Hypershade window. As you can see, it's got a lot of capabilities, and we'll be exploring these throughout the rest of the course. The ramp material is a very versatile material. It's a little bit different than the standard blend and Phong type materials in that it allows you to change the color of an object or the transparency depending upon the angle that you look at it. So let's take a look at this. I'm going to start by creating a NURB surface here, and we're going to create a sphere. And let's go ahead and assign the ramp material. Now we can find it on the rendering shelf. It's this one here, this kind of rainbow colored. But another way to do it is to actually create it through the Hypershade. So let's go through that and we can learn how to create materials in the Hypershade. So we're going to go into Window, Rendering Editors, Hypershade. And here we have the ability to create new nodes right here just by selecting any one of these buttons. So if I scroll down and find Ramp Shader and click on that, that will actually create a new ramp shader. And then I can select my object and right-click and go Assign Material to Selection. Now my ramp shader is connected to my object. Now I could have just as easily selected the object and hit this ramp shader, but when you create it in the Hypershade that way, you can create one material and then apply it to multiple objects. But regardless of how we create it, let's go ahead and see what this ramp shader is all about. So if I go into my attribute editor and go to ramp shader, you'll see that, well, my sample's pretty simple here. It's just a gray object. But we can change this. Now, if you'll notice that each of these have, instead of a color, they have what's called a ramp. Now, a ramp is basically a gradient that shifts from one color to another. So, for example, if I wanted to change color, all I have to do is change my initial color. Let's say I wanted it to be red, and I can change it so that it's entirely red. But if I click on here and create another one of these sliders here, and I can move these just by clicking on the dot, I can actually change what this second color is. So if I wanted to go from, say, red to yellow, I can. The shader is now going from red to yellow. And then we have to decide how is this going to change. So we have this menu here called Color Input. Are we changing on light angle, facing angle, or brightness? So let's change it to facing angle. And when we do, you'll see that the color along the outside is now the red color, and the yellow is the inside. And if we change how this ramp is applied, we can actually change the fade on that color. So this is a great way to have objects that change color depending upon the curvature. It's great for things such as silk or something that have like more of an iridescent quality. Now we can also change it to the brightness of the object. So how the object is lit will determine this. You can see here how that happens. We can also change it to what's called normalized brightness, which is almost the same thing. But typically I like this on facing angle because it really gives you a nice look. Now you can change this so that both of these are fairly close in value. So if I select that color, I could, for example, make this a little bit more yellow. And so you can have it so it's almost a darker shade of what you already have. Now we also can add additional nodes to this ramp. So if I say pull these apart a little bit and I click in the middle, you can see how it creates another new node. And again, I can put in a third color. So I can go from, say, yellow or orange to blue to yellow. And again, I can have a lot of fun with this. Now, if I want to get rid of one of these, all I have to do is click on one of these X's below there. Now, in addition to color, we can also play with things such as transparency, incandescence, as well as the color of specularity. So let's play with transparency. Now, in Maya, transparency is basically black is completely opaque, and white is transparent. And we saw that when we played with that checker map. So let's go ahead and add in a node here for transparency. And let's go ahead and make the inside transparent and the outside opaque. So I'm going to select this one here on the right and go into selected color and just select white. So now you can see here in the sample, and you can also see it here, that it's basically transparent up to the edges. So we've got basically an object that is semi-transparent, or that basically fades to opaque towards the edges. Now this is a great way of simulating things such as glass, because as you start to see through the edge of the glass or the thickness of the glass, it gets a little bit more opaque, and this is a great way to simulate this very easily. So this is just really the basics of the ramp shader, but as you can see, it's a very powerful way to create very unique looks. Bump and displacement mapping is a way to use texture maps to change the surface of your object. So you can use them instead of modeling to get certain types of visual effects. Let's take a look at bump mapping first. I'm going to create a NURBS sphere, and let's go ahead and apply a blend material to it. So I'm going to go into the rendering shelf, select blend material, and apply it. Now if I go over to the blend tab on my object, you'll see that under common material attributes, we have one for bump mapping. Now this is the same for Lambert or Phong as well as anisotropic. And they all have a bump mapping feature here. So if I click on this button, I can put a texture into my bump mapping node. Now I can use anything from a file to a procedural texture. I'm just going to use the same cloth texture we had before. So when I select this, you'll see that I get my cloth texture plus a bump 2D node, and that is one that actually applies it as a bump map. Now I'm not seeing it in my viewport, but if I make sure that I have viewport 2.0 turned on and turn on hardware texturing, I will see it. Now you can toggle that by using 5 and 6 as the hotkeys. So if I zoom in here, you can see I have a pretty good bump map. And if I stay on my bump 2D node, you can see that I can change my bump depth from positive to negative. And then my bump value itself is actually connected to this cloth value. So if I change my gap color and that sort of thing, I can actually change the character of that bump map. Now the thing about bump maps is that it is just a surface effect. It doesn't actually change your model. So if I go in really close here and I take a look at the side of this, you'll see that the object, it really doesn't have a bump along the edge. And in fact, if I go ahead and render this, you can see it even more clearly. So on the side, it's still a sphere. This is really just a render effect that it puts onto the object. So bump mapping is good for things that really don't change the geometry, so rough surfaces, that sort of thing. If you really need to change the height or the shape of your surface, you need to use what's called a displacement map. So let's go ahead and just assign a displacement map to this object. I'm going to apply a new material. So I'm going to apply another blend material. And this time, I'm not going to go to the bump mapping feature. I'm actually going to go here to output connection. So I'm going to go up one in my hierarchy. And if you look at this, you've got your blend, which is my shader, and then I've got what's called a shader group. And this gives me the option here of a displacement material. So if I click on this and click on that same cloth texture, you'll see that I get a displacement option here. And that displacement has an input connection, which is my cloth material, and a scale, which is how high that surface goes. Now, this is an absolute value. You can see here, vector encoding, floating point absolute. So this will actually go 1 unit away from my object. Now, depending on the scale of your object, this may be too much or too little. I'm actually going to zoom out. And let's do a quick render of this. And as you can see, this gives you a much more defined edge. So 1 turned out to be a pretty good number, and you can actually see how it deforms this object. Now, I am rendering in mental ray, which will do displacement maps a little bit better. So if you want to, make sure you render in mental ray. Now, if I want, I can scale this up or down. So let's go ahead and scale it to half. I'm going to scale it to 0.5 and do a render. And as you can see, it goes down. Now, the thing about displacement mapping is that it can apply a lot more detail to your objects and give you much more highly realistic renders without the added work of doing the modeling. Now, one thing about displacement mapping is it will bog down your rendering because it does have to create geometry in order to render it. For simpler things, use bump mapping. It's a lot faster. Displacement mapping can add a lot more render time if you're not careful. The mental ray renderer has a number of advantages over the Maya software renderer, one of which is that it gives you a lot of additional materials that you can use. Let's take a look at some of the more popular ones. Now, mental ray materials are not found in the normal places. If we go to the rendering shelf here, we're not going to find any mental ray specific materials here. If we go into lighting shading, assign favorite material, we're not going to find it here either. We are going to find it under assign new material. So let's go ahead and select a sphere. I'm going to select my large sphere here. Go under lighting shading, assign new material. Now when you do this, it brings up a create node window. This is the same menu that you would see in the hypershade, and we can actually do this operation in the hypershade as well. I'm going to do it here. So you see assign new material, and these are all the materials that we have available to Maya, and you can see it's a lot more than what the standard materials are. Now if we click on mental ray, it will show just the mental ray materials. So in this case, let's go ahead with the first one on the list, and that's called car paint. And it's a really cool material for creating metallic finishes. So when I click on this, you can see it instantly changes color. And in the attribute editor, I have a car paint material. If I scroll to the top, you'll see I have a number of attributes for color. So the ambient color, base color. We also have one for edge color, which is kind of cool. And this does something similar to the ramp shader in that you can actually highlight the edges of the material by changing the color. So it will go towards another color at the edges. We can also do a lit color. So when the object is actually in light, it will inherit more of this color. I have a lot more parameters for specularity. And one of the really cool things is that we have parameters for flakes. So you can actually add metal flakes into it. You can add a weight to the flakes, so how much of the surface is flaky, the size and the density of the flakes, and so on. We also have parameters for reflection. So you have a lot more control over reflection. And we also have parameters to add dirt to the finish as well, which is kind of neat. Now, I'm not going to change too many of these, and let's just go ahead and do a render of this out of the box and see what it looks like. Now, make sure you're in mental ray when you're rendering this. So I'm going to make sure I'm in mental ray. And when you do, you'll see that, well, yeah, I get this surface, I get kind of this edge effect, and I also get metal flakes and reflectivity. It's really kind of a neat material. Now, kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum is the skin material, and this is good for creating organic objects such as human skin or animal, reptile skin, that sort of thing. So if we select this, again, we can go lighting, shading, assign new material. Down here, we have one called fast skin. If I click on this, now when you create this, it's going to ask you about light maps, and I'm just going to go ahead and just do a create new. And that'll go ahead and create the lighting that we need for this. But I'm going to go ahead and back onto my object and select it and find the Fast Skin tab. So as you can see, we have a sample here, and we can change a number of things. The diffuse layer, so the ambient color, how much it glows. And then if we scroll down, you'll see we have what's called a subsurface scattering layer. And that's where we really get the color of this skin. So we can change the color here. We can also change what's called a scatter color. Now what subsurface scattering does is it actually bounces light below the surface, and that gives it kind of a nice glow to it. And this material actually is good for things such as marble as well. And then we can also change our specularity. And one of the nice things about specularity is that you can change it as it gets closer to the edge of the object. And we can also add in bump maps. But with the defaults, let's just go ahead and render this and see what that looks like. So as you can see, this looks rather skin-like. Let's do one more. I'm going to select the front sphere here, and let's do assign new material. And for this one, I'm going to do what's called material X, which gives you a kind of a nice glassy effect. This is a great way to get glass materials. So this one here is pretty simple. We have a color, so we can actually change it to whatever color we want. We can also add in roughness to the surface. So you want it to be glossy, keep it at 0. If you want the surface to be rougher, turn it up. And then reflectivity, how does this reflect? The amount of reflection, we can turn this up or down, how reflective it is. And then We also have advanced reflection, so you can actually reflect by distance so that it won't reflect things that are far away. And then another really important one is refraction, and this is really where you get your glass effect. Now, refraction works with transparency, so if I turn up my transparency so that I can see through this, I can use my index of refraction to make this either convex or concave lens. So if it's above 0, you can see the effect here. So if it's above 0, it gives this effect. If it's below 0, it gives this effect. So I'm going to actually dial this in slightly below 0, somewhere around 0.95 or so, and dial up my transparency. And let's go ahead and do a quick render and see what this looks like. So as you can see, you're getting a refractive effect here. It looks very, very glassy here, and we're also getting some nice glossy highlights. So these are 3 very different types of materials, and they're all mental ray materials. So this is just one more reason to get in the habit of using the mental ray renderer. Now, when you start applying textures to objects, you will need to control how those textures are placed. Now, there are 2 ways to control texture placement in Maya. One is on the material side of it, the other is on the object side. So on the material side, you can control things such as tiling and placement within the material. And then once you apply it to the object, you can take that material and wrap it however you want. So let's take a look at how to align objects to a material. We're going to start off with a very simple object. I'm going to start with a NURBS plane, which is probably one of the easiest things to texture. And so that's what we'll use. And then I'm going to go ahead and apply a material to it. So I'm going to go to my rendering shelf, and let's just use a Lambert, make it very simple. So I go to my Lambert tab, and in the color channel, click on this little checkerboard, and then let's click on File. Now, if I have my project set properly, it'll bring me to the Chapter 9 Source Images folder. And in that, we have a image called face.jpg, and that's the face of the astronaut that we've been playing with. So let's go ahead and open this up. And this should apply to my texture, but I probably have to hit 6 in order to see hardware texturing. And there he is. So now he's mapped to my NURBS surface. Now, the great thing about NURBS is that by default, they map images corner to corner. So it doesn't matter what the shape of this is. If I, for example, were to right-click and select some control vertices and adjust them, the map will always stick to that. And no matter how I created it, the map will always stick corner to corner, which is kind of nice. So I'm going to go back into object mode, and let's go over to our material. So I'm going to Lambert 2, and in the color channel, I have a connection here. And so let's go ahead and see what that connection is. Well, that's my file. And you'll notice that there's a second tab here called Place 2D Texture. And this is really how that image is mapped. So if I click on this tab, you'll see this is how I control the placement of that texture. So we have a number of things. One we have is the coverage of the texture. In other words, how much of the surface does it cover? So if I were to bring this down, say to 0.75, you would see it. But in order to really see it, you need to turn your renderer on to Legacy High Quality Viewport. That's probably the best one for doing this. So go ahead and turn that on. And so let's go ahead and do this one more time. So if I go 1 to 1, you can see how it maps 1 to 1. If we go 0.75 to 0.75, it'll go ahead and map partially. So in other words, I'm only mapping 3/4 of the entire surface. Now we have another option here, which is translate frame. So if I say translate this 0.25, it'll go ahead and move over that much. We can also rotate the frame. So if you want, you can rotate this however you want. And then if we scroll down here, we can also do repeats. So if I want to tile this more than just once, I can do that within the material. So let's say I wanted to tile it 2 by 2. If I do that, it will tile it 2 by 2, but within this frame that I created. So it's going to tile 2 by 2 within this 0.75 window. That's an important thing to understand. And then we can also do things such as do offset and rotate the UV itself. So we've kind of got this repeat and offset and rotate here is within this little window. And then we have another meta control that controls how that window is placed. Now I'm going to go ahead and bring this up to 1 and kind of zero everything out. And let's take a look at another way to do this. Now, if you want, you can control all of these through what's called interactive placement. If I click on this, you'll see that these red lines come up. And all I have to do is hover over these and middle click to change them. So if I middle click here on the side, I can change my coverage, either in the U or the V direction. Now remember, in a NURB surface, we have a U and a V, which translates to X and Y in a bitmap. If I middle click on this, I can place it wherever I want. And again, this is affecting translation. And if you click on the corners, you can rotate it. Okay, so all of that just applies. All I have to do is select out of it, and then it freezes. Now, just to refresh, we're changing the way that the bitmap maps to the material. So we can apply this material to other objects, and that same placement will apply. So let's go ahead and just create another object. I'm going to create a NURBS sphere, and let's go ahead and move that up above the timeline. Let's just right-click on this and go Assign Existing Material. Well, the one I created was called Lambert 2. And when I do, you can see how the mapping applies, and I still get the exact same mapping. So if I click over to my plane and go into my Lambert 2, go into my color channel here, click on this connection, I can actually change my placement in the material itself. Now this can be really nice because you can actually change it across multiple objects in a scene. Now if I were to kind of bring all these back to their default values here, you can see that I get my placement here. But if I wanted to, I could rotate this frame 90 degrees. And now I'm getting a placement for this sphere that works for what I intended this for, which is to map this onto a sphere. So as you can see, this placement can have some really nice effects. So if I wanted to, I could just have this so that when you place it on a sphere, it's oriented in the right direction. Now this works not only for NURB surfaces, but also for polygonal surfaces. So if I were to create a polygonal plane and assign the material, again, Lambert 2, you can see how, again, it maps to the plane. Now, it's not mapping exactly perfectly because polygonal surfaces don't map corner to corner exactly the way that NURBS do. So you're going to have to adjust the placement a little bit. But even here, if I go into my color channel and change my placement, it affects all of them. Okay, so I've got this kind of one control for all of my materials. So this is a really good place to start with texture placement. You want to get your texture aligned to itself before you apply it to another object. And then once you apply it to an object, you can affect the mapping within the specific object. And we'll go ahead and take a look at that in just a bit. Now, once you have your materials set up, you may also need to change the mapping on a per object basis. Now, there are a number of ways to apply mapping to an object. Let's take a look at how to do projected mapping. Now, typically this is for NURB surfaces, but we can do it in a number of different ways. So let's go ahead and take a look at our little spaceship here. And I want to go ahead and put a label on our little cowl here. Now, if we apply a material to this, such as a Fong, and insert a bitmap, we can, for example, select this one called A109 and open it. And you can see that, well, it maps, but it's kind of mapping as though the object was a sphere. So we've got a seam here right along this right-hand side. And so this is mapping kind of radially around this sphere. And that is because the cowl was created by just lopping the bottom off of a sphere. Now, we could probably do a little bit different than that. So I'm actually going to undo my way out of this. And let's go ahead and create a projected texture. I'm going to select my cowl, and under rendering, I'm going to select a Fong material. Now, in the color channel, I want to add a file. But if I right-click over this, you'll see that by default, it's Create Texture, which basically maps it to the default. If we want, we can create this as what's called a projection. And what that does is it allows us to control exactly how that texture is placed on the object. So let's go ahead and do Create as Projection. And then it gives us a projection box here. But we still need to input the image. So let's go ahead and click on this connection. Brings us to File 1. Click on our file folder here. And then we can select A109. Open that. And you can see that, okay, it's now on the surface. And it looks a little bit different. And that's because this projection of this material is controlled by this object way down here. So this is always created at the origin. And so we can move this object to control the mapping. So right now, this mapping is straightforward. Well, I actually want to map from the top down, so I'm going to have to rotate this. So I can just use my standard move, rotate, and scale tools to manipulate this object. And if you take a look at this, you'll see that there's a little, kind of a little point coming down from the projection, and that's really the direction of that projection. And you can see in the transform attributes that I'm rotating around X. So I just want to make X to be negative 90, and that'll put it straight up and down. So now I can start placing this. So I can just move this on top of the cowl so it's pointing down. But again, it's too small, so I'm going to scale it using my scale tools. And these are just standard Maya tools that I'm using. And so I'm just scaling this object, and as I scale it up, you can see how it scales up the texture. If it's too low, I'm going to get a tile on the texture from where it overlaps. So I want to make sure that it's big enough. And then I want to control the placement of this so that it's centered to where I want it to be. So now that I've got this placed, I have this texture object here that's now projecting this texture down. And my texture is placed exactly the way that I want it. But this is a separate object, so I can take this object and move it around. If I look in the outliner, you'll see that I've got this place 3D texture object. So if I take my saucer and I move it around, I'm actually moving it through the texture. Now this can be great for special effects, but if I want this to move with my object, I need to take this place 3D texture object and make it a child of whatever I'm going to be moving. So in this case, the saucer, or actually the cockpit of the saucer. So now when I move this around, the texture projection also moves around and everything stays together. So those are some of the basics of how to create projected textures. Now remember, the texture projector is a separate object, so you need to make sure that you manage that properly. Texturing a polygonal object gives you a little bit more freedom than texturing a NURBS object. In a polygonal object, you can actually texture on a face-by-face basis, so you can either apply materials or texture map on a per polygon basis. So let's take a look at this. So I have this character here, and if I want, I can create materials for an entire object. So let's say I select his chest, and I can apply, say, a blend material to him. And if we go over to this, we can change it to whatever color we want. So let's say we wanted to give him a nice body color here. That's maybe yellowish or something like that. And we can certainly play with the materials that we have and create whatever we want. Now, if I want, I can certainly name that material, say, let's call it body. And we can apply that same material to other objects. And this is stuff that we've all done before. So if I select my shoulders, for example, and right-click, you'll see that I have body as an existing material, and I can apply it. Now, we have other objects that may require multiple materials. So, for example, if I turn my character around, he has these two rockets on his back, and those rockets actually will probably need separate materials. I probably need a separate material for the nozzle, for example. So I've set this up with this in mind, and I actually have some handy layers so we can see this a little bit more clearly. So I'm going to turn off all my layers except for the rocket layer. And let's go ahead and zoom in on one of these rockets. Now this is just made up of polygons, so if I want, I can select the faces of the object, say the top of this rocket. And if I want, I can apply a material to that. So let's go ahead and say apply a Lambert material. And you'll notice here that I actually have now two materials on this object. So I have Lambert 1, which is the original gray material, and Lambert 2, which is the one I just created. So we can call this, for example, nose cone, and we can give it a color. So let's give it, say, a reddish color of some sort, or maybe a little bit less, a little bit darker, something like that. And now I have actually two materials on this rocket. So if I wanted to, I could select these middle faces and use my greater than sign to expand that. So now I've selected all of the rest of the body. And I can, again, apply a Lambert to that. And we can call that, say, rocket body. And again, I can apply a color to it. So if I wanted that to be a little bit redder or maybe a little bit lighter, whatever color I want, I can do that. And then I can also apply one to the nozzle. So if I, again, make sure I'm in face mode, select my nozzle, and maybe use my greater than and less than signs to increase my selection. So I've selected the entire nozzle of that. I can, again, apply a material. So let's apply something shiny in this case. Let's apply a blend material. And maybe we should make that a little bit more silver color or whatever. And maybe I can add some specularity to it, brighten up that specularity on that. And then we can also name this, say, rocket nozzle. So now I've got three materials on this object. I've got the nose cone, which I can change the color of. I've got the rocket body, which again I can change the color of. And I've got the nozzle. So now once I have all these, I can apply them to other objects. So for example, if I want to do this object here, I can again go into face mode here and select those faces, right click, and this is going to be the nose cone. Select these. And again, I'm just using my greater than and less than signs on my keyboard to assign these. And then this material is going to be the rocket body. And then if I want, I can, again, right-click above this, go into face mode. And again, I'm just using greater than and less than to expand my selection. And right-click, and let's just call this the nozzle. So now I've got one object, but with three separate materials on it. Now this is fundamentally different than NURBS, which has to have one material per patch. Now if we want, we can actually go through our entire character and start applying these materials. And if there's a place where we have, say, an object that has multiple surfaces, we can certainly divide that out and apply separate materials. So this is just one difference between polygons and NURBS in that a polygonal object can have multiple materials applied. Mapping polygonal objects is a little bit different than mapping NURBS objects. In polygonal objects, the mapping is baked in on a per polygon basis. So we can map a polygon at a time or an object at a time. So let's apply some texture maps to our astronaut. I've got some layers here, and let's go ahead and turn those off. And right here I have my head layer, and I'm going to keep my head layer active. So I'm going to select the head here, and then let's just zoom in so we can see it. And let's go ahead and apply a texture for his face. So I'm going to select a Lambert material and apply it. We should have Lambert 8, and we can certainly rename that. Let's rename that face. And in the color channel, I'm going to go ahead and input a bitmap. So in that, I'm going to select a file, and that file is going to be the file called face.jpg. Open that up. You can see that it immediately maps to my head, but you can see that it's not mapping properly. Now we can change this by forcing the mapping to be what we want. And we can do this under the Create UVs menu. So I go into Polygons, Create UVs, and we've got a number of these. Now typically I would just select spherical mapping, which would pretty much solve my problem, but let's step through some of the others. We have planar mapping, cylindrical mapping, and automatic mapping. So let's take a look at what planar mapping looks like. So when I click on that, you can see how a plane pops up with all of these little handles on it. So I can take those handles and manipulate them so that my texture maps properly. Now the one thing about planar mapping is that it works on both sides of the object. So if I swivel around here, you can see that I'm actually texturing both sides of this object. That's because the plane is just shooting straight through the object and it hits both sides. So this might work if we only see the character from the front, but let's go ahead and do another type of mapping just to see what it looks like. So I'm going to go ahead back into object mode, select my head, create UVs, let's do cylindrical mapping. And when I do that, up pops a different type of icon. Very similar. You can see I've got handles here that allow me to scale this. So if I want to, I can wrap this all the way around. And then these handles up here, the green ones, scale it up and down. And if you take a look at this in the attribute editor, you can see that I've got a number of attributes here. For poly cylinder project, I can do a horizontal sweep. I can do my projection height. I can also rotate my projection as well as change the image center. So this is very similar to the projected texture we saw before. And this actually could suffice, but I'm actually going to do one more just to show you what this looks like. And let's go into Create UVs and do spherical mapping. Now when I do that, again, I get a different set of icons. So I can pinch this up at the poles, and then if I want, I can use my horizontal sweep to bring it up to 360. And if I go into object mode, you can see that I've got my object mapped the way that I want. Now, I've been doing this on the entire object. If I want, I can do it on a per face basis. So let's go back into object mode here, and let's go back to our layers, and let's turn on our body layer. So I've got this character's body here, and if I want, I can apply a label to it. Now, I have a small label that I can put on the front of the body that has his name on it, and his name is Bob. So let's go ahead and apply a material to just the front of this body. So I'm going to right-click over the body, face, select these middle two faces, and then I'm just going to grow the selection using the greater than signs. I'm going to grow it once more, so I get pretty much just the whole front of his chest. And to those faces, I'm going to assign a Fong material. So you can see now I have a Fong material on just those faces. It's called Fong 6. And if we want, we can change the color. Well, I actually want to import a bitmap into this. So I'm going to select my Create Render node, and again, File. And in that file, there's a texture out there called Bob. And you can see how it's the same color as his body, except it has his name on it. So I'm going to go ahead and hit Open. And you can see that, well, you can't see it. So we need to map this so that we can. Now, since I've only selected the front part of his body, I can do a planar map because that won't project all the way through to the back because I'm only applying this to the front. So let's go ahead and select those polygons again. So I'm going to select those middle two and then just grow my selection so I have the same selection I had before. And then under Create UVs, I'm just going to do planar mapping. And that will map to only those polygons. Now, when I bring this up, you can see how it's kind of not in the right place here. One of the things is that it's rotated wrong. So I'm going to select my rotation here in my attribute editor and put that to 0. And that kind of brings it flat. And then I'm going to change my projection width here. See if I can grab that. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to just go ahead and size this up how I want. And you can see that I can move this around on his body. Also notice how we're getting these kind of ochre colored lines around the edge of this. So this is the only part of him that's being textured. So I can make this as big or as small as I want and then just place it. And when I'm done, all I have to do is deselect. Go into object mode. So now I've got just these polygons texture mapped. And now if I want, I can go through the rest of the character and apply textures to different areas if I want. But as you can see, the way you apply textures to polygons in Maya is using the Create UVs menu. Now you can apply that mapping to the entire object or to just parts of an object. If we want more precise control over how a texture maps to a polygonal object, we can use the UV texture editor, which gives you very discrete control. So let's take a look at this wagon. I've got the body of the wagon here, and let's take a look at it in the attribute editor. You'll see that we have a wagon material applied. So let's put a bitmap into the color channel. So I'm going to go into color, select add node, and we're going to add a file, and select the file called wagon.jpg. And that's just a red texture with the label of the wagon on it. So I'm going to go ahead and select open. And as you can see, this doesn't really map. If we hit 6 to texture map it, we're not really seeing any mapping. Well, just like with anything else, we can certainly create some UVs. So I'm going to do Create UVs, and let's go ahead and maybe do something like cylindrical mapping. And you can see that I can get the map on there, but it's also going on both sides, and it's not as controllable as I want. So let's say I want more discrete control. I can select my wagon here, go into object mode, and go into the UV texture editor. Now this is a window that shows you the texture that is on the object and how the polygons are mapped. You can navigate this just like any other orthographic viewport. You can hold down the Alt key, middle click to drag, and right click to zoom. Now you can see here that I've got my wagon basically textured to these polygons. So if I wanted to, I could right click in this window in the UV texture editor and select UV. And then I can drag, and you can see how when I drag, it actually mirrors that on the viewport. And if I want, I can use my standard move, rotate, and scale tools to actually move those. And you can see how the texture actually moves in accordance to what I have here. So I can actually use this to precisely position the texture against the model. Now, using the cylindrical projection probably isn't the best way to do this. So I'm actually going to go back into object mode and select my wagon. And instead of cylindrical projection, I'm going to do Create UV's automatic mapping, which is one that we didn't take a look at. So let's go ahead and select automatic mapping. Notice how it changes immediately in the UV texture editor. And if I push this aside, you can see what's happening. The automatic mapping basically projects a texture from all 6 sides, so from X, Y, and Z. And as I scale this, you can see how this automatically changes in the UV texture editor. So this is showing me exactly how these polygons are mapping. Now I'm going to leave it pretty much as a default and then just go into select mode. So now we can use the UV texture editor to position how this texture goes onto the object. Now if I right click on this, you'll see I get a marking menu. We selected UVs before, and you can see how if I select UVs, I can actually get the UVs of the object here. So if I select, say, these ones here, you can see how they match up. But I can also select other things. I can select vertices, and the more important one is I can select what's called a shell. And that's these individual groups of UVs or vertices. So for example, if I select this one here, you can see that that's the bottom of the wagon. So if in the UV texture editor, I select my move key or my move tool, you can see I can move that shell and position it over any part of that texture map. So if I wanted the wagon to be at the bottom of that, I could just position it by moving and rotating and scaling it so that it's actually over that portion of the bitmap. So basically, I'm just moving this part of the wagon to wherever I want in the bitmap. Well, I really don't want that to be that way. I basically want this to be on the sides of the wagon, so I'm actually going to move most of these out of the way. Now, this is the one that I'm actually focusing on, which is the left side of the wagon. So I'm going to use my rotate tool to rotate that 90 degrees so that it's pretty much square. And then use my move and scale tools to position it and scale it into place. So I'm going to scale here and just get that exactly the way that I want it. So now you can see how this portion of the wagon is now mapped to this portion of the image. Let's do the same for the other side. I'm going to go ahead and select this shell and again rotate this so that it's pretty much flat here, 90 degrees, and scale it and position it. Now I can position this however I want. If I want, I can match what I did before, which is what I'm going to do. And now I've got a one-to-one mapping of the polygons in the model to the image. So now the rest of my image is basically just mapped to red. It doesn't really matter how those are mapped because they don't really have any specific information. But the part where I need the label is mapped very, very precisely. And we can actually extend this to much more complex texture maps and much more complex objects. And this is really a fundamental way of applying texture maps in Maya. So typically the process is you take your model and you apply UV maps using Create UVs as closely as possible. Then you go into the UV texture editor and you start to tweak it. So hopefully you'll understand the basics of this process and be able to apply it to more complex models. Now let's dive into rendering. We're going to start with the Render Settings window, which is where you set most of your rendering parameters. Now we can get to this window in one of two places. We can go into Window, Rendering Editors, Render Settings, or the easier way to do this is to just hit this button in the interface. Now this brings up the render settings window. Now we've touched on this briefly, but let's go through this in a little bit more detail. So the first tab here tells us which renderer we're using. So we can use the Maya software renderer or any other renderer that we have loaded. And when we do that, these tabs change. So if I go to, say, Maya Hardware 2.0 or MentalRay, you will see the tabs change a bit. Now, all of these renderers have a common tab, and this controls the main rendering parameters. So we have color management, where you can set color spaces if you want. And more importantly is file output. We can give our scene a name if we wanted to. We could call it, say, name or something like that. We can change the type of file. So we can change it from TIFF to Targa or whatever. And then we can also change the type of extension we have. So we can, if we just do a single name or name.extension, this will just render one single frame. Now, if we pull down this menu and you see one with a pound sign in it, this will actually render animations. So these top two are single frame, and you can see that it says that. Anything below that with a pound is animation. And when we do that, a number of things pop up. We have a control here for frame padding. And up here, you can see the name that it's going to use to render these images. So if we were to render animation, it will render from 0001 to 0010.tiff. Now, if we want, we can dial the number of leading zeros up or down. So depending on the length of your animation, you may want more or less leading zeros. Then down here, we can actually set our frame range. So if we want, we can render from 1 to 10 or from 1 to 100. And again, you can see that these names are reflected here. We can also skip frames. So if you want to render every other frame or every third frame, you can do that here. Now, scrolling down the common tab here, we can decide which camera to render. So you can pick any camera, including your orthographic viewports. If you have multiple cameras, you do need to decide which one you're going to render. And then you can also turn on your alpha channels and Z depth if you want. Now, the next one is probably one of the most important ones, and that's your image size. How big of an image are we going to render? Right now, I have this set at 640 by 480, but if we want, we can use any number of presets for high def or film or PAL. And if your image aspect ratio isn't there, you can always type in the exact width and height as well as your aspect ratios. Now, in addition to all of these, we have additional tabs depending on the renderer. Now, we're going to be focusing on MentalRay, so let's just take a look at the MentalRay tabs just to understand what they're about. Now, the first one is for render passes, and this allows you to render a scene in multiple passes for compositing. So if you wanted to render your shadows out separately, this is where you would do it. We're not going to get into that. We can also turn on or off features in Maya. So if you don't want things such as shadows or global illumination, you can turn all of those on or off right here. And we can also scroll down for extra features such as light maps and lens shaders. And we also have a contours menu here for rendering things that look kind of like a toon shader. Now, probably the most important one here is the quality setting. Now, in this, we have a number of different sampling modes. Now, Maya has switched over to what's called the unified sampling mode, but we have two legacy modes for people who have old scenes. But typically, we want to leave this on unified sampling, and this is our quality. By default, it's pretty low at 0.25, but we can certainly dial it up to get more quality. Now, increasing quality will increase your render time. Now, if you want to render a scene, you can always just hit this button here to render a single frame. So let's go ahead and do that. So as you can see, we can render this particular scene. Now, this pull down here changes the way that you see the render when it comes up. Now, if we want, we can use what's called progressive mode. By default, it's on IPR only, which means that it will only be used when you're using the interactive photorealistic renderer. But if you want, you can turn it off or on. Now, it will slow down your renders just a little bit, so you may want to just leave it off, but it's a great way to kind of see your renders as they go. So if I dial down my quality just a bit so I have a faster renderer, and we turn progressive mode on, what it's going to do is it's going to give me a blocky version of the render and then fill in the details. So as you can see, it's giving progressive rendering, so it's going from low detail to high detail rather than just filling in parts of the image. Now this is a great way to see your render as it progresses. So you can turn that on or off just depending on how you want to see this. I'm going to turn it back to IPR only. Now we have a number of other types of optimization for sampling. If you want, you can turn on different types of filters and that sort of thing. Now, in addition to quality, you can turn on ray tracing and change the maximum number of reflections and refractions in your scene. We can play with motion blur, shadows, and that sort of stuff. Now, the next tab is also very important, and this is what's called indirect lighting. And this is really where Mental Ray is a step ahead of the Maya software renderer. And this tab contains all sorts of ways to create bounce lighting and other sorts of indirect and realistic lighting. And we're going to get to these as well. Now, finally, we also have options. So we can turn on things such as diagnostics if we want to see it. We can see how we preview things and so on. So probably the most important tabs are quality and indirect lighting as well as common. And we're going to be focusing on all these throughout this chapter. So these are some of the basics of the render settings window. So get used to all of these because you will be using this menu a lot. Rendering in Maya is a lot like photography, and with photography, you're working with light. So Maya has a number of different types of lights that it can use to illuminate your scene. Now by default, Maya has a kind of a default light in the scene, and so if you don't do anything, you do have light. So if I have this spaceship here and I just render it, I'll get the default Maya lighting. And this is good for if you're modeling or doing textures. But if you really want to light the scene, you need to use the lights that are within Maya. Now we can get to these in one of two places. On our rendering shelf here, we have all of our standard lights here. We can also go into the Create menu and go into Lights. And so let's go ahead and pull off this menu so we can reference them by name. Now probably the most commonly used light is the spotlight. So if I create this, you can see that basically it looks like a little spotlight. So if I select this and I move it up, I can zoom in here. You can see that it's basically a little cone with an arrow on it, and that tells me which direction that is pointing. Now, if I want to see my lighting in the viewport, I can do that just by making sure that I'm in viewport 2.0 and then just turn on lighting, use all lights. And that shows me exactly how that spotlight is working. So if I can move this, I can rotate it and shift it around just like any other object. Now there are other ways to manipulate lights in Maya. Probably the nicest one is called Show Manipulator. So if we go into the Modify menu, under Transformation Tools, we have a Show Manipulator tool. And when I click on that, you'll see that actually now I have two icons here. One is a target for the light, the other is the light itself. So if I hop out by hitting my space bar to my other views, I can actually place this underneath my spaceship. And now whenever I move the light, it will be pointed at that spaceship. So I can go, say, for example, into my top view and just move that out a bit. And you can see how I can adjust my light very, very easily using this manipulator tool. Now, another way to manipulate a light is to actually look through it. I can go into any viewport and actually look through my light. So if I select Panels, Look Through Selected, and my light is selected, I can actually see what my light sees. So if I zoom out, you can see how my light is zooming out. If I orbit, and again, I'm just orbiting like a camera here with my mouse buttons and my middle click, and I'm orbiting this just like a camera with my mouse buttons. And then I can go out, or if I want, I can truck in, and you can see how the light moves just like a camera. So this is another really nice way to position a light. And when you're done with that, you can always change your viewport back to an orthographic. Now, when you have a light in the scene, you can also change your attributes for the light, such as your brightness and your color and all that. So if we keep our light selected and go into the attribute editor, you'll see we have a number of attributes for the light. So right now, this light here is a spotlight, and we can actually change the type of light right here in the attribute editor. We can change the color of the light here. We can turn it up or down, or we can add color to that. So if I wanted a green or a blue light, I could certainly do that. I can change the intensity, make it really bright or dim it out. And by default, 1 is the value of the light, and that's actually a pretty good standard illumination. Now we can also turn on or off diffuse, or, here, let me zoom in here, diffuse or specular. So if I don't want specular highlights from a specific light, I can turn them on or off. Now the next one is actually kind of important. It's actually your decay rate. Now by default, Maya lights do not decay. In other words, they don't fall off with distance like a real light would. And this makes it much simpler to light your scenes. But if you want an added level of realism, then you have to turn on your decay. So we have 3 types of decay. Linear decays with distance. Quadratic decays with the square of distance. And if you know Newton's laws, that's real life. Or we can go beyond real life and do cubic, which falls off with the cube of distance. Let's turn this on to quadratic just to see. And when we do that, you'll see that the light immediately dims out. That's because my intensity is falling off with distance, and an intensity of 1 is just not enough. So I can turn up my intensity, but if you see I pull this slider all the way to the right, nothing happens. Well, here's a little trick. I can actually type in a number. So if I want to, I can, instead of 10, I can type 100. Or if that's not enough, I can type 1,000. And actually 1,000 seems like it's actually doing some effect. So from 1,000, I can actually dial it up, or if I want, I can even type in a bigger number. And now I have enough light here to actually light my scene. Now if I keep my light selected, you can see that as I get closer, the light gets brighter. Further away, it gets dimmer, and that's because of this decay rate. Now if I want, I can turn that back to any other thing. I can turn it to cubic, or let's go back to no decay. And when I turn it back, you'll see that the scene is kind of blown out. And that's because my intensity is way too high. So I'm just going to go ahead and type in a 1 for that intensity and put it back to normal. Now, spotlights are unique in that they have an angle. So we can actually change our cone angle, the spread of the light. We can also change what's called the penumbra, soft edge, and the drop-off, which is the internal soft edge. So penumbra goes from the cone out, drop-off goes in. Now, in addition to this, we have a number of other things. We can create light effects, we can create shadows, and so on. And we're going to be getting to all of these. But these are the basic attributes. Now that we understand these, let's go through the rest of the lights just to quickly understand what they do. I'm going to go ahead and delete this spotlight. And the next light that we want to look at is the directional light. Now, this actually works a lot like a spotlight. And if we zoom in on this, you'll see that it's basically just a bunch of parallel lines with arrows on them. And that pretty much represents what a directional light is. It's a parallel light source that comes from all directions and that has direction. So just like a spotlight, it will cast a specular highlight in a specific direction. But the nice thing about a directional light is that it doesn't have a cone or penumbra, so it always illuminates. Now with a directional light, all you have to do is just rotate the light to get the value that you want. So actually, moving the light has no effect. I can move this however I want, but because the rays are parallel, it doesn't matter where the light is in the scene. Direction is the only thing that matters. Now another type of light that we can work with is the point light. Now you can think of this as kind of the bare light bulb in the room. And you can see that as I move up, it moves up pretty much like a light bulb. And you can see that I can illuminate the underneath of this spaceship. If I move it above the spaceship, it will illuminate the top. And so this is really good for those types of effects where you want a point of light, such as a light bulb or a torch or a lamp or something like that. Probably a more specific type of light is the ambient light, and that just sets the ambient level of light in the room. Again, it's not position sensitive, just like the directional light. And all you really have to work with is the intensity. So if you want to dial down the intensity, you can. And typically what you want to do is just turn on your ambient light and then keep the intensity low. And what you're doing is you're setting a minimum level of light in the room. So if you don't want really dark shadows or dark areas, you can add a little bit of ambient light and that will get rid of those. Now we also have some more specialized types of lights. We have the area light. Now, if I click on that, you'll notice that this light is basically just a plane. You can zoom in here. It looks like a plane with an arrow pointing out of it, and that's the direction of this. It's a little like a spotlight, but it's actually also like a softbox in that it creates a light from an area rather than a specific point. Now, one unique thing about this light is that the size of the plane will increase your intensity. So if I scale this up, I'll actually get more light and the light will be brighter. So that's a really unique thing of area lights. And then I can also, in addition to that, change the color and intensity if I want. Now, area lights take a little bit more horsepower to render, so they can take a little bit longer to render, so you might need to be careful in using them in some scenes. And then finally, we have what's called a volume light. Now, we're not going to see this all that well in Viewport 2.0, but let me just explain how this works. It's basically a shape. So if I scale this up, you can see this. It's right now a sphere, and we can change the type of light here. Sphere or box, cube or a cylinder, and cone. So I'm going to keep it as a sphere here. And then we can also determine whether the light goes out or in. So you can actually make this into almost like an area light where the light's all going outward. Or you can make it into a light that only goes inward. In other words, the light's all pointing inward and anything outside of that sphere is not illuminated. So this is really good for certain types of special effects. So this is just a really quick introduction to all the basic types of lights in Maya. And as you can see, we have a number of ways to illuminate your scene. In the real world, all lights cast shadows. In Maya, lights can cast shadows or they don't have to. We can actually turn shadows on or off. So let's take a look at how to do shadows with lights in Maya. Now I have this simple scene here, and we have shadows turned on in our viewport, so we can kind of roughly see how the shadows work. And I have this light here, and as you can see, it's casting a shadow. So let's select our spotlight in our scene and go into the attribute editor. Now in the spotlight, we actually can scroll down to the Shadows tab. And this is where we control our shadows. Now the first thing we can do is we can dial in a shadow color. So we can turn it to various shades of gray. So if you don't want jet black shadows, you can certainly give it a light gray or a dark gray color. If you want to go kind of psychedelic, you can certainly change it to any other color that you want. You can also turn shadows on or off, so not every light has to cast a shadow. So if we scroll down here, by default, lights use ray trace shadows, and we can just turn those off, and the light will not cast a shadow. Now we have two types of shadows for lights. We have ray trace shadows, which is the default. We also have an older technology called depth map shadows. Let's turn that on and take a look at that. Now this creates shadows through a bitmap. So you have two separate parameters here that are really important. One is the resolution of the bitmap. The other is called a filter. So what it does is it creates a shadow map of this resolution, and then it uses the filter to blur that. So if we keep our filter size to 0 and dial down our resolution, say to 64, you can kind of see this blockiness here, and that's really how Maya is creating the shadow. So if I bring up the map to say 128, you can see how it gets a little less pixelated. Now if I were to render this, you could see the blockiness of that shadow. Now we can blur this out simply by upping the filter. So if I bring the filter up to say 3 or 4, that blurs the shadow. And now I have a very fast rendering soft shadow. So right there is my soft shadow. So depth map shadows are actually fairly quick to render, and so sometimes they're nice to use. Now if I want a finer shadow, I can certainly increase the resolution of my bitmap. Let's go ahead and bring it up to about 1,000 or so, and then drop down the filter size to 1. And when I render that, you'll see that I get a much sharper shadow than I had before. Now in Maya, we can turn off depth map shadows and turn on the default ray trace shadows. Ray trace shadows are generally sharper, and they can also go through transparent surfaces, so they're more realistic. Now, by default, we have very sharp shadows in Maya using ray tracing. So you can see that this shadow has a very sharp edge. Now, we have controls that allow us to soften the shadow. And this is the radius of the light, as well as the number of shadow rays. So let's go ahead and soften this particular light. I'm going to up the shadow rays to 16. Now, this is how many times it will sample this shadow. And then the light radius is how big of an area are we projecting those shadow rays. So we can dial this up to 1, but actually I'm going to bring it up even higher. I'm going to type in 5. We're going to make this a fairly big light. And let's go ahead and do a quick render. As you can see, the shadow is not so sharp, and it is softer. So when you create soft shadows using ray tracing, you have to use more shadow rays, and the bigger the light you have, the more rays you need. Now, this will slow down rendering, so just be aware of that. Now, we've been focusing mostly on the spotlight, which generates a shadow that's very directional. But another one that we can use is the point light. So I'm actually going to delete this light here. I'm going to go to our render shelf here and just select point light and create one of those. And let's just go ahead and move that up so it's about halfway underneath that spaceship. And let's just do a quick render. And this is one of the reasons why we use point lights, because look at the shadows. The shadows are coming in all directions from this. So the shadows are going off in multiple directions, and that's because the point light casts its light in multiple directions. And so this can be very useful for all sorts of shadow effects. So those are some of the basics of shadows. By default, Maya uses ray trace shadows, and for most purposes, those should be good. But if you want, you can also use depth map shadows to get different effects. Rendering in Maya is a lot like photography. You have lights, which we just looked at, as well as cameras. So let's take a look at how to create cameras in Maya. Now you can create them, again, using the rendering shelf. Here's a camera button right here. Or we can go create cameras, and we have a couple of different types. So by default, we have just the regular camera. So if I click on this, you'll see that this icon comes up. And let's go ahead and take a look at this. It's a little wireframe camera. And this is basically just like a perspective viewport. If I want, I can go into panels, and you'll notice that in addition to perspective, I now have one for my camera. And if I click on that, you'll see that it shows me my camera. And I can actually navigate this just like my perspective viewport by using my 3 mouse buttons as well as my Alt key. Now, if I hit my spacebar and hop out to my 4 view, you'll see that my camera here, in fact, if I frame this up here, you'll see that the camera, go to the outliner, select my camera here, can also be moved within viewports. So if I want, I can move my camera this way using just my standard move and rotate and scale tools as well. But typically, the best way to position a camera is in the viewport. Now, there are additional types of cameras. If we want, we can select them here, or we can go into our camera attribute editor to select them. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure that my camera is selected here, and let's go into my camera attribute editor. So we have 3 types of cameras. We have regular camera, which is just controlled the way that we showed. We also have camera and aim, and this gives you an aim point. So right here, let's take a look at this. You can see I have my camera here, and then it's got a line pointing to this target. That's very similar to what we did with the manipulator tool with the lights, in that we can take this target and place it wherever we want, and then just move the camera. So now the camera will always be positioned so that it's looking at whatever that target is. So if I move it left and right, I can always keep it focused on that object. So this is kind of a very handy thing. Now the last one is camera, aim, and up. So this does all the same things. It has the target, it has the camera, plus it has one more additional control, which is up here, and that's what's called your up control. In other words, that's the angle. So basically, it allows you to roll the camera left and right. Now, typically, for my cameras, I like to either use camera or camera and aim. Now, in addition to this, we have a number of other attributes for our camera. So we can go through and change the angle of view. In other words, this is the lens angle, and we can also change the focal length. Now, these two are connected. So this focal length is the same as the 35 millimeter camera. So if you want a 50 millimeter lens, you can type in 50, and notice how the angle of view changes. If you want a wider angle lens, we could say 18, and you can see how we have an angle of view of 90. Or if we want a zoom lens, we could do, say, an 85, which is more of a portrait lens, and that will again change your angle of view. Now, one thing you should pay attention to is that this focal length and angle of view actually changes the way you view perspective. The longer the focal length, the flatter the image, the closer it is to an orthographic view. So if I say 120, you'll have a pretty flat perspective here. But if I go down to, say, a 12 millimeter lens and zoom in, you'll see that I'm getting kind of a fisheye sort of effect. So this is a good way to also control perspective. I'm going to put this back to 35, which is the default. Now we can also do what are called clipping planes. So we have a near and a far clip plane. Now the clip plane basically just tells the camera what it should or should not render. So if I make the clip plane really small, say 10, I'm not going to see anything. If I make it 100, I will see something. If I put it somewhere in the middle, say around 50, or maybe even lower, I'm going to actually just type in numbers until I get the effect here. So at 30, you can see how this basically only sees 30 units into the scene. So anything that's more than 30 units away is obscured. Now you can use this for all sorts of effects, but typically I like to keep this clip plane fairly high. So I just type in a fairly big number so that way I can see everything in the scene. And sometimes, depending on the scale of your scene, you might not see something. So this is usually the first place you go and put a large number into the clip plane. Now, in addition to this, we have other types of controls here for the film back, how to match this to film type cameras. We have controls for depth of field, output settings, environment. Now, this is actually kind of important because we can actually determine the background color of this camera. So if I do a quick render here, you'll see that this camera is rendering against black. But if I want to, I can turn it up and my environment will now be white. And you can see that by having a white environment, the reflectivity of my character changes the color of everything. So that actually does affect your scene. Let's dial this back down to black. Now you can also put in what are called image planes, which are background images, and we'll get to those in a little bit. Now, in addition to this, there are controls for your camera for the viewport. So we've looked at these before, but let's just go ahead and do a quick refresh of these. Under View, we can select our current camera. We can also do things such as camera settings. So if I want, I can turn on what's called a resolution gate, and this will show me exactly what is going to be rendered. And this is very handy for framing your scenes. We can also turn on things such as safe action, camera settings, safe title. If we want, we can also turn on a field chart. So if you're into animation and you want to make sure that you get your field charts matched up, you can do that. In addition to this, we can also turn on the gate mask, which is the gray area along the outside. So if we don't want to see that, we don't have to. Now, another really nice handy thing on this is that we can also go directly to the camera attribute editor from any viewport. So if I want to, I can go View, Camera Attribute Editor, and I'm in there, and I can actually change my camera settings here. So cameras in Maya are very similar to real-world cameras, but we also have a lot more control over how we position and move them. One effect that can have a big impact on your scene is depth of field. Now this simulates the depth of field that you get from a camera where some things are in focus and others are out of focus. Now we can simulate this in Maya in a couple of different ways. So here I have a scene with our astronaut in front of his spaceship. And if we do a quick render of this, you'll see that, well, we get basically a simple scene. So there's our basic render. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and save this in my render view by pressing this Keep Image tab here. Now, if we want to put things out of focus, we can turn on depth of field. The first way to do that is in the camera. We go into View, Camera Attribute Editor, or select our camera and go into the editor. And then if we scroll down, you'll see a depth of field rollout. Turn that on, and we can turn on depth of field. And if you have Viewport 2.0 enabled, you should be able to see that in the scene. Now this is basically just going to blur everything because we have a number of parameters that we need to set. One is the focus distance. How far away do we want to focus the camera? The second is the f-stop, and that determines how wide your aperture is. If you know anything about cameras, you'll know that lower f-stops put less things in focus. So a higher f-stop will put more things in focus. And the third is focus region scale, which just allows you to scale that focus region regardless of your f-stop. So the first thing we need to do is understand how far away things are in the scene. So right now I have it focusing at 5, which obviously isn't working. So let's say we wanted to focus on his chest. I need to know how far away that is. Now we've got a really cool little heads-up display that we can use. If we go into Display, Heads-up Display, we have one called Object Details. If I click that on, it will tell you all sorts of information about it, but the one I'm looking for is this one, Distance from Camera. So this is about 41.6 units away from the camera. Great. So go back into my Camera Attribute Editor, go to Depth of Field, and so my focus distance is going to be 41.6. And you can see that it goes into focus right there in the viewport. And now if I do a render, I should be able to see this effect. And now what we have here is we're not really seeing that much blurring in the spaceship, and that's because our f-stop is pretty high. I'm going to save this again, so let's just do that so we can step through them. So here it is, without and with, and so you can see a little bit of blurring here in the shadow, but not much. So let's go ahead and amp this up quite a bit. I'm going to take my f-stop down to say 1.8, which is a pretty wide open lens. So let's go ahead and do that, and you can see how this blurs a lot more even in the viewport. And let's go ahead and do another render. And now you can see we're getting some results. So with a much lower f-stop, we're getting depth of field in the spaceship. So now this is a low depth of field. This next one is at 5.6, and this one is with nothing. You can see that lower f-stops create more blurring. So we can adjust these parameters however we want. But I'm actually going to turn this off, and we're going to actually do another way of creating depth of field. And this is a little bit more sophisticated. This uses a mental ray plugin called bokeh. So if we scroll down in our camera, you'll see a mental ray tab, and we can open up what's called a lens shader. So if I click on this render node button here, you'll see we can create a render node for the camera. So if we create a lens, you will see that we have one here called lens bokeh. And if you're familiar with photography, you know that bokeh is that depth of field effect. So we can turn that on. And again, we've got parameters. We've got the plane of rendering. That's the distance from the camera. So again, I'm just going to type in 41.6. The radius, number of samples, this is your quality setting. I'm going to keep this at 4. Blade count, in other words, how many blades do you have in your lens? I'm going to turn that up to about 6. And blade angle. And let's just go ahead and render that. So there we have it. Now this looks very similar to the depth of field effect we have in Maya, but it is different. You have much more control over it, and you can get ultimately better quality out of it. It is a little bit more of a learning curve, but I think in some ways it's worth it. So we have two ways of creating depth of field. One is by using the depth of field rollout. The other is by adding a bokeh lens shader to your camera in Maya. Whenever you photograph an object that is moving, you'll get some degree of motion blur. Now, the amount of motion blur will depend on how fast the object is moving and how much the shutter is open. Now, we can simulate this effect in Maya using motion blur as well. Now, we get to motion blur in the Render Settings window. If we go into Render Settings, Quality, you'll see that we have a motion blur tab. Now, we can turn this on or off. And when we turn it on, we can turn it on to no deformation, which is basically for solid objects that are not changing shape, or full. And that actually gives you a more accurate motion blur for all types of objects. So I typically will turn it on to full, which will increase render time. Now, in addition to this, we have number of motion steps, which is how many times it will sample the object in between frames. So you may want to sample it more than just once, which would be in the middle, So typically I'll turn this up to at least 4, maybe even more. And then we get motion blur by, which is a multiplying factor. So higher numbers mean more motion blur, lower numbers less. And then we also have displaced motion factor. Now this is actually a little more sophisticated. What this does is it determines how much of the object is rendered in between frames. So a lower number will actually render less of the object, but still can give a reasonably good motion blur. It just depends on how fast the object is moving. Typically, I just leave it at the default. And then the keyframe location. Do we want to start rendering motion blur from the start of frame, the middle of frame, or the end of frame? Again, I'll leave this at the default middle of frame. So we've turned on motion blur, and let's go ahead and do a quick render. Now, as you can see, the object is now blurred, and it's actually giving a fairly good motion blur. But if I want, I can amplify this a bit. So let's go into our render settings window. Let's go ahead and double our motion blur by value, and that'll basically double the amount of motion blur that we have in the scene. And there we go, we have even more. So this is a great way of creating motion blur. Now, one thing I do want to point out is that your sampling mode can change how your motion blur menu looks. So if I go up to sampling in quality, and I go into my legacy rasterizer mode, you'll notice how my motion blur menu changes. And if I go to legacy C sampling mode, it goes back. But if you go to legacy rasterizer mode, you will have a few different values here. But typically, I recommend that you just go into unified sampling and just use that. So you will get this menu. But I just wanted to point that out. So motion blur can really help to sell the motion of fast-moving objects. It adds another level of realism, but at the expense of render time. So go ahead and play with motion blur and see how it works for your scenes. Another rendering effect that's very important are reflections and refractions. Now these are a part of ray tracing within Mental Ray, and let's take a look at how these work. Now by default, ray tracing is turned on for Mental Ray. And when we render a scene, you will typically get reflections in the scene. So here I have a scene, and this is pretty much default, and everything is reflecting properly. Now we can control reflections a little bit more, both in the render settings menu as well as in the material. So in render settings, we can go over to the quality tab, and you'll see we have a ray tracing option. We can increase the quality of the ray tracing by increasing the maximum number of reflections and refractions. So if we turn this up to 10, then we'll actually get better quality ray tracing because it will bounce the light 10 times in a reflection or a refraction. And then we also have a maximum trace depth, which we can also turn up. Usually I keep that around 10 or so. Now we can also do this in the material. So if I select an object, say like this sphere, I can scroll down to the ray trace options, and I can dial up the number of reflections that can happen for that particular object. I could do the same, say, for the floor. So if I want to, I could say, how many reflections can we have for this object? Now, when we render this, you may or may not notice much of a difference. But what you can see is you can see that we're actually getting reflections of the reflection in the reflection. So we're getting multiple recursions of that. Now, another thing you can do with reflections is you can blur them. So let's select this floor object here, and let's scroll down. And you'll notice there's a Mental Ray tab here. If I open this up in the material, you'll see that I have reflection and refraction blur. So I can blur the reflection to get a much different look than a clean reflection. So if I turn this up to, say, around 3 or 4 and do a quick render, you can see the effect. Now the reflections in this scene are not so clean. They actually have a little bit of blur to them. But you also can notice a little bit of spottiness to these, and that's because we have a number of reflection rays. We can actually turn this up, and that will increase the quality of that reflection blur. Now, in addition to reflection, we also have refraction, which is the bending of light through semi-transparent objects. So let's select the sphere here, and go over to the material, and scroll down to Ray Trace Options. We can turn on refractions, and that will refract it and turn it into basically what is a lens. Now, the most important parameter here is the refractive index. Now, when the refractive index is below 1, the lens kind of sucks things in, so it becomes almost like a concave lens. If we bring it above 1, it becomes a convex lens and tends to push things out. Let's just show you how this works. So I'm just going to bring it slightly below 1, say to about 0.9 or so, and let's do a quick render. So you can see the refractions right here, and because it's negative, it brings those objects in, so it acts kind of like a lens. Now, if we want, we can bring that number above 1, so let's bring it up to about 1.1 here, and do another render. Now, this effect is a lot different. Now, for things that you want to have as semi-transparent, typically you want that to be below 1. So I'm going to put it back down to about 0.9 or so. Now, in addition to just refractions, we can also blur those, just like we can with reflections. So if I want to, I can turn up my refraction blur, and that'll give me a different visual effect. So now you can see the refractions are not so clean. There's a little bit of blurriness here. So we have a lot of control over reflections and refractions in Maya. We can control how much things reflect, as well as add things such as blur to them. One way to create additional realism in your scenes is to add indirect lighting. Now, this simulates the bounce lighting that naturally happens in any scene. Now, Maya has a number of different ways to do this within Mental Ray, but we're going to focus mostly on Final Gather, which is probably the easiest way to create this effect. So before we do that, let's go ahead and just render the scene. I have a scene with just one light in it. And this one light creates fairly harsh shadows and a lot of dark areas in the image. Now I'm going to go ahead and do Keep Image so that way we have a copy of this so we can do some comparisons. I'm going to close this and let's go into our Render Settings window. I'm going to go into Indirect Lighting and scroll down till I find Final Gather or Final Gathering. Now the first three values here, accuracy, point density, and point interpolation, all determine the quality of the render. Now, accuracy is by default 100. Now, that's not 100%, it's 100 rays. So I can certainly increase that to a larger value to get better quality rendering, of course, at the expense of more rendering time. So let's just go ahead and leave this at the default and render. So again, I'm going to keep image. And here we have the difference between the two. Now, if you scroll back and forth, you're going to see a little bit more light in the shadow areas. So we're getting a little bit more bounce and a little bit more light. But it's really a very subtle effect. So let's go ahead and amplify this a bit more. We're going back into Render Settings to Final Gather. And these next two values, primary and secondary diffuse scale, are the ones that actually amplify or mitigate the effect. So if we want to amplify the effect, we can just push these sliders all the way to the right. And that will give us the most that we can get. And let's go ahead and render again. So I'm going to hit Keep Image again so we can A/B these. So this is with higher primary diffuse, regular Final Gather, and then the original. And you can see that we're getting more and more of this bounce lighting. And the subtleties are starting to add up and give us a little bit more of a realistic render. Now the next value is actually very, very important. So let's go one more time into our Render Settings window. And the last one here is secondary diffuse bounces. Now that determines how many times we have bounce lighting in the scene. So if we want, we can turn this up to a larger amount. Let's turn this up to 3 and then do another render. So now we can take a look at this. You can see we have a lot more detail here in the shadow areas than we had before. And that's because we're bouncing the light a lot more times. And one of the things also you'll notice is that we're starting to get a little bit of color bleed underneath these. So I'm getting a little bit of purple here and a little bit of red here. You can see when I A/B that, how that kind of shows up. And that's because we're having more bounces to the light. Of course, this will increase render times a bit, but it does add more realism. So basically, Final Gather is a way to create bounce lighting and a more realistic lighting model for your scenes. Now, it's not totally accurate, but for things such as film and architecture where you want things just to look good, it's a great way to get quick, indirect lighting. You may come across a need to match your Maya scenes to existing photographs or movie footage. And there are several ways to do this. Probably the easiest way to do it is to use what's called an image plane. And this attaches a bitmap to a camera so you can adjust the camera to match your scene. So let's start by creating a camera. I'm going to go ahead and click on my camera icon here on my rendering shelf. And here's my camera. Now I'm going to look through this under Panels, Perspective, and I should have a Camera 1. And then just use my navigation controls to roughly place this. Now the image I want to use is this one here. And I just want to place my characters on the ground here and then render them into the scene so they look like they're in that photograph. So I can do that by going into my viewport for my camera, clicking on View, Image Plane, Import Image. And then I'm going to find the image in my Source Images folder that says bgimage.jpg, and that's that same photo. Open it, and there we are. Okay, now before we actually start using this, I'm going to actually jump out to my foreview and show you what's happening. You can probably see it best here in the front view. Now what's happened is that it's attached this plane to the camera. So when I move the camera, the plane moves along with the camera. So if I look at this, my perspective view, you can see this a little bit more clearly in 3D. So here's my camera, and then attached to that camera is that image plane. So as I move the image plane, everything moves along with it. So it's kind of like a back projection in movies. So I'm going to keep my camera selected, and let's just go into my camera view. And then the first thing I want to do is go ahead and set up a resolution gate. Now I already have my camera set to a 16:9 ratio, in this case 960 by 540. But if you notice, the image plane isn't quite matching up. So if I want, I can actually go into that image plane by going Image Plane Attributes, and selecting the image plane I just created. And in this attribute editor, I can go and scroll down to the placement rollout for that image. So we have a number of ways to fit, and probably the one I want to do is to size, and that'll go ahead and fit, and I can just hit the word Fit to Resolution Gate, and that will fit everything so that it matches exactly what I have in terms of resolution. Now that I have this, I can now start to place my characters in the scene. But I need to make sure that my camera matches the camera I used to shoot this photograph. So I'm going to go into my camera attribute editor and look at my lens parameters. Now for this scene, I used a 24mm lens. The camera in this one is 35, so I need to bring that down to 24. And then once I have that, I can just start to place it. Now I want to get this character as close as possible and make sure that he looks like he's on the ground here. Now I'm just estimating this. If you want, you could keep accurate records of where you placed everything and match your scene exactly. Now for this particular scene, we don't have to be so exact. And again, I just want to get my guy in the foreground here, make sure that it looks like he's flat on the ground. Okay, so that's pretty close. So now that I have this, I can actually start to work with the scene and light it and render it so that everything looks okay. Now, if I rendered it right now, it would look pretty much like it would in the viewport. I would get the character in the scene, but there are no shadows, and there's really nothing that's tying everything together. So let's go ahead and start lighting the scene to make sure that everything works. Now the next step in this process is to create something to accept the shadows of the scene. So I'm going to go ahead and create a plane. I'm going to actually hit my spacebar and jump out into my foreview here, and just go ahead and frame my scene. And then I'm going to just create a simple plane. In fact, I'm just going to use a NURBS plane and just drag it out so that it covers pretty much where my characters are and where any anticipated shadows would be. So my characters are already set at 0, so I know that my ground plane is fine. So now I have a ground plane in place, but if I render this, you'll see that while it is underneath the characters, it's not really creating the ground plane that we need. Now, in order to do this, we need to apply a shader to this. And we have a special shader in Maya called Use Background. So I'm going to keep my plane selected, go to my rendering shelf here, and this one here is called Use Background. Now, when I apply this to the plane, look what happens. It starts to take up the pixels that are behind it. So the image plane is now projected onto that plane. And if I go over here, you'll see I have a Use Background shader, and I can give it a specular color and reflectivity, and I can actually do a lot of stuff with it. But the main thing is that it can accept shadows. Now I'm going to go ahead and turn down reflectivity because this is not a reflective surface. But let's go ahead and assign a light to this and see how the shadows work. So I'm going to create a spotlight. And I'm going to put it in my scene, and then I'm going to, basically I'm just going to go ahead and look through it and get kind of a down view of my scene. So basically I'm positioning this up above the characters to their top left of the characters, or screen right, and something like that. Let's go ahead and back into a top view here. So my light has ray trace shadows turned on. So we should get a shadow here. So let's go ahead and do a quick render. And as you can see, we're actually getting a pretty good looking little render. We're getting the shadows on the ground. One of the things I'm noticing here is that I'm getting a shadow on this helmet. So because this is a transparent object, it can shadow things, and it's actually shadowing itself. So if I select that object and go into the shape node, it's going to turn off cast shadows. So it's not going to cast shadows. So we're going to turn off shadows for that object. And let's go ahead and do one more render. Okay, so that's looking a little bit better. Now we can start to add more lights to the scene to create a better light model. So the first thing I'm going to do is just go ahead and do a use all lights in the scene here so we can get a better idea as to what the lighting looks like. And the next thing I'm going to do is add just a simple ambient light here. Now that's a little bit too much because the intensity is at 1. So I'm going to turn the intensity down to about, maybe about 0.2 or so. And let's do another test render. So that gives me a little bit more, but these shadows are actually a little bit too heavy. So I'm going to go back to my first light. I'm going to go into my outliner, select my spotlight, and then under shadows, I'm going to actually turn up my shadow color so it's kind of a dark to medium gray, and that should lighten those up. Now another thing we can do is we can start playing with stuff like Final Gather to give a little bit more glow to the scene, a little bit more of the bounce light that we normally expect. Now, even with the lighter shadows, you can see how things are starting to come together. Now, I'm going to go ahead and add one more light. I'm going to add a directional light just to give a little bit more light off to the side of the character. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in that directional light. And then I'm going to rotate it just to get the type of lighting that I want. Now in this, I'm actually going to turn down my intensity quite a bit. I'm using this as my guide. And another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off specularity because I'm getting a highlight over here on the left side of my screen. So if I turn that off, I'll still have my primary sunlight coming from the top. So let's go ahead and do another quick render. So this is starting to look pretty good. Now I'm going to go ahead and stop right here because we're going to add some additional light to the scene using what's called image-based lighting. So now I've got kind of a rough version of the lighting that I want. I can go a little bit further with this if I want. Now when you start to render things that are going to match photographs, it's often a good idea to shoot a panorama of your scene because you can use that as a light source. So this is called image-based lighting. Now, when I shot this particular image, I went ahead and created a panorama of the scene. So I'm going to go ahead and double-click on this, and you can see that it's basically just a parking lot. And I basically just took my camera, turned 360 degrees, and then stitched it together in Photoshop using Photo Merge. Now I can use this image as a lighting source. Now I've included two versions of this image. This is the JPEG. I also have a TIFF, which is a 16-bit image. It's a much bigger image. And because it's 16 bits, it'll give you much better image-based lighting. So in order to do this, I'm just going to go into my render settings window. And then under indirect lighting, you'll see that I have something called image-based lighting and physical sun and sky. So I'm going to create image-based lighting, and that creates this render node. Now what it's done is it's created a separate object in Maya. So if I jump out to my foreview, you'll see it's actually created a sphere, and I'm going to map my panorama onto that sphere. So if I keep this selected, it'll ask me for an image name. So I'm going to go ahead and select that and go into my source images folder, and I'm going to use panorama01.tiff. Now when creating images for this, the more bit depth, the better. So I have a 16-bit file here, but if you want to go to HDR and do a 48-bit, that would be even better. So this will just give you more dynamic range in the lighting. So let's go ahead and use this TIFF. Now as you can see, it maps that onto this sphere. Now the thing about this is that now the environment in my scene is going to reflect this. So now I'm going to get reflections on my astronaut and my spaceship that roughly match what I have in my scene. Now I can certainly align my sphere to match exactly what I have in the background, but for this, I think it'll be fine just to go ahead and use what we have. So now another thing we can do with our image-based lighting is if we scroll down, we can actually have it emit light. And if we do that, it'll become an additional light source to our scene. Now, as we add lights, we run the risk of overexposing things, but let's just see what we have. So now we have a render that looks a lot more realistic. You can see we have some reflections in his chest, and his helmet looks a heck of a lot better because, again, we're getting some more reflections. And the additional light from that image-based lighting is really starting to soften the scene and make it look a little less harsh. Now, there's one more thing that we can do, and that is turn on Final Gather. So I'm going to go ahead into my Render Settings window, turn on Final Gathering, and let's go ahead and crank up our primary diffuse scale to about 80%, and then add in 2 additional secondary diffuse bounces. And this should pretty much do it. So now we have our final render. So I've added in some Final Gather, I've increased the bounce lighting, and as you can see, this has just softened the image and made it a lot more realistic. So what we've done is we've started with simple scene and a simple image, and then we've added light and shadow, and then also added some image-based lighting and Final Gather. And each one of these steps adds just a little bit more realism, and when you add it all up, you get a pretty good looking scene. So I hope you can use these techniques for your own renders. The last rendering thing I want to show you is how to batch render an image sequence. So here we have an animation of our ship just flying across the screen. And if I want to render all of these frames, I need to create a batch render. So I first have to go into my render settings window and set this up to render. So the first thing I want to do is create a name. Now I can certainly use the name of my scene, but I'm going to go ahead and just call this a spaceship. And I want to render these as, let's just render these as JPEGs. And then we can also create our compression quality here. And now because I'm rendering an image sequence, I need to change my name. So I'm going to change the name of my file to name_pound_extension. And you can see here, this is going to be my naming scheme. Now this particular animation only has 48 frames. So I'm going to start at frame 1 and end at frame 48. Now once I have all that, you can see that this is what I'm going to render. I'm going to start at 1 and go to 48, and this is going to be my naming scheme. And then I'm going to render camera 1, which is here. And because I'm rendering JPEG, I don't need an alpha channel. So now once I have all this, all I have to do now is close and then go into batch render. Now, when you set your project, your renders will show up in the images folder. Let me show you where that is. We're in chapter 10. And so the images folder will contain those images. So let's go back into Maya and render. So we can batch render from the rendering menu. Under render, we have batch render. Now, if you want to render to multiple machines, you have to do that through a program called Backburner, which ships with Maya. Now, we have a whole other course in our library on how to work with Backburner. So we're just going to do a simple batch render from within Maya. So let's go ahead and take a look at what our options are. If we want, we can have it automatically determine how many render threads. So if you have a multi-processor machine, it can use as many processors as you want. Or if you turn this off, you can specify how many processors to use. And then some additional stuff about how many tiles to use and memory limits and so on. So I'm going to go ahead and just do batch render and close. And then you'll see in our status line, if I turn on my command line, you'll see my rendering right here. So if I have command line turned on, you'll see that it's actually starting to render. And if I jump over to my images folder, you can see that it's very quickly creating all the images. And if I double click on this, you can see it in my photo viewer. So you can see that, yes, it is in fact rendering. So those are some of the basics about how to batch render within Maya. Let's animate some stuff in Maya. We're going to start by taking a look at the basic animation interface and then get down to keyframing. So the animation interface is pretty straightforward. You're probably familiar with the time slider here, so I can slide my animation back and forth. We also have playback controls, so if I want, I can play back here. I can also step forward one key at a time. So if I select an object here, I can actually step forward one key at a time. So I've got 3 keys in this timeline. And you can see the keys here. You see I have a little red mark here at frame 0, another one at frame 24, and another one at 48. Now, in addition to this, we can just step forward one frame at a time, so you can basically step through your animation. We can also go to beginning and end. And one of the nice things about the Maya timeline is that you can also play backwards or step through the animation backwards, which is kind of handy, and I don't see that in a lot of packages. Now, what frames you're playing back is determined by this second line here. Now, we've got 2 sets of numbers. We've got along the outside this number, and that's the total length of your animation. Now, the inside numbers are basically a window into that total size. So if you have a very large animation, you can dial down and work on animation in sections. So right now I've got from 0 to 48, but if I wanted to, I could say take a look at frames 10 through 30 and just type those in. Now notice when I type in those numbers, this little slider shrinks down. And this is going to mirror these inside numbers. So this is going from frame 10 to frame 30. If I want, I can use this as a sliding window to move through the animation however I want. I can also grab these little handles here and expand or contract my window into the timeline. So we can basically have a large timeline and then smaller windows onto it. Now, in addition to this, we also have controls for animation layers and what are called character sets, which we're not going to be getting into, but these two allow you to better manage your animation. Now here we have a very important button. This little tiny keyframe toggle is what's called the auto keyframe toggle. Now that allows me to animate automatically. So if I'm in an animation and I move an object, it will automatically set a keyframe. Now how it sets a keyframe is determined by your animation preferences, which control a number of different things. So when I go into this, it actually just brings me into my standard preferences menu and brings me down to the time slider entry. So this gives me my start and end points for my animation, which are right here. Also, I can change the height of my timeline, which is kind of nice, but typically I keep that at 1 because that's big enough for me. And then we can also determine what type of key ticks we show and how big they are. So if I select my object here, I can actually make those key ticks bigger. And a lot of times I like to make them bigger because it just makes them easier to see. Now, in terms of playback, it gives you the option to update just your active view or all viewports. So if you have multiple viewports showing, you can see animation in all of them or just the one that you have highlighted. And then in terms of looping, do you want it just to loop once? Do you want it to oscillate back and forth, or do you want it to be continuous? So let's turn on oscillate and see what that does. So you can basically go backwards and forwards, kind of neat, but typically we keep it on continuous. And then your playback speed. Do you want to play every frame? Do you want to play it in real time, which is 24 frames per second? And now this actually brings us to an important point. How do we determine the time base for Maya? We do that in the settings menu here. So if we stay in preferences and go up to settings, you can see we have our working units, our angular degrees, but also our time base. So if we want, we can change our time base to whatever we want here. We have a number of standard entries here. By default, it's 24 for film. So I'm going to go back to my time slider here. And basically, do you want to do it real time, so as close to real time as possible, or do you want it to play every frame, which means that it will play it as fast as it can play it? Now, for this simple animation, that's going to be way too fast. So if I bring it down to real time, it'll actually do that over 48 frames or 2 seconds. Now, in addition to this, we also have a few options here for animation. So if I go into animation, we have a control for auto key. And that's this little button here. So you notice when I toggle that on and off, it toggles that red button. And when it's on, it allows me to key modified attributes or all attributes. So modified attributes means that if I rotate the object, it will only set rotation keys. It won't set keys for translation or scale. When I key all attributes, it sets key for everything. Okay, so sometimes that's a little bit more intuitive because you'll just want to set keys for everything whenever you move it. So that's really up to you as to how you want to work. And then additional more technical things such as how do you interpolate rotations can be very important in character animation. And then also stuff for animation blends and how the graph editor and some other things work such as the camera sequencer. So those are some of the basics of how to set up the animation interface in Maya. So now that we understand that, let's go ahead and start animating some stuff. Animation in Maya is driven by what are called keys or keyframes, and we can set those using a number of different methods. So let's go ahead and animate this little flying saucer. Now, I've actually added one additional thing to this flying saucer, and that's this NURBS circle that surrounds it. Now, when I grab that, you'll notice that the name of this is called saucer main, and this is basically what is called a rig or a handle for your object. Now, typically people do this to make objects easier to access. So if we look at this in the outliner, you'll see that I have this NURBS circle here, and that's the parent to all the other parts in the spaceship. So all we have to do is animate this, and the rest of the spaceship follows. So let's go ahead and animate that. So I'm going to select that curve and move the whole flying saucer back just a little bit, and let's set a key. We can do that in the animation menu by going Animate, Set Key. Now the hotkey for this is the letter S, and that's a pretty important hotkey to remember. So when I set the key, notice what happens. All of these channels light up red, which tells you that they are animating, and then we get a little tick on our timeline that tells us that we have a key there. So now I can scrub forward to another frame and also move forward my spaceship. Now, if I don't set a key for this, as soon as I jog the timeline, the spaceship is going to jump back to the last key. So if I move forward and then hit the S key to set another key, I get a little tick, and now I have animation. So it's starting here, and it's ending there. Now, another way to set keyframes is to use the auto key toggle. So here, I can turn that on, and depending on how I set my preferences, this will set keys for everything or just those things that change. So let's go ahead and just move this saucer up a little bit and rotate it. And you can see that as soon as I did that, it set a keyframe for that. So now the saucer is going up and down. And if I want, I can go to this last keyframe and put it the other direction. So now we've got the saucer kind of going back and forth. Now, if you want, we can also edit these keyframes. So if I select this, I can work with the keyframes directly on the timeline. So if I right-click over a key, I can do things such as cut, copy, and paste. So if I want, I can cut this key, and notice how this changes. And then if I move forward a little bit and just select paste, paste, it will paste that key back in. So I've basically just cut this key from 22 and pasted it back in 24. But if you want to move keys around, there's actually an easier way to do that. And all you have to do is hold down the Shift key and drag on the timeline. And when you do, it creates this little red window that you can use to manipulate your keys. So I have a key here at 24, so I can just go ahead and click and drag and then select these arrows, and I can move that keyframe any direction forward or back. So if I wanted to move it back here, I can do that, and now it gets to that spot quicker and then slows into that last one. So if I add another keyframe here at, say, 24, and let's go ahead and make that a little bit more different. Let's dip that down a lot there. So if we have another key here, we can actually move both of them. So all I have to do is just, again, left click and drag over the timeline so that I get both of those in the window. And then I can drag those forward or back. Now another thing I can do is I can actually scale my animation. So if I grab one of these, I can actually scale this out or back. So I can expand or contract animation directly on the timeline. Now you kind of have to be careful with expanding and contracting because it will snap to the 1 frame boundary. So if you expand it so it's 1 3/4, it's going to go ahead and round it up to 2 rather than keep it exactly where it's supposed to be. And then finally, you can also cut and paste groups of keys. So if I highlight these keys, right click, cut them, I can again paste those, and it will paste the entire group of keys. So those are some of the basics about how to set keys and manipulate them on the timeline in Maya. And it's a fairly easy interface and an easy way to animate. And typically, I find that you can probably get most of your animation done directly on the timeline. But there are ways to edit animation a little bit more finely, and we'll take a look at those next. If you want more fine control over your animation, you can use the graph editor. So here we have our simple animation of our spaceship. And let's go ahead and select our handle and see what animation we have in the graph editor. We can find the graph editor under Window, Animation Editors, Graph Editor. And when I bring it up, it shows this kind of interesting window. Now it has a couple of components here. We have a menu system along the top. We have a number of function buttons here that allow us to control our animation. We have a list of all of the attributes that we're animating along the left-hand side. And then we have this window here. Now this acts as a traditional viewport, so you can hold down Alt and middle click and drag, and you can actually zoom in on different parts of your timeline. If you want to see the whole thing, you can just hit the F key for Frame All. And so these are my animation curves for my object. So I'm going to try and get everything in on this screen here. I'm going to move this up and maybe zoom out a little bit on my animation so you can see how this works. So as I scrub through, you can see that my timeline changes here. I have this time slider here, which tells me exactly what frame I'm at. And I can scrub through and see my animation. Now, every key I have is a little tick here on the timeline. So if I select this, I can left click and drag and select that, and that's a key. And this is a key, and you can see that this key has a Bezier handle. Now, if you want to dig a little bit deeper, you can just click on the individual parameters here or individual attributes to see exactly how they animate. So if I click on Translate Y, you can see that the spaceship goes up here at frame 20 and then goes back down at frame 48. So if I go to my frame 20 key, I can select this, and using the Move tool here, I can actually move this within the timeline. Now I can also rotate keys or scale them if I want, but typically we're going to move them. So by moving this, I can actually move it up or down, back or forth in time. So if I want this to go higher, I can just move the curve. If I want it to go lower, I can just move that curve. And really what I'm doing is just changing that one attribute. So when I go into all of my curves, you can see that that is the only one that's changed. So I've actually been able to fine-tune this animation however I want. I can also retime just parts of an animation. So if I want this to go to its peak a little bit later, I can drag this over. Now notice what happens in the timeline. This key is now at 30, and so I have a single Y translation key at 30. Now I can certainly move this back if I want. And we can do the same for other types. So let's take a look at rotation. Well, I'm not really rotating along X or Y, but I am rotating along Z. So we could take this curve here and we can rotate it different directions. So this curve is basically the rotation of your object. Now, if I want to change the way the curves look, I can do that as well. I can just click and drag any one of these Bezier handles and move those to change my curve. I also have a number of preset curve types, which are up here. So we have auto tangents, which will automatically try and get the best tangent. We have what's called a regular spline tangents. We also have what's called a clamped tangent. Now, a clamped tangent will take two keys that are the same. So let's say I have right-click and copy this frame at frame 20 and paste it at 26. What a clamped tangent will do is it will try and keep two keyframes that are the same with a flat bit between them. So sometimes if you have different types of tangents like this, you can have something dip below your minimum value or the minimum value that you've set a key. And this is really is kind of a death blow if you're doing character animation, so you have your character's feet dipping below the floor. And so this clamp tangent will prevent that. So that's a really handy one to have. Now, in addition to this, we have some other ones. We have a linear tangent, and that will make the line straight. So if I select all of these and create linear tangents, it will do straight lines with no animation curves. We can also do what are called flat tangents. So every single tangent tries to be flat. Very similar to clamped, but not exactly the same. And then finally, we also have what are called step tangents, which basically makes the thing step between. As soon as it hits one, it just steps between those. So typically, I like to keep this to clamped or just regular spline tangents. And then if we take a look at all of these, you'll see that we've got, actually on this one here, I've got a little bit of a problem. Notice how the saucer is moving back and forth right there. And I really don't want that to happen. So I can go ahead and select this, hit clamp tangents, and now the saucer stops because I copied that key and then moves. So the graph editor is a really nice way to animate curves very precisely and really fine-tune how Maya in-betweens your keys as well. The dope sheet is one more way to edit your animation, and it kind of lives in the area between the timeline and the graph editor. And the dope sheet allows you to edit things more discreetly than the timeline, in that you can go down attribute by attribute, but it doesn't allow you to see curves. So I find it to be a great way to just move animation keys around fairly quickly. So let's go ahead and select our main node for our saucer where we have our animation. And let's go into Window, Animation Editors, Dope Sheet. Now this window will look fairly familiar to you. It looks kind of like the graph editor. And in fact, you can hop between the graph editor and the dope sheet fairly easily. All I have to do is click on this little graph icon, and now I'm in the graph editor. If I click on the dope sheet icon, I'm back in dope sheet. Now we have one more here called the tracks editor, and that's for doing things such as motion capture animation layers. We're not going to be touching that right now, but so let's go back into the dope sheet. Now when you first open this, it looks very similar to the timeline in that I can see all my keys here. So I've got a key here at 0, 20, and 48. And so if I go to this middle key at 20, I can select it. And then if I have my move key active, I can middle click and drag to reposition my animation. Now the really nice thing about the dope sheet is that you can dig down further. So if I hit this plus sign, I can see all of my attributes. So if I want my translate in Y to change, I can keep my move key selected and middle click and drag that, and I can move all of those, or I can select just one of those and again middle click and drag. So all I'm doing is just repositioning this one attribute. And notice on the timeline now we get a second key here. So now it goes to that Y value at frame 36 rather than 20. And then I can, again, middle click and put it all back to normal if I want. Now, another really nice thing about the dope sheet is that you can see the hierarchy of your scene. So if I hit this plus sign, you can see all of the other objects in my scene. So I can actually scroll through my hierarchy, see what things are keyed, and manipulate those keys as I want. So the dope sheet is a fairly easy to understand interface, and it's a great way to quickly reposition keys without having to worry about curves. Maya has a second type of key called the breakdown key. Now this can be very useful because it automatically adjusts depending upon how you adjust the rest of the keys in the animation. So let's take this simple spaceship here, and I'm going to set a key at, say, frame 10. I'm going to go ahead and move this back and set a key, and then go ahead and move it forward and set a key. So at frame 10 and at frame 30, I have keys. So I'm going to go to frame 20, and instead of setting a key, I'm going to go animate set breakdown. And when I do that, it creates this additional key. Now this key shows up as green on the timeline. So if I want, I can actually move that. Let's go ahead and actually add a little bit more to that key and just go set breakdown. So now I've got this key in the middle. Now the nice thing about this breakdown key is that it's looking at the keys on either side of it, and it's trying to stay in between. So if I select this key here by shift selecting on frame 30, I can drag this left and right. And notice how this breakdown key stays centered between the other two keys. So now this animation will always have the same relative timing, even though I'm changing the overall timing. Now the breakdown key itself can also be moved, so I can select this breakdown and move it forward or back. And basically that's just going to change the relative timing of that key. So then if I scale or condense my animation, again, that will scale proportionally. So the breakdown key is really nice for things that happen in between main keys, and allows you to retime the animation a lot more efficiently. In Maya, we can also animate our objects using paths. Now, a path is basically just a NURBS curve. So here I have our object as well as a NURBS curve. And if I right-click on this and select Control Vertex, you can see how it's basically just a CV curve. Now, we attach objects to paths by selecting the object and then the path. So I'm going to select my main node of my spaceship, shift select my path. Now, the path should be green, which means it's the last selected. And then under Animate, go Motion Paths, Attach to Motion Path. And when I do, there it goes. Now, what it's done is it's actually used the length of my timeline, which is 48 frames, and you can kind of see that here. See, from 0 to 48. And it's animated my spaceship along that path. But it looks like my spaceship is kind of going sideways here. So if you take a close look at that, it's not following that path exactly the way that I intended it to. Well, we can actually change this by going into the attributes for that motion path. So I'm going to select my spaceship main node, go into my attribute editor, and you'll see that we have a tab here for motion path. And this is all the controls for this. Now we can get to this when we originally create this, but we can also change it here. So one of the most important ones is, what's the front axis of my object? Well, if I look at this, you'll see that my blue axis is the front axis, and blue is Z. So I'm going to go ahead and make Z my front axis. And as soon as I do that, you'll see that it automatically changes. And so now it's following that path. Now I can do other things with this. I can change the up axis. I can also bank my object. So as it goes around the corner, it actually can bank left and right to follow the path. Now the way a motion path works is it just records how far along that path it is. So you notice here in this U value that it basically is just going from 0 to 1. It's just animating this from 0 to 1 along the length of the path. So when I'm halfway through the animation, I'm halfway through the path. So we can actually modify this in our animation editor. So if I go into my graph editor and keep my object selected, you'll see that we actually have a curve for that motion path. So if I want, I can select this here, make sure I'm in move mode, and I can actually retime my animation. So if I want, I can make it hit that one value, say at frame 36 rather than frame 48. So now it's done with the path sooner. Or I can move it the opposite direction and lengthen the time it takes to get through that path. Now, another thing we can do is we can set what are called motion path keys. And this is a way to kind of time the animation within the path itself. So if I go into Animate, Motion Paths, I can go Set Motion Path Key. And when I do that, notice how we get this keyframe here on the timeline at the frame that we created. So if I want, I can move that down. So basically, it will slow in. It will start off slow and then accelerate over the second half of the path. Or I can do the opposite. And again, this is a way just to change my timing of the object along the path. Now, one final thing is that you can also modify the path afterwards. So if you notice here, we've got a key here at 0, 24, and 48. But I can also right-click over this, select Control Vertex, and reshape my path. And so now I can basically change the path of my object after I've already attached it to my animation path. So this is a very, very useful tool, really great for animating things through very specific paths. And I'm sure you can find a lot of use for this. One way to better visualize your animation is to use ghosting. Now, ghosting basically just creates copies of your objects as they flow through the scene, so you can see how they're moving. It's very similar to onion skinning in traditional animation. So let's go ahead and ghost this spaceship. As you can see, we've got it animating along this path. So I'm just going to select my main node of my spaceship, and then under Animate, select Ghost Selected. And when I do, notice how it changes a little bit. And then as I go through the animation, you'll see how that ghosting works. And you can kind of see how far apart the keys are and also the flow of the animation. Now, by default, Maya ghosts before and after the current frame. So I've got 3 ghosts after and 3 ghosts before. Now, I can change that if I want when I originally create the ghost. Now, in order to get rid of ghosting, all you have to do is do Animate, Unghost All, and that will get rid of it. So let's go ahead and select our object again, and let's do another ghost. So we're going to go Animate, Ghost Selected, but this time I'm going to select my options here. And so we have the type of ghosting, which is right now set to the global preferences. And we can actually go to our preferences menu and change that if we want. But I'm going to go ahead and pull this down and see what we have for options. So we have custom frames, so we can actually type in specific frames to ghost. Custom steps, which is an algorithm, which basically determines how many frames before or after, as well as the step size. And then we can also do keyframes. So by the time slider or your start and end frame. So you can actually type in where you want ghosting to start and stop. I find the most useful one is custom frame steps. So let's go ahead and play with that. So by default, it does 3 before and after the current frame. Well, I just want trailing ghosts. So I want my object to lead and then just to see what frames are coming after that. So I'm going to go ahead and actually dial down after. Okay, so before is number of frames before. So if I'm on frame 10, I want to see frame 9, 8, and 7. Or if I want, I can dial this up a little bit more. Let's go ahead and put it at 5. Now, in addition to this, you can also change whether or not you want to ghost the entire hierarchy. So I have my manipulator selected here. So I want to ghost the entire spaceship, so I'm going to leave that checked, as well as the object types. Well, I'm just going to leave it at default, but just know that you can turn this off for joints or locators or geometry. So you can basically manipulate how you ghost. So let's go ahead and ghost this. And now I should get 5 frames after. So now I have my spaceship leading and then the ghosting coming afterwards. And that's really nice. So again, if we want to get rid of this, we can unghost it. Now we can unghost it one of 2 ways. We can unghost all, which will absolutely get rid of it, or we can unghost selected. So if I want to, I could select just the tail of that and unghost it. So if I do unghost selected, it will remove the tail from the set. And so I can see just the saucer shape. But typically you want to unghost everything, so I'm just going to go animate, unghost all, and that will get rid of it. So ghosting is a great way to visualize your animation, and it's certainly useful for all types of animation. Now, when you animate, you'll want to create tests of your animation for your own review or for a review of people like clients or directors. So we can do this using PlayBlast. So we can find PlayBlast under Window, PlayBlast. And let's take a look at the options here. Now, when we go into PlayBlast, we have a number of options for how to create a movie file that we can use. So we can go for the time slider or the start and end frame. So basically, we can type in exactly what we want to see, but I'm going to go for time slider here. And then we want to show the view, or do we want to show the ornaments on the view, such as this 640 by 480? And then we want to show what format. Do we want this as an AVI for Windows, QuickTime for Mac, or do we want to have individual image files? So we can change that so that it renders out individual TIFFs or Targas or JPEGs or whatever. I'm going to keep it on AVI. Quality, okay, that's just quality of your movie file. And then do you want your display size from the window or from render settings? So how big of a PlayBlast window do you want? I'm going to select it from render settings. And then a scale of that. So do you want 50% of your render settings or 100% or something in between? I'm going to type 0.75, so we'll give a 3/4 size view. And then once we do that, we can hit PlayBlast. So what this will do is it will create a file that we can play. So here I'm going to go ahead and play my AVI, and you can see that it creates that AVI. Now if I want, I can turn on repeat and play it. Now your player may depend on what system you have. You may be using QuickTime or something else, so it will play in just about any player. Now the PlayBlast itself can be saved out as a file. So if you want to keep a collection of these and put these into your temp edit or your rough edit, you can certainly do that as well. Another way to animate objects in Maya is to not really animate them at all, but have them follow other objects along. And we can do that using what are called constraints. So let's start by creating a simple sphere and then a simple box. And these are just both polygonal sphere and a polygonal cube. Now, if I want the cube to follow the sphere, I could very easily just create a hierarchy. So if I were to go into my outliner, I could take my cube, middle click and drag it over the sphere, and now when I move the sphere, the box moves. And when I rotate the sphere, and whatever I do to that sphere, the box will follow along. But I really don't want that. I'm going to take my cube and drag it out of my main node here. So now they're separate. Now, if I don't want to create a hierarchy, I can use a constraint to connect objects very specifically. So I'm going to select my constraining object, in other words, my master object, and then shift select my constrained object or my controlled object. So I'm going to have the box controlled by the sphere. So all I have to do is hit constrain point. Now let's take a look at the options for this. We have one which will maintain the offset. So right now that cube is a little far off from the sphere. If I want to maintain that, I can click this on or off. And then I can also determine what axes I will constrain. Do I want to constrain everything or just X or Y or Z or any combination? Now I'm going to leave it at the defaults and just hit add. Now when I do that, notice how the cube jumps to the sphere. So its position is now controlled by the sphere. But one of the nice things about this is that they're not in a hierarchy. Okay, we just have this constraint here that's connecting the two. So if I take the sphere and, for example, I rotate it, it doesn't affect the box. Or if I scale it, again, it won't affect the box. Now, if I want to, I can take this box and move it off of the sphere. If I click on my constraint, you'll see that I have these offsets. So if I want to, I could type in a number for an offset and just offset that from the box. Or if I want, I can just use the maintain offset that I had in the original one. So if I were to delete this constraint and say move this box into a more reasonable position, I could again select the sphere and then the box, go constrain, go into options, and if I click on maintain offset, that'll keep things as they were, but I can still move this and this will move along. Now the constraint itself, if I click on this, has a number of options. It has an option for the actual offset of the box, but another nice one is that it actually has a weight control. So I can actually turn this constraint on or off or animate it on or off. So if I click on this constraint and take this weight and animate it to 0, it disconnects. And then if I move this up here, select the constraint and bring it back to 1, it'll go ahead and connect that right up. So I can actually attach or unattach objects to each other. So this is great if you want a character to, say, pick something up. You can just animate a constraint on or off. Now to get rid of a constraint, all you have to do is select the constraint in the outliner and hit the delete key. And now the connection is broken. Now one other nice thing about constraints is that you can constrain to multiple objects. So I'm going to close my outliner here. Let's say I have this sphere here, and let's go ahead and duplicate that. I'm going to hit Control D to duplicate. So now let's say I have 2 spheres and that box. So if I select both spheres at once, they will be the controlling objects or the constraining objects. And then if I shift select my box last, it will be the constrained or the controlled object. So now I'm going to have these 2 spheres constraining this one box. So if I do point constraint, it will go ahead and automatically keep this centered between these 2 objects. Now I'm sure you can see how this can be applied in a number of different situations. So now we've got this object kind of floating between the other 2. And I'm not animating this other than that constraint. So if I go back into my outliner and select my cube and select my constraint, you'll see that now I have weights for both of these spheres. So if I animate one of these to 0, it'll snap to the other. And if I keep them both at 1, it will be equally balanced between the 2. Now, in addition to point constraints, we have other types of constraints. So I'm going to go ahead and select all of these and delete them. And let's just show you a few others. I'm going to jump out here to my 4 view. And let's go ahead and create a simple cylinder along an axis. Okay, now this is actually aligned along Z. And let's also create a sphere as our constraining object. So I want this cylinder to point at the sphere. And we can do that using an aim constraint. So I'm going to go ahead and select my constraining object, my target, and then shift select my cylinder. And then let's go ahead and create what's called an aim constraint. And I'm just going to use the default values here. And you can see that, well, the orientation of this has changed. Now, if I move this, you can see that the sphere is basically following that cylinder. But I really want it to point at the cylinder, so I can affect the constraint to do that. So let's go into our window, outliner, and select the constraint here for the cylinder. Now, if we go into the attribute editor here, you'll see that we have what's called the aim vector. And this is the direction on which it is aiming at the other object. Right now, it's aiming my X at this object. So you can see the red axis is pointed directly at that sphere. But I want it to actually point the blue axis, or the Z axis. So I'm going to go ahead and zero out my aim vector here and make it 1 in Z. And so now this axis is pointing at my sphere. So now basically I have a telescope that is pointing at a miniature version of the moon, or I have a spotlight that's connected to an object, or a camera that's pointing at an object. You can see there's a lot of different ways to use this particular constraint. Now, in addition to all these, we have a bunch of other constraints. We have the orient constraint, which basically just ties one rotation of one object to another. Scale, which obviously does scale. We can also do parenting constraints, so you can actually bring things into and out of a hierarchy. And then another really important one for character animation is pull vector, which allows joint chains to be constrained to another object. So constraints have a lot of uses. They're very powerful. Go ahead and play with them and understand how they work, and hopefully you can incorporate those into your projects. When you want to do repetitive animation, a lot of times you'll want to use animation cycles. Now, cycles can be configured in the graph editor, and let's take a look at how to do that. Here I have a simple animation here of a box basically just flipping over. So it jumps up, flips over in the air, and lands on the other side. So we have a green side and a yellow side. Now let's say we wanted to continue that animation forward. Well, we can do that using animation cycles, and we can find that under Animation Editor's Graph Editor. So if I select my box here, you'll see that I have a number of curves, and if I hit F, that'll frame everything. So I've got animation along X, Y, and Z for translation, and then also animation where the object is rotating along its Z axis. So it's not really rotating along X or Y, but just Z. So let's start with translation. Let's just go ahead and make the object hop from place to place. Scale this down here. Now we can do this by selecting a value here, such as translation, and doing what's called a pre or post-infinity cycle. Now, pre-infinity means before the first keyframe. Post-infinity means after the last keyframe. So if I want, I can apply post-infinity cycle to the X translation, and that will cycle only the translation in X. Now, what a cycle means is that it will go back to the beginning. So if we do that and expand our timeline just a bit, you can see how it will go ahead and flip over, but then it's just repeating the X motion. So as I go past that last frame, it just slides back and forth. Now I can do this for all of my values here. So if I select X, Y, and Z translate, I can do a post-infinity cycle, and that will just cycle everything, even though I don't have keyframes. Now notice how rotation is not part of this equation. So once I hit that last keyframe, the object no longer rotates. That's because I still haven't cycled that. Now there are other ways to cycle an animation besides just going back and forth. If I keep these selected and go post-infinity, we can also do what's called an oscillate. So that basically goes from beginning to end and from end to beginning. So basically that goes that way, and then that way, and then that way. And then once it gets back to frame 1, it'll add in that rotation. Now another way we can do this is to do a post-infinity cycle with offset. Now this can be very useful because what it does is it will actually remember how far an object traveled and then continue to repeat that with the offset. So if I do this, it will continue to move across the screen. And then when I get back to frame 0, it'll go ahead and repeat. So this is a great way to make something hop across the screen. But again, we're still not working with rotation. So let's go ahead and take a look at that rotation Z curve, and let's go ahead and cycle that. So we can go curves post-infinity. If we want, we can cycle it. And if we play that, you'll see that we get a little bit of a weirdness here because it lands on yellow, but then on the next frame, it flips over to green. That's because it's going back to this original frame. If we did oscillate, it'll go ahead and jump forwards on the first one, and then it will reverse that and oscillate to the other side for the other one. So if we take a look at that, we can have it basically hopping back and forth as we go. But probably the more reasonable one to do is to do, again, a cycle with offset. And when we do that, it basically just hops down the road. So those are some of the basics of how to cycle animation. We can do it on a curve-by-curve basis, and we have a number of different ways with which to cycle. Now let's take a quick look at how to add sound to your animations. Now here I have my simple box animation, and my box is basically just jumping. And let's go ahead and add a sound effect to that. Sound in Maya is imported. So we find it through File, Import. Now in our Projects directory, we should have a sound folder. And in that sound folder, we have one wave file called boing.wave. And when I import that, you'll see that it shows up on my timeline. So if I play this, it will actually play the sound along with the animation. Now, if I scrub it, you can see that it scrubs as well. Now, you can see that my timing is a little bit off. My sound starts immediately on frame 1, but my animation, if I click on this box, it doesn't really start until frame 10. Now, I can adjust my animation to match the sound, but I can also adjust my sound to match my animation. And let's take a look at that. We can adjust sound in the Tracks editor. Now, this is very similar to the Graph editor or the Dope sheet. We find it under Animation Editor's Tracks editor. And you'll see we have little buttons here for Graph editor and Dope sheet. But the first thing in here is Soundtrack. And if I open up this tab, you'll see that I actually have my WAV file in this. And I can just left click and drag this and retime it. And notice how it changes on the timeline. And if I retime it like this, it should match up. So now I can press play, and it pretty much matches up. Now, Maya supports multiple audio streams, so I could keep importing multiple files. And I can manage them both in the Tracks editor and also here on the timeline. If I right-click on the timeline under Sound, you'll see that I can turn sounds off. I can use track sounds, which is a mix of all sounds, or if I have multiple waves attached, I can select which individual sound file I want to use. So those are some of the quick basics about how to add sound to your files in Maya. Well, that's about it for Maya 2015 Essential Training. I hope you got a lot out of this course, and I hope you can use Maya to create some really cool images in your own projects. So for lynda.com, I'm George Maestri. See you next time.